Okay, we do, of course, have two teams through to our grand finals, and we'll take a look at their roads to the final as well. First up, Evil Geniuses.
Welcome back to the International 2015 group stage action.
And their tier 3 quickly crumbles thereafter, Purge, and that's all it takes.
I mean, what a one-sided match.
And Aoi getting low here in the tree line. Aoi trying to get himself out of this one. Runs away to some Aoi 1-4. GG, well played, it is called. Game 1 of EG versus VG going to the Americans. 52 minutes in, EG are doubling the kills of Mod 6. Getting low here, buying some double to but he still falls. Sun to fall as well. Double kill for PPT. Triple kill for Fear. Looking for MP. They'll get him as well. GG, well played, it is called. And EG take the victory against Hot 6. This game was just EG in their element.
We've got Evil Geniuses facing up against CDEC, almost a 40-minute marker, and Evil Geniuses gain more and more control of the game as it goes on. Loss for CDEC, Evil Geniuses take the series 2-0.
AUI in that entire fight just threw down like remote mind.
Yep.
Beyond godlike for him.
Yes, it's time to get underway. A foreign game which can either divide or unite this American crowd. Complexity going up against Evil Geniuses. Where is EG's opening? How do they come back in this game? Because they are currently almost 10,000 gold behind. The Mana Void just ripping apart their life. A triple kill for Fear. But EG are so powerful right now. They'll kill off every single player of Complexity. They will take the mid ranks. They've taken bottom ranks, and they will look to take the full series here, EG, and push themselves into the semi-finals of the international fight.
So they simply outclassed Complexity on pretty much every single move in this game.
There's no taking away the home field advantage for Evil Geniuses. As you can see, the fans behind me are lining up. 32 minutes in, it's 3-22, and the Evil Geniuses drop game number 1. Good a play just to finish things off. There it goes. GG is the call for me home. Cannot wait for what we're going to be seeing in game 3. No, they're going to go straight for the tier 4s. They want to end this game right here, right now. Samael is already ready to go. Pouncing with the shackle shot. CTY gets saved. There goes Yang, but CTY still falls. Yang explodes immediately. Evil Geniuses will move on to the next round. They're heading to the upper bracket finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the winners bracket final here. Both teams one series away from finding their spot there into the grand final. Look how quickly it melts. There's nothing that EG could do. CDEC's physical damage output is ridiculous. The track onto Smell, they're going to continue to chase this down. They've got the vision on the BBD here with the track out as well. BBD in trouble. They'll get themselves a 4th kill. Is that it? That's it. 20 minutes in, CDEC, they're into the grand finals. They've done it. But of course, EG, they'll be knocked down to the lower brackets, so they will have the chance to try and come back.
We are live here on the final day of the International 2015. This is one of the best finals that you could possibly get. EG, home crowd behind them, having to go back and battle through LGD Gaming, who have a returning champion in Zhao 8.
This is an unexpected move. Out comes the sound of first blood. Spilled by EG. And now the ball comes through. Tyler rains down the pain. EG trapped by a fissure. Where's the hole?
No counterplay from EG. They'll sacrifice their captain.
4 dead, possibly 5. On the run. No escape. No mercy. They'll die as well. And it's an ultra for the young Surmail.
Another tower dropping here. EG starting to extend their map control and the long width of their lead. This has to be the closest game to the main event.
If they decide to wait and they lose one fight or one core in their base, they lose the game. They have to go for it here.
Oh, gyro for 110. EG have done it. The crowd roars their approval here at Key Arena.
What a close game this was the entire game.
Evil Geniuses there, their road to the final. It's been an impressive run, Malini, all the way through. Can they take the final?
I wonder if CDEC have a solution to the techies. Do you think so?
Is that maybe one of the keys to the fight? Because bear in mind, it is best of 5, of course, so this could change a little bit as we go through the game.
I'm curious, because if they have that second pick where, okay, you have to ban Leshrac and Naga and Techies.
Yeah. No, I actually think they will ban Techies all the games, and they would rather play against Naga. We saw their way of dealing with the Naga.
Definitely.
Having the familiars was a really good way.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. We do, of course, have 2 teams in the grand final. It is East versus West, as many look forward to as well. And the team that Evil Geniuses have to overcome are a team who are in a red-hot streak of form, CDEC.
So we'll start our official game, our first semi-final for the wild card for the International 2015. Welcome to the International 5. They get another kill. Buyback will buy back. GG, 55-55. That's going to be the victory going the way of CDEC in our first game of this best of 3.
They do not lose a single person in this push. They're so dominant.
Where is it? They turn. They have the high ground. Ember Spirit.
No buyback.
Obliterated. And CDEC will advance through to the winners bracket final.
KP will fall as well. They've lost 3 already. Double buyback. Make it 4. The clockwork down. CDEC just crushing through MVP. Just looking solid in this game number 2. They will be in the main event. CDEC crushing through as CDEC make their stand.
Can they move in onto the Shiki looking for a stun? Oh, and they will find the Queen again.
And CDEC emerge victors in a thriller. They'll take the 1-0 advantage to get this BO2 kicked off.
He brings that jet away. There's your mana boy to a barrel strike, but still Carter, he is alive.
This team just continues to deliver.
Yes, it is. Q with the first blood.
CDEC is going to cause a lot of problems.
This has to be one of the biggest surprise stories of the International out of any of them that I've ever cast.
A triple kill actually for Aggressive Ball. MN1 out of the Team 1 tower, trying to fight up against Aggressive. It's going to be an ultra kill. There's no real way to escape.
GG, newbie, never had a chance.
XZ, 2 melee racks.
CDEC just made the TI4 champions look like noobs. Cheeky just rips them a new one. CDEC are finding the openings. I don't know how, but they keep on doing it. CDEC again and again with the upsets. CDEC take 4 wins in a row. They are truly the Cinderella story of TI5.
Just watching how they play and how they win these games, they are so polished, well above any of these other teams.
What a winter's curse from Q! Demolishes 2 more! CDEC rampaging through the Cloud9 side of the map. As CDEC are the ones to group, they're the team that wants to fight 5v5. Cloud9 get absolutely slaughtered, and they're looking for more. Misery next. It's GG! CDEC have done the unthinkable. This team goes from wildcard contender to guaranteed top 6 and guaranteed well over $1 million at the International 2015.
There it is! An ultra kill for CDEC, wiping LGD and only costing a silencer to do it. CDEC, what a storm, what a play, what a team. GG, LGD, not only did they lose, they lost to an overly impressive CDEC. A flawless performance by the team that has come the hardest road to get through the winners bracket.
Denford laid down, they'll find PPD. Aoi with the charge to Shiki. Shiki gets Laguna off onto Zamail. Now CDEC off the back. Aoi trying to find the bashes, he'll get it. The ice shards come out. Aoi's going to go for it. Aggressive with the TBL, but he wants to join the fight. Moving in onto Fear the Shogun as well. Fear is still alive. He will. There's the illusion. Yeah, the Maledict gets him in the end. Now the Yule's holding Zamail in place. They're going to look for a fall. Fear will be able to get his blink out, but now it's down. Universe is going to look to surge himself away, but Aggressive and Q acing him down with the Diffusal Blade. Sonic Wave comes out, but it doesn't matter. Universe to fall. PPT just having to get himself out of there with Zamail. Is that it? That's it! 20 minutes in, CDEC, they're into the grand finals, they've done it!
watching that back is it's astonishing to think that they started in the wild card game, the very first game of TI5 before even the group stage took part.
It's truly incredible. I still cannot believe or grasp that a wildcard team is in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's astonishing. By the way, go and grab your popcorn and all of your crisps and everything that you need right now, because you're just a couple of minutes away from the grand final at the International 2015. Yeah, so make sure you get everything ready. You ready? Are you guys ready?
We're ready. This is the moment we wait all year. It's like we're going to witness the grand finals of TI.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot just before we go back to the arena, because we are literally moments away from the proceedings. Merlini, CDEC or Evil Geniuses?
CDEC.
CDEC on one side.
CDEC.
EG.
Okay, we have one bleeding blue. One bleeding blue.
Whatever.
He has the flag as well. He's going to represent EG. CDEC versus EG. It's going to be a magical final. I can feel it in my bones. It's a best of 5, of course. And now we are ready, I think. Are we ready? I haven't really heard you.
Are ready.
Are you ready?
Can you be ready?
Are you ready?
Yes!
Okay.
I'm so ready.
That's more like it. Okay. Are you ready out there in the crowd?
They have fought hard and triumphed over many. Now only 2 teams remain, and the Aegis of Champions hangs in the balance. The International Grand Finals begin!
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The grand final of the International 2015 Evil Geniuses versus CDEC. Gentlemen, it's time for the grand final. Best of 5, of course. We should mention that. It's a change from the best of 3s that we've been used to. How much does that change the actual dynamics of the drafts, do you think?
We think that favors EG. I think we mentioned that EG, not only are they the most versatile, they also adapt the best intra-series. And best of 1, not so much for them. Best of 3, best of 5, definitely EG has the upper hand.
Okay. CDEC obviously lack a little bit of experience in terms of tournament play. They've had a number of 2nd and 3rd place. They've never won a tournament, let alone the international. How much does that weigh on their mind, do you think?
I definitely think that they're not even thinking about that anymore. But as Ben said, best of 5 favors EG. However, CDEC have been so dominant in their performance. I think we're in for a really good series.
Yeah, and we said in the upper bracket game as well that their styles almost benefit each other in a strange kind of way. The comfort zones for CDC are not worries for EG, and likewise, EG's comfort zones are not a worry for them either. So presumably they're both happy.
Yeah, I think both are happy, and should be mentioned in a best of 5 you can pull out more strategies than you can in a best of 3.
I'd say that EG's comfort zone is actually a problem for CDEC because for 2 main reasons. In the series before, we saw that EG, they want Leshrac, Naga or Teki. So yesterday, or maybe it was yesterday, maybe we had T-Ban telling us that CDEC, they don't want to deal with Leshrac. They always ban Leshrac, they never pick it. So that's a worry for them. Techies is obviously a big worry for them because when you pick Techies, you're like, you're not going to get to fight us. It's going to be, we've seen it, they're respecting the Techies a lot. And I'm going to give a stat that's very important to me. They did lose to Naga, they did won, sorry, versus Naga yesterday, but that was the first time. The only games they lost at TI so far were versus Vega, they had Naga, versus Virtus Pro twice, they had Naga, and versus eHome, and they had Naga. And I feel it makes sense because, you know, they're very aggressive, they catch you off guard, they surprise you, but with Naga you can never get surprised. You just sleep, counter initiate.
But the trouble is, of course, if they ban Naga and they probably ban Techies, they're going to have to give Leshrac.
Exactly. I think draft-wise, PPD has a huge advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they won against them in the upper bracket, but lost in the group stages twice against the Techies. So where do they go, Merlini? Very quickly.
That's why I was suspecting whether or not they have a strat prepared for the Techies, because I see them in the same conundrum. And this is only if they're second pick. If they first pick, they can kind of interchange.
Yeah,
definitely.
Okay. Wagger, final thoughts?
I just want to see Q against PPD in the draft war right now. I can't really say anything else.
Okay, count them down, people. The grand final is just around the corner.
CDEC Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. Grand Finals, Game 1.
Here we go then. Hold on to your seats. It's going to be a bumpy ride for both sets of fans as Evil Geniuses go up against CDEC in the grand final. And we've already seen Leshrac picked in the draft.
This is playing out exactly as Mad predicted here as well. Naga being removed, Teki being removed. I think those are 2 heroes they want to remove the most. And then, of course, they did have first pick on CDEC.
What a fast draft. So
the speed of this draft is extraordinary.
Those 2 captains were ready. And I mean, the Naga ban makes a lot of sense because even though CDEC did win versus Naga yesterday, it caused us a lot of troubles. And sure, they played it really well with the Snowball, the Visage Bird, but that was I'd say a lucky fight in the sense that Naga was actually dominating the game at that stage. And also you could see the counter initiation yesterday was a big issue for them.
I mean, this only happened because CDC on first pick, so they are able to actually ban Naga, ban Takis, and pick Leshrac.
And it felt like, this is the best of 5. So PPD was like, he wasn't sure if they would pick Leshrac or not. Maybe he was at least, but they haven't played Leshrac so much before. So it was a fine gamble for him to actually try to give them Leshrac and see what happens. And he probably did not ban Leshrac, he banned Daxter just to see how would they react for that.
And they responded with the clockwork as well. We talk about it. It could be very deadly against the Leshrac if you have an early Blade Mail and Lash. You don't want to be forced into getting an early BKB.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm looking towards Storm and thinking, are CDEC going to ban it out now, or are they going to let EG have it? Because Storm and Clockwork combination we've seen over and over again. And with Gyrocopter as your hard carry, you have a nice mix of magical and physical damage.
Yeah, I think it was a really good gamble giving them Leshrac. Some people might think it's dumb, but it's like, you know, if they pick Gyro and you get Lesh Clock, that's a huge draft win, and you have advantage whether or not you're first or second pick as EG.
Exactly. So you kind of force them into the Leshrac, and you know, many other teams have not played it in a long time as well because of how much it's been banned. Sure, it's a strong hero, but it's not a combination straight off.
You guys talk about the Storm, but I actually prefer what CDEC did here. They actually took out the Ember instead of the Storm. We talk about the PL. Ember is much better at dealing with PL compared to having just a gyro alone.
I mean, EG was definitely ready for that Leshrac pick by the looks of it. I mean, Gyro is a good hero versus Leshrac in the sense that you get a BKB quite early on Gyro, and then Leshrac is not relevant, at least early on in the game.
If you're EG, though, you're wondering why they didn't ban out Anti-Mage.
Indeed. Indeed, because Anti-Mage looks like... I mean, there's the... Obviously, we've seen that before, so I'm going to say the Gyro might be carry, that's probably why. But we've seen IG do it, right? They just pick Gyro into Anti-Mage, and then it was a Gyro mid suddenly. I don't know if Sumail... The thing is, I don't feel like Sumail adapts how Ferrari could adapt. I wouldn't like to see Sumail on a Gyro mid, for example.
I honestly think the Gyro mid was terrible, though. It didn't work out well for them. It just kind of sat there. He didn't have a massive impact that game at all.
No, for sure, but if Anti-Mage is really the pick you need to win the game, and then you just itemize on Gyro like we've seen just what you need, E-Blade or whatever.
I think they can't approach like that in this game. Shiki and Sumail are way too high impact players, and Leshrac here is super important to just keep stalling time, buy time for Phantom Lancer, and that's pretty much his job here.
So but that's not how CDEC plays, though. They just pressure a lot with Leshrac and Phantom Lancer. It's very rarely 4 make space for 1.
Oh no, the time comes from the active fighting. You need to have strong fighters so that you can go into it.
It's true that the way CDEC plays, giving them Leshrac, when you think about it, it's actually very scary because it's one of the best heroes to do that. You never rely on a cooldown. You can always push out lanes, take objectives after you actually went for kills with Leshrac with the Edict. It's a bit scary for EG to give them Leshrac. They probably have a plan, but I feel like this is the first game of the best of 5, and with the side first pick advantage, it's definitely on CDEC. EG took Dire, but I feel like first pick is going to be key in those finals.
Crystal made him pretty good hero versus Phantom Lancer. I would actually say one of the best supports with her ultimate. And Phantom Lancer, no way to interrupt it, but at the same time, you're versus Leshrac. You're lucky if you don't die in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, anyway, when you look at Leshrac, Phantom Lancer, like, I don't think any hero fits or is good versus both of them because they're very, like, they have a lot of magical damage with Leshrac, a lot of physical with Phantom Lancer, so you're always going to have heroes that will struggle.
Still, it's pretty good. It's like what we saw versus Vici when they had this, or sorry, versus MVP when Vici wanted to deal with the Clockwork CM combo.
Sumail Storm, we haven't seen it yet. And I mean, in the main event, on the main stage, this is the first time we've seen it.
Yeah, EG have banned it plenty of times against other teams, but this time they do get to pick it up themselves. I like the picks from EG so far against the Phantom Lancer, because that's an early reveal Phantom Lancer. Going into a hero that can gank really well in Storm Spirit, a hero that has good AoE damage, which is ever so crucial in Crystal Maiden. If you can Glimmer Cape her and just get the ulti off, that could be huge.
I mean, look at CDEC's lineup as well. They don't really have very good lockdown. Leshrac's stun is not reliable. There's only Winter's Curse right now, and Storm is going to be a hero that thrives in those type of environment where the opponent can't lock you down.
The only thing though is that Leshrac is very strong versus Storm mid. I feel like it's a very good matchup for the Leshrac because it's really hard for Storm to just go in and drop Remnant to get in order to get some creeps. You can easily get killed by the Leshrac.
I mean, to counteract that, they have the CM, and she's going to be. I assume PPD would take up that hero, and he is going to be in charge of actually trying to get an early gank to actually help and upset the balance of the Storm versus Leshrac lane.
That could do a lot, because if the Storm does get ahead, then he can just solo kill the Leshrac over and over again.
Yeah, ganks towards Storm's lane could be really useful, but I also think that it's important to get a good game on Clockwork in this game. If he gets a Blade Mail early, he can do wonders against the Lesh. So I wonder if they want to focus a lot on ganking for the Storm, or if they're going to try and win the other lanes and leave Sumail to his own device, because he has made some insane comebacks before.
I think we're assuming that it's a Leshrac mid, okay, which now it probably is, but still, we could be looking at something else than Leshrac mid. We don't really know how CDEC plays at Leshrac.
True.
They haven't shown it really yet.
I mean, at the same time, the only time that we've seen Leshrac really move to support is when they've drafted multiple counters, Anti-Mage and Pugna, I think in particular, sometimes a Nexus Assassin. But I think there's no reason why they shouldn't run it a mid.
I would definitely agree. Yeah. There's no natural counter Leshrac in this game. We said the Clockwork could be one if he gets an early Blade mid, but besides that, it's...
I like how we saw Aoi there, and his top heroes is Teki now as well, available there with 3-0. One of his best performances.
I mean, with the Spirit Breaker there, I think Leshrac is more or less likely to be just their mid hero here.
Oh yeah, more than definitely. So, CDEC, what are you looking to remove now from EG?
I think the Undying... Oh, from EG. The Undying ban from EG was quite smart. As we said, Spirit Breaker and Undying, very classic CDEC duo on the offlane. Remove from EG, they're probably looking for the AOI hero, AOI. We're not sure which one he wants to play yet. Can they play Enigma? Is Enigma an option for them?
Smart choice on the Visage, actually. That could have been a very good fighting hero. Visage is one of the best skirmish heroes in the game, so removing him is quite wise, especially with the Crystal Maiden Mana aura as well.
I honestly think Enigma could be an option for EG. An early mech to fight versus CDEC, because EG they have a lot of fighting heroes right now. I mean, all those heroes can fight very early on and respond to aggression.
It sort of works, but there's 2 different skills that can cancel your BKB ulti even, so that's the only reason I feel it's kind of tough. But I mean, Enigma can do a lot of work besides his Black Hole.
Yeah, exactly. It's more about the mech and the early fighting. A Black Hole will be reliable, I mean, later on in the game, but they can't really count on it. I'm just thinking because we haven't seen CDC really go offensive, aggressive way. He needs a good start in order to play how he plays. He needs to be able to farm his jumps or whatever. He needs to be active. If he gets under-leveled, under-farm early on, he's probably not going to be a factor.
Skywrath Mage.
Oh, really? A Skywrath last pick? I worry for that Skywrath against the Spirit Breaker and PL running him down, but this is very curious. Good with Clockwork. You have the hook, the cog, and then Skywrath ulti combo.
Good versus the Cold Embrace.
Very aggressive.
You can't move, and you just take the full bowl from Mystic Flare.
Very aggressive draft from EG.
It's only part of 2 wins of 8 picks so far at TI5 as well. Not the most successful.
Yeah, but it does hard counter the Winter Wyvern, that is true. He cannot save anyone really with that with the Cold Embrace.
It doesn't scale that well though. I've seen it in theory, it's like, okay, well, yeah, you can just Mystic Flare him, but the Cold Embrace just heals you percentage based, so like 20, 30 minutes, or when you get BKBs, he's useless. Skywrath is.
Also, the reality might be that Skywrath just gets face rushed by Spirit Breaker and PL. Like, we have seen how CDEC play. So they have to do really good counter initiations.
Yeah, Universe is going to have a tough job with that Clockwork in order to make sure his supports can position themselves and survive the first initiation from CDEC.
His role is super important in this game, yes.
So we're looking at what, last support, maybe what, Rubik Disruptor, something?
Most
Witch Doctor?
Yeah, I think any support will...
Wow, there we go.
Alright,
wow.
That's not a support, so it's probably a Spirit Breaker support and an offlane Queen of Pain.
Okay, thank you very much. Gentlemen will be back after the match for their analysis on Game 1. But for now, it's down to the main arena with your commentary team for the Grand Finals, Cinderin and Toby 1.
Let's get it underway. The International 5 Grand Final. It will be Evil Geniuses going up against CDEC Gaming. I am Toby 1, joined by Cinderin. We'll be holding your hand through the next couple of hours when we will find out who will take immortality. The biggest title in Dota 2 calendars is right here, is the International.
Yeah, and what a game to get us started on. I am so excited for these drafts. I mean, there's so many things to talk about for this game that are new in the tournament that we haven't seen up until the Grand Final. We've got, for the first time, we have CDEC actually playing Leshrac, I do believe. I don't think they've played it ever before. And would you believe it, they're actually once again trying to trick EG, similar to yesterday in the winner bracket final when they picked a bounty hunter early in the draft and switched it to the offlane. It's a support Lesh being played by Garter. And the moment you saw the Queen of Pain pick, you were like, okay, this has to be a support Spirit Breaker together with the AA. But guess what? It's actually not. It's an offlane Spirit Breaker for XC. They probably feel like core Leshrac here might be countered a little bit too hard by EG's picks. I'm not sure if it was, but you know, they just they changed their plan up. For EG, we have Skywrath Mage as well. One of their pocket picks, I would say. Pretty much no other team in this tournament really plays Skywrath anymore, but as the panelists pointed out, good synergy with Clock, good against the Winter Wyvern's Cold Embrace. But of course, a very glass cannon support you can easily get turned on by CDEC's heroes. So what a game this is going to be.
Yeah, man, I was actually worried when I first saw the Skywrath Mage coming up, as in wonderful style, we will have a moment to contemplate our thoughts. But to pick up something like a Skywrath Mage, and then you can have a Spirit Breaker charging around. Skywrath Mage isn't really the greatest. The panel we're talking about, like maybe, like they're actually talking about like CDEC's pickups, but normally looking for things like Rubik or anyone that can really mess around with a Spirit Breaker charge, you know, when the jump comes. What is the purpose of this Skywrath Mage? Is he here to stop the Leshrac? Is that the purpose of EG right now?
It's just a good solution to multiple problems they will have. I think they wanted it for the silence, first of all, and to counter out the Cold Embrace of the Wyvern. And in addition to that, of course, as mentioned, the synergy with Clock is great, but also the synergy with Stone Spirit, I think, is very nice here for AUI 2000. But it's interesting. It's something else coming out here from EG. as we do have a little bit of a problem. I think it's getting fixed right now.
It looks like it's actually over in CDEC's booth at the moment, but yes, fix our problems nice and quickly. Obviously, there's so much on the line with the TI5 Grand Final, and while the prize money is the biggest we have ever had in the history of Dota 2, we are looking at more than that. It is the ability to claim the prize. CDEC, this is a team which started in the qualifiers. They came through. I'm glad you rise to the occasion, Sidran.
I already sat down. I was ready. You just kept standing.
I'm too hyped. I got to stand.
I will stand up a bit.
But right now, like, okay, so CDEC, you've come through the qualifier. You weren't even first in the qualifier. eHome came through in the #1 position, so you had to play the wild card when you finally got to Seattle. The uncertainty of knowing if you're even going to play in the main event, and then you get to the main event, you feel the rest, you feel the relief, and then you just get yourself into your zone, and they performed so well. Now we can actually get back into the game because we're back underway. But CDEC, aggressive.
Okay, he is...
He's stopping the block.
Yeah.
By coming in here and actually removing that tree, he's making it so the creep wave cannot be held in place by Universe's cogs, ensuring he gets control of the lane.
This is the only real counterplay that exists, unless you want to gank Clockwork behind his tier 2 tower at minute 0. Not advisable. Don't try it at home. And you just have to run in and remove this tree in this case. Of course, if Universe, he would have seen it, because he saw the Phantom Lancer taking damage from the tower, and as a result, he'll probably just be cogging his creeps as best as possible closer to his tier 2 tower while they're still slow. It's pretty easy to get at least 3 of them into the cog, and he should still have an okay start. It's not...
Yeah, especially if he does that.
That's extra good.
You try and stop Universe, then Universe just stops the wave. But at least Aggressive is going to be able to still find his good farm. The creep wave's actually been well blocked up by Universe. If he blocks this up anymore, he's going to be farming up underneath his own tier 1 tower, and the Wyvern's going to be here too to slow the creep wave down. He's practically in range of his tier 1 tower. Safest Clockwork ever. But we have to keep our eyes on the other lanes as well. So we have to look over towards the mid lane. Obviously, Sumail versus Shiki. We want to see how this lane goes. There's actually top lane, Owie in real trouble. The Rocket Barrage from Fear. They're going to push back XZ. But yeah, that middle lane, Sumail versus Shiki. Sumail's got the upper hand multiple times when they're faced up.
A little bit of a double X. Okay. Not sure what's go. Okay.
No Kale.
All right, we're ready to go again. So yeah, this is a matchup I actually want to talk quite a bit about, because the Sumail versus Shiki matchup was the one that favored EG the most in the winners bracket final, that they still ended up getting 2-0'd in. But Sumail played a Radiant Shadow Fiend against Shiki's Dire Templar Assassin in game 1, and he crushed him in lane. Like, you know, Shadow Fiend can do well against TA if you are familiar with the matchup and play it well, but I don't think I've ever seen a Shadow Fiend at this level of play beat a TA out as hard as Sumail did in that game. And this game, he's off to a really good start too. This is a matchup that's generally considered favorable for the Queen of Pain. He's 6-1 against 2-0 right now, almost bullying Shiki back to his tower. Has to use the salve already.
And it's not even the creep waves which are imbalanced at the moment. It's just Sumail getting the more last hits. And you're right, Shiki, he's in a rough position. The bottle has already arrived for Sumail, so he's going to have that regeneration to keep the spam going against Shiki. And that might mean you're going to need some rotation, some support. Is this when we look towards the Mango carrying Mad Cow? It is the Spirit Breaker who can come and help out.
And knowing CDEC, they will be looking for some aggression early on, one way or the other. For now, Garder's just going to take the top bounty rune. He might just rotate in to try and zone Sumail a little bit, but needs to be careful. PPD is already, as they know,
Sumail needs to get out of here.
He is.
He's slowed down. The stun, it's not going to connect, but Sumail still so low on life. It's going to be first blood going the way of CDEC. That's the start they want. That's the rotation they want, and that's the balance required for CDEC to get up the upper hand in EG's mid lane.
I feel like Sumail could have probably seen that coming and go back. He actually has a top ward at the top rune that would have seen the rune being taken at 2 minutes, and that's when he just needs to back out immediately as he sees Garter rotating. So might have just been paying a little bit too much attention to his one-on-one matchup and a little bit too little on the minimap. And this is obviously really good for CDEC, getting Shiki on the map here.
XZ might be in trouble. Frostbite. He's only going to get harassed out of this top lane. There's concussive shot as well with the orbs to just push him down even further. But you've still got a salve left on the Spirit Breaker as he tries to soak up as much XP from this top as possible. But this is one thing too which we have to keep our eyes on. The difference in farm between Aggressive as well as Fear. Right now is 12-3 against 18-11. So many denies for Aggressive. Universe, while he might be in range of this lane, it's not a wonderland for him to be here. He's not getting a hell of a lot out of the lane. I say that when I look at almost level 4 Clockwork on and off lane. He's done a pretty damn good job so far.
Yeah, he's just outmatched when it comes to attack damage. Clockwork actually has pretty good base damage, but PL is one of the absolute highest in the game. He currently sits on 79 damage against Clockwork, 64. So even if they're fighting for the CS, Aggressive will have the upper hand. And as a result, he doesn't have to buy a Quelling Blade. He's not going for that, just working directly into a Magic 1. And we'll probably see his standard build into... Oh, well, let's see. Yeah, it's just...
Doppelganger away. No real threat from that, but it's the middle lane where the threat is. The charge coming on Sumail. He's not level 6 yet. The track stun will ensure Sumail stays exactly where he is. The lightning strikes twice on Sumail. He really needed that level 6, but CDEC, the rotation timing is perfect. And EG, they don't really have an answer. There's no movement coming out from Owie and PPD. They're spending all their time inside the EG jungle.
Yeah, I would like to see EG get a little more active. They're doing a pretty good job in the top lane as far as securing Fear his farm, and they probably have a feeling that the overall farm game is going well, so Sumail should... If you're this experienced and you play in a mid lane like this, and I'm saying this experienced, Sumail is still a young player, right? But he's played a lot of top matches already. He should have a pretty good feeling that he's out-farming his opponent. We'll just know.
We're going again on mid. Third time lucky again for CDEC. They're going to charge into Sumail. Still no level 6. Under the tower, there's just no support to come in. Shiki was low, but there's not enough damage for a revenge kill. And that's now 0-3 on Sumail. But I look back to the Clockwork! The Queen of Pain thought he was safe, but Universe with a level 3 rocket flare from the bot lane picks him off on the way back, and EG gets something back.
Notice, by the way, how good a job CDEC are doing with the rotation. So the first gank, I think, could have definitely been avoided by Sumail because he had the ward. The second one is with the smoke, and the third one is with the Wyvern coming from the other cliff. So he's like, okay, Leshrac is top now. They're not going for the gank. They just mix it up. They keep the aggression on that middle lane, and they realize when they look over their draft, Storm is going to be the biggest problem. I think that they have good solutions for pretty much everything else. The Gyro matches up pretty well against PL, but we've seen in previous series that PL can definitely get the job done. They have the Winter's Curse against him too. Spirit Breaker is great. And even the Leshrac as a support, until Gyro gets BKB, can really cause him a lot of problems, slowing down his mobility.
Man, CDEC are burning so many smokes early on. They're coming again, and PPT. He's a man that has to keep the eyes out. Sumail's trying to flash farm back up to the higher levels, and well, they're not going to find him. In fact, they move up looking for the Gyro underneath the tier 1 tower. Look for the TP supports. There's not one over on Storm Spirit, but there is one for the Crystal Maiden. I don't know if she can really stop this attack, however, and CDEC, in fact, they've only got another 3 seconds left of this smoke before it's going to wear off. And in fact, the smoke is going to break because Fear's sitting in the tree line. So no joy for it, but they're still going to charge in. And what can Fear really do? He can do a call down. Owie, the Sonic Wave doesn't kill him. Sealed up over from the Queen of Pain, but it's got to be mopped up by Fear. Looking for another one. No blink. 6 seconds of PPD will hold him here. EG take 2 kills. And XZ, he's trapped in the tree line. He wants to charge out. Do they have a stun? Hook shot from Universe. It's up and running. And he lands him in the tree line. The seal is there. And XZ will die in the trees. It's 3 for nothing. The smoke gang took so long from CDEC. They tried to force the issue, and it was shoved back down their throats by EG.
EG just read that perfectly. They backed out at the right time. I'm surprised CDEC actually chose to go for that next to the tier 1 tower with a level 6 Gyrocopter. The counterplay from Fear is very easy. And Universe got a fast level 6 because of that rocket kill he got earlier, so he's able to jump up to the top lane and help out as well.
This is the moment where you realize, like, okay, you shut down Sumail. It goes back to the older stories. Sumail gets killed time and time again. There was even one game, remember, he was 0-7, and then just one fight, and he goes straight back up again. That was when Fear was playing his Juggernaut. They just buy space for the rest of the cause, and it only takes a couple of fights in this game of Dota to turn your advantage around, and right now, even Sumail, he's sitting at the 3rd highest net worth on the field for being 0-3 on the board.
He's above
just
the
found
Queen of Pain.
space. Yeah, he's actually out-farming the Queen of Pain right now as far as it goes, but there is still the big factor, the aggressive factor. He is level 8 and sitting at the top net worth at 3.5k.
And he is going to get involved. He always does. He's one of the most effectively rotating early game carries. I think in other situations you would have even seen him being a part of that top fight at minute 6, but this time around he decides to stay bottom.
I think he's still waiting for action rune. Like he picks up the bounty rune and then we'll farm up the jungle. But the action rune belongs to Sumail. So he's flash farming up in the jungle. He's got himself a regeneration rune. And this Storm Spirit actually really viable in the jungle with the high levels up in the Static Remnants as well as the 4 points overload. You can just go through camp so quickly.
Shiki's gonna have to find some farm as well. Oh, it's just gonna die. That's the alternative.
Owie came in at the right time with a blink. Shiki gets away to safety.
Lots of one charges there.
Surprisingly enough, Owie actually went for the 3rd point up in the Arcane Bolt.
Yep.
So he doesn't have the higher level up in Ancient Seal, which is normally what you look for if you're looking for the control, the control factor from the silence.
Yeah, if he would have maxed out Ancient Seal, that would have been a kill. But the question is what implications
Universe
have
bottom lane.
lane.
He's trying to go after Winter Wyvern with a hook shot down with a Battery Assault. Wyvern Arctic Burn will just run himself away. The Battery Assault, Universe looking for the proper procs. But he can't get it on the Wyvern. Now they can turn this around. Splinter is still available and Aggressive's coming in too. The Lance, Universe decides to TP out. There's no stun, so there's no kill.
Good play under pressure here from Q. Just playing it nice and slow and getting out of trouble. Forcing Clockwork back to base is going to allow Aggressive to maybe almost take this bottom tier 1 tower, or at least have someone else from EG run down there. If not, Universe again all the way back from base.
This for me just feels so rare. Like after the fight fails for CDEC on the top, they're not pressuring EG to really react to anything. This is now the 3rd time Sumail's gone into the jungle just to flash farm up. And even by doing this flash farm, he's brought Owie up to level 6. So the Mystic Flare is now online as well. More issues for heroes like Spirit Breaker when they charge in, or Queen of Pain to get burst damage down, where they also try and make that leap for a kill. There's a lot of problems which are starting to really rack up here for CDEC.
The one thing they obviously still have going for them is Aggressive. And it's a very natural part of Phantom Lancer's build-up to get Diffusal and or Manta Style, which both are really good against the Skywrath. So I think, as far as the PL is concerned, the only hero he's really worried about in this game is the Gyrocopter. And I do believe that's part of the reason that CDEC really wanted to gank that top lane earlier and try to get some pressure out. Because not only could they have denied the Gyrocopter some farm, but they could have also got Aggressive at bottom tier 1 tower if this fight had been a bit more successful. But as it is right now, EG have stacked up so much farm for Sumail. Like he got 2 or 3 jungle camps that were like double or triple stacks. So as a result, now he is actually 2nd on net worth. He's overtaken the PL, who is behind the Gyro of Fear since he got the better fight in the top lane.
And they're about to get more. Universe is prepped on the hillside. He wants just a hook shot down the Spirit Breaker, allowing Sumail to jump himself across the river, and there's your hook shot down, and the Cogs are going to push him back. Not the perfect initiation. Now they can try and turn around, but the Split Earth misses. You do commit the Nether Strike, and Universe trying to get out with the Mystic Flare. The Sonic Wave will at least kill off the Clockwork. And EG needs to back out. Then again, CDEC does. Sumail back in. A huge call down from Fear. They're going to take 1, going to take 2, a double for the Gyro. And now they can have pressure towards the tier 1 tower. Actually, maybe not that much. I'll have to back up. Owie's injured. And the rest of the team want to go back to their timings. CDEC again, and they just commit into fights which EG have the numbers. They're ready to team fight up against Team CDEC.
Yeah, they were missing the Wyvern. It was hanging in the bot lane. Getting now level 7 on Q could have been a very big difference maker in that fight. But he stays in the bottom lane. He's most definitely going to be involved the next time. And the thing is, if you look at a fight like that, how it's structured, so they get a good call down from Fear, and then Sumail jumps in. Those 2 heroes will naturally be very close to each other when they go for the same target. That's where the Winter's Curse can really mess up your fight. But obviously wasn't available there, so EG get themselves a good win in that fight, and it's going to rocket Fear way ahead of the PL now. He's at more than 1,000 net worth in the lead now, because he of course got 2 kills, and one of them was on that PL.
And that's such good news for the Gyro. Anything which will push you to get that damage dealing item after you've got your initial items, your required items for the Gyro, allowing him to deal even with the PL does get more farm and more strength behind him. Sumail coming in for a jump. He's got a regeneration rune going all the way down the Winter Wyvern. Doesn't want to take a hit, still got more of that regen rune. And they do get the pick off. The Wyvern will drop. And Shiki's trying to add as much pressure towards the mid lane as possible, force EG to come back. Same with the Spirit Breaker. That creep wave will reach the top tower, and who's the man that's going to be TPing in? It's Sumail. Still with the back of that regeneration rune. It hasn't timed out yet, but he needs more support to TP forward. Either that or he feels he can go it alone. No, he's not alone. Via waiting on the hillside. Now he's going to come down. Aggressive. Goes into the doppelganger, but the call down. Nice done, but they're in the middle of the call down. Nowhere CDEC wanted to be. They're going to take two again. This time it's over on Aoi. The support is important. And it's now 9-4 in favor of Evil Geniuses. The gold will start to take a dip in favor of EG with 3,000 going their way. Net worth as well. And this is now 3 fights in a row where CDEC have come off worse for wear.
Fear with a perfect read there. It was really, like, you could tell exactly what he was thinking the moment he started running in. So they jump on the PL with the Storm, and instead of calling down on him, he walks down into the middle of the fight and casts the call down where he's anticipating the doppelganger will go into, and then he hits both the PL and the Leshrac who was coming in to back up. So he cuts off their escape path, giving them 2 kills there, where if he would have gone for the direct call down on the target, they would have got no one, I think. So really, really crucial play out of Fear. Gets him 2 assists, and it brings Sumail even, like, he hasn't just come back. He's actually leading now. And the Skywrath of AUI gets 2 kills, which is also great. It's a very farm-dependent support, I would say, compared to a lot of others. It is very fragile, but can compensate for it with the right amount of gold, of course.
Fierce getting back in front, though. He just felt like they've been prepping this ancient stack for a while, and CDEC are in no position to really contest it as well. So you're going to get a lot of money. This will complete his Yasha. At this point, is it worthwhile going in for something like, is it just the standard SMY build with the Helm and the Aquila?
I think so. When you're playing from ahead, it's such a good item build for a gyrocopter. And he's definitely going to go BKB somewhere down the line, but I don't think he'll go Yasha into BKB in this case, since he has a really good supporting cast. The Clockwork can, of course, help him out a lot. If he gets focused really hard, it makes so much space for Sumail.
Oh, man. PPD. He's reading this perfectly. He threw down a Sentry Ward exactly the same time as the Radiant Observer Ward went down next to the Tier 2 tower in the mid lane. I kind of feel like EG have managed to find CDEC's number in this game. They understand where the move is going to come. They try and find the trade-off. And like the one time when CDEC then group up for a big smoke commitment into EG's jungle, there's no stacks, so you can't even steal that. Fear went down for the Radiant, for the Dire Ancients at that point. And the rest of EG moved into the Radiant jungle now.
They still do claim the first tower of the game, and it's an important one. This is the access point tower into the Dire jungle that CDEC loves to play in. So they're probably not going to be able to defend their own either. So as a result, they'll just look to pressure the top tier 2 as much as possible here. They do have ward superiority in the area. It's already been secured quite well inside the Dire jungle. Sure, PPD got the sentry down for the one close to tier 2 mid, but they also have the one above the, or next to rather, the tier 2 tower top on the cliff.
Let's have a look.
I don't think they're going to try to give it away for free here. They want to fight for it.
Well, if they can take the tier 1 tower first on bot, then go up, then it's all going to be fine. Sumail's going to be the man to TP up. Again, this is what now, his 3rd or 4th regeneration rune he's managed to find. And he'll look for the opening over on CDEC. There goes your tier 1 tower, going the way of Fear. It is going to be the SMY build from him. And there goes that Observer, what I was talking about. The PPD will mop up with the help of the Satyr. And CDEC are waiting for him. The SB actually is going to charge in Sumail. Ball lining's away. And now it could be PPD with a Frostbite trying to catch him out of position. The Orchid is up for Sumail. So early. It's going to guarantee a kill on the Spirit Breaker. And they might look for more here. That regeneration rune has been triggered by Sumail and Universe. The hawk shot in, catching out Garda. The cooldown will be there too. They cannot help the pony. You'll lose Winter Wyvern as well. It's 3 for nothing. EG are rampaging through game number 1 of the TI5 Grand Final.
They are getting the maximum value out of this region.
Storm.
Yeah. It's just for creeps this time.
I actually thought he was going down for the Queen of Pain.
And the region expires. That's efficiency right there. That was a questionable charge from the Spirit Breaker. I think XZ, I don't know what he was expecting. He wanted to just force the Storm to jump away, which he managed to, but he should have seen the Orchid and the regen. They have plenty of time when Sumail was inside their ward to check him out. And the counterplay from EG just way too quickly with PPD coming down from below.
For a team that's only taken 1 tier 1 tower, the amount of money that EG has got is unbelievable. Aoi's almost finished a full mech on a support Skywrath mage.
I think doesn't he have it?
Actually, yeah, you're right, he does. It's all on the courier. Sorry, it's all back in his stash. Boom, there it is. TP's back, completes it up, so we get S&Y under 18 minutes. You get a full mech and arcane boots on a Skywrath Mage. Even Clockwork has a Blade Mail, which is causing all sorts of troubles for CDEC. Leshrac at this point will basically kill himself.
Speaking of Leshrac, it's interesting to see he didn't level up his ultimate. It's something we generally see core Leshracs do, because they want to be more in the middle of the fight since they have more farm. But Garter, being a support, really wants to try to keep his distance. And it's a big part of the strength of the hero, really, the Pulse Nova. But in this game, I think he's making the right call, not leveling it, and just getting the point in Edict for, in case they win a team fight where he's playing from the back, they can start taking down towers with the Edict.
Is this the right call for the Spirit Breaker to go for something like a Hand of Midas? Is this not going to delay CDEC?
I think at this point they have to play for late game. They know they're far behind in this game. It's a pretty unusual situation to see them in. We should remember, though, that the first game of the Winners Bracket Final between these two teams, EG actually had a really good lead in game 1. And then all of a sudden, CDEC got a really good team fight and turned it around. So
top lane, Sumail going to go on the Spirit Breaker. Still has an Orchid available, and Spirit Breaker is going to pop from the Orchid damage, even with the TP back. Oh! Just one more attack from Sumail would have ensured that. Maybe miscalculation there.
Looked like he let him live.
He did.
A little mercy there. He definitely had time for
middle lane. You actually got the CM ulti going down to blink out from Shiki. He'll be able to survive. Universe initiated him with that hook shot. And now they're trying to fight up the tower, but aggressive. Sealed up the Mystic Flare, burning through the PL. One shot just can't keep him alive. Not when the call down connects. Sonic Wave will not do enough. Sumail's back to the fight, but not enough matter. But then again, when Winter Wyvern locked and controlled, they finally pick up on him. Moving to the next target, down to Garter. Yes, that's getting golden rocketed down by EG. While Mercy might have been granted on the top lane, it was not in mid.
And I want to point out something we forgot to mention, the stat that we just saw earlier. Sumail got the fastest Orchid we've seen in the tournament after dying 3 times in lane. They just stacked the jungle so much for him, and they maximized his farming output really, really well. And now they get a tower as well. And, you know, that's the problem, right? You could see the game plan for CDEC was, okay, we want to gank the Storm and slow him down so he can't do exactly what he's doing right now. Should have ganked him 5 times, I guess.
I don't think that would have helped. What they had to do is contest the EG jungle. But it had to be something that was also flagging for CDEC. Like, Skywrath Mage did a little bit of chip damage early on. Maybe you're thinking, oh, the Crystal Maiden's just in the jungle farming up herself. But because they were just so efficient on their stacks, EG, maybe CDEC just didn't see her coming. Right now, they will have to see this coming. The charge coming in from XZ. Up on top of the hill, he's going for PPD. Able to connect, but Universe has hookshot available. Actually canceling the Nether Strike. Now with a Frost Blast, and the ulti is up. Let it go. Shiki blinks himself in. PPD does not want to be here. In fact, they're hookshotting away to safety. I don't know if PPD will be able to survive this. He's trying to run himself away. The charge is starting up again. It will be the sacrificial Crystal Maiden. But that is the first kill CDEC's got in a while.
Yeah, and notice, by the way, how CDEC are taking the fact that they're behind, right? They're not starting to play defensively and like, oh, this is not going well, we have to just farm up for a bit. They're really just looking for whatever fights they can with their charge and with their vision. A lot of other teams in this situation would just let EG get complete map control and dominate them, but they don't play like that. That's just how it is.
Top lane, the TPs are coming in. That's the Clockwork on the front line. Universe turns on the Blade Mail. Aggressive hurts himself so much, and Sumail, well, he gets the Orchid over on Aggressive, but that's not the target he's really searching for. Keep your eyes over on Q. Watch for that curse, and CDEC could try and turn this one around if they really want it, but Fear behind him. Concussive shot will slow down Aggressive. No Doppelganger available, but EG, they're getting locked up in the creep wave as well as a couple of PL illusions. They do not find the counter initiation on CDEC, but they do save their tier 2 tower.
It's a little bit questionable buyback there from PPD. I think he bought back so late that he would have never caught up to the fight anyways. Maybe he was expecting Sumail to be able to catch there as well as Universe, but neither of them got the initiate they were looking for. Storm missed his ball lightning, and then the fight is kind of over. When you use your entire mana pool and you don't get the jump with Storm, even if hookshot comes in from Universe, they probably lose the fight, because it's very important for them that Sumail is able to deal the damage he can right now.
Speaking of that, Sumail might have some issues. Queen of Pain just picked up an Orchid. So the Queen of Pain now finally has a disable against the Storm. But I also wonder then, what is our next item for the Storm? And it's already answered. He's got a Bloodstone Recipe. So that's his next target. Leshrac, that's not a healthy place to be. Universe fighting him in the jungle at the same time. PL may not let this go unpunished. Universe wants to run away, but it's not going to happen until Storm! Sumail's in! He gets the Orchid of the PL! look at instant kill for Universe, and now it's going to be a double kill for Sumail. 3 down in the jungle, and EG once again, they bring in the cavalry.
Perfect turnaround. Universe is just too tanky. It takes a
Sumail's
really
going again.
PL.
Mid jump this time. Orchid on Orchid. They will have that cursor to slow down Sumail. Can he jump away? No, he'll pop. That is a huge kill for a Queen of Pain. At the same time, though, Fear is almost taking out this tier 2 tower by himself. Now he's sitting on the sidelines being a spectator, and there goes the tier 2. But the amount of money for the Queen of Pain, 780 gold just for that kill on the Storm Spirit. 571 was also shared with the Wyvern. And he's able to pick up the Glimmer Cape. That's a huge item for CDEC.
Yeah, this is the item against
BPD.
Skywrath Mage.
Run. Pump those little legs and get out of there. He may have enough life. There, no, he doesn't. He is so totally dead. As XZ will come in. No 17%, doesn't require it. The Queen of Pain Orchid Pop does the work. Universe, however, well, he's got Hookshot available with Fear here. He'll cancel the TP out. You might have killed the Crystal Maiden. But more was taken from you with the Spirit Breaker down on the sideline for 43 seconds.
It's still advancing the game plan of CDC. Of course, this is not the early game they were looking for. They're 10,000 behind, and EG have done an exceptional job at utilizing their Clockwork and Storm Spirit combination, just finding all these pickoffs to thwart the usual playstyle of CDC. But with that said, the PL is getting toward his defusal, and we've seen so many games aggressive, how scary he can get. Generally, we haven't seen him dying 4 times in the early game, though, so it is definitely a little bit of a different type of game.
It really is.
But EG can't just play slow. Like, if they just rest a little bit, I think CDC are going to bring the fight to them when they have the defusal.
If you look at the itemization of EG, like, they're preparing themselves for this. You look over towards Aoi now. You've already done your work and picked up a mech for the team, but now he's going to buy a full drums as well for the team. Every item which EG have got, even the Bracer, which is over on the Crystal Maiden to go with the Urn, it brings up over 1,000 life and allows her to stand during the fights. EG are prepared. The CDEC are going to try and fight them. And because the supports are also picking up these items, it's allowing the cores to go through other things, like the early Blade Mail from Universe, the work into the Aghanim Scepter, and Fear, like he got a full BKB as well, 25 minutes in, to go with his SMY, or the Orchid from Storm, and then the Bloodstone follow-up. And with the death of Roshan, that's the full Bloodstone done, and the Aegis the Immortal to go the way of Sumail. I think EG are prepared for CDEC's attack.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. There's no doubt that they're leading this game by a lot, but it's always the
only
threat of one
12,000.
swing. Only 12,000.
It's 12,000 net worth as well as experience. It's a decent lead for EG.
That's the furthest CDEC have been behind at the main event, like quite a bit. I think almost every game we've seen them play, they've been leading, and then they had that one game against EG in the Winners Bracket Final Game 1. I believe they were behind by like 5, 6, maybe 7,000 in that, and managed to turn it around. This one could just be too much for even CDEC to manage.
It might be, but you never know until it's over. For now, CDEC still keep their minds on the prize, and that is EG's base. If they can take a fight in Iraq's directly after, there's an aggressive observer ward, which is actually watching the movement just outside the Dire base. And then, as far as the rest of their vision goes, it's really not that terrific. They leave one defensive ward around the tier 2 tower, but both wards are perfect. So if they are trying to push out the top lane, they'll see EG preparing a defense, and if they are looking to defend their bottom, they'll see where EG are looking to attack from. For now, though, EG, they're preparing more of a presence in the mid lane, and that's where their observer ward is, watching aggressive moving around. And another one also on top lane, but they won't see the Invis Queen of Pain.
The one around the mid lane has 20 seconds left, and I think this could be the reason why EG are just going for it right now. They have the Aegis on Storm, they still have the vision that they can use for a little bit longer, and Fear with the BKB as well with 10-second duration remaining could very easily lead the charge. There's a very limited number of options for CDEC to take this fight. They're just going to let it go. Well, once again, as always, they will be split pushing a bit with aggressive as much as he can. All this pressure is being put on by EG.
He still needs more money. He's another 700 before this Diffusal Blade is completed, and by that time, he may not have any exterior towers. They need to do something about this sometime soon. For EG, just keep out-farming them across the map. It's still a steady gain going the way of Evil Geniuses. Even though aggressive, yes, he's finding more money. The rest of his team is kind of stalling up a little bit more. The Spirit Breaker is finding something, but he had to buy a Bracer as well as a Cloak just so he can survive in the next engagement. And Queen of Pain, Actually, a lot of money on Shiki. He's the highest net worth over on CDEC at the moment, just about to crack the 10K mark. And what does he do with his 2.8K? Do you look for aggression? Do you look for defense with BKB? Or what's the goal?
It's a difficult question to answer because BKB definitely held. Oh, wait a sec.
Long jump up, found two. Silences a Spirit Breaker, so we can kill him one. In comes Universe, canceling the TB yard. It's a twofer.
What a valuable ward I placed earlier. The moment anyone walks into Vision, Sumail is ready with Universe. These two heroes together, it's like one of the best ganking duos you can get in the game. There are very few exceptions that are even better, like maybe some IO combinations can be just as fearsome, but the initiation range and the burst damage between these two, there's no time to react for CDC, they just get run over.
Well, they need to find something, man, because right now EG are knocking on the CDEC door. And they really want to knock it down. The tier 3 tower stands between them, and Sumail jumping in. He's going up the Wyvern. The Orc goes on Sumail as well. They have to force off him away, and they've bought enough time for the jump out. Remember that Aegis the Immortal is still there, and it will remain there for another minute and a half. But they're going to back it up. There's far to be had on the top lane. And still, it's a minute and a half worth of reset time. And remember that tier 2 tower is still an objective for EG to take, while they continue to farm up everywhere outside CDEC space.
They put another good ward in mid, by the way, about 2 minutes ago. So they once again see the rotations from CDC coming in. Just look at how much coverage EG have on the map right now. All these observers they placed, one will now get counter-warded by Q. And I was about to say they're going to need a gem so that they can get a little bit of a grip back on the map. He has got one on the Wyvern. Looking to find whatever EG may have placed.
And PPD buys his own. He'll start looking. I wonder if he's going to find this one observer ward. If he runs to the north right now, he is going to find it.
He's going to ping out Q here. Now they know that he has the gem. This is the highest priority gank they can get. I think it's actually better to gank Q than the Phantom Lancer if they have the choice. If they take that gem away, they can control the map. And this lineup of EG just feasts on lack of intel for the enemy team.
XZ is so scared right now. The Clockwork Rocket hit him, and he's waiting for Sumail to jump in. Hilariously enough, though, Sumail doesn't have the mana to make such a long jump. He had a DD rune bottled up. But his Ted Bluntstone charges is just not enough to give him that huge amount of regeneration. But now with 4,000 gold sitting in Sumail's bank account, he can buy whatever he wants again.
I think we may see him go for a Shiva's Guard this game. Just even more burst when they're ahead like this, and increasing his mana pool by a lot, and his tankiness, of course, against the PL, who will be dealing mainly physical damage, but on the other hand, you could say he should just play the dodging game and try not to get caught at all, and just itemize full aggression with perhaps even a Hex as his next item. I think we'll have it answered soon enough. There is the BKB on Queen of Pain. It was either this or a Hex for her, and this is a pretty defensive approach that will probably guarantee she at least gets her spells off in the fight, but it doesn't really put CDC in a position where they can pressure. I guess no item would have allowed them to win the deficit there.
Smoke's gonna break. Does he go for a blind hook shot? It's too late. Both TPs have gone out from CDEC. The rocket will reveal no one is left there.
But they get map control again. Even if this doesn't work out for them, they'll now take over the Radiant jungle. No wards on PPD though. I think they've used all the wards they had when they had those 4 down a moment ago. But still, this is an area that cannot be farmed by CDC. Fear is slowly but steadily becoming a monster.
Too late. He's able to blink himself away. Sumail really wanted to find that kill, and yep, you're 100% right. It's going to be the Shiva's Guard Storm. A real issue considering you're able to use your items while you're inside the Ball Lightning. So not only are you going to get the Ball Lightning damage, but you're also going to have the Shiva's effect go all over CDEC. And they're already having a hard enough time trying to fight when they're underneath the cooldown, let alone even trying to kill Fear. Like, this guy's got... He's already got his Butterfly, he's got regeneration, he's got immunity, and the SMY is everything a good Gyro needs.
Yeah, this might be the game-winning push. If EG take a good fight here, how many buybacks do CDC even have? They have none.
Nothing up, nothing available, and in they come! The hook shot, they catch out the Spirit Breaker, the cooldown's in the perfect position! Fear turning on the flat cannon, so much build damage, Sumail wants more, and he's gonna find more! There goes your Winter Wyvern, your PL, heavily injured. All they can do is just sit back as well and heal up while they lose. They lose their buildings on the bottom lane, the tier 3 tower's gone, the melee racks will join it, and what can CDEC even do to stop this? with no other tier 2 towers out in the map, EG can just move from one lane to another inside the base. And Samael doesn't want to even stop. He jumps forward, looking for a reaction out of CDEC. Can't get one though, as the illusions will push EG back out of the base.
Yeah, showing some respect to their opponents here, not forcing even further in. I think they might have been able to win the game there, but they're playing it safe. They want to get the BKB back on Fear. They want to get full mana on Samael. Now, if they would have noticed that Queen of Pain used Sonic Wave in that fight, it might give them a little more confidence, but there's just no point in risking it in such a big match as this. It's not like they're losing anything by just waiting another 30 seconds, and there's no like ages expiring. They have to have a feeling there's no big key items coming up for CDEC anytime soon.
In fact, EG can just wait for the next Aegis of the Immortal or use Roshan as bait, because CDEC have to contest this. If they actually go up against EG with Aegis as the Immortal, you could just give it a Storm Spirit. Samael will go in. He'll probably murder 2, come back to life again, murder another 2, and the game is done. That's the position CDEC is in right now, with actually over a 20k net worth advantage going the way of Evil Geniuses. It's the same on the experience as well. CDEC have had so much control in all of their games through like group stage as well as here in the main event. They've crushed EG before, and well, LGD didn't stand much of a chance either, and now you just look at it, and EG, they are so far ahead of CDEC, and CDEC need to find something. They get the magical DD rune on bot lane. Dire have no vision, so they can take this, and they're actually waiting under the cover of smoke. It's a very tempting thing to actually go for this. They're going to charge in. Samael being pushed back and awkward up. They're going to turn around, but now Universe hookshot in Samael. Almost dead. He is dead. Where's your buyback? Here she comes. The TPing the tier 1 towers. 2 heroes down already. This could be it. The money will let EG win this fight. They kind of want it anyway with the amount of damage the Fear has. Storm jumping all the way back up again. They find aggressive. Queen of Pain the only one up. It felt like the last hope, and it was. EG will take game 1 in the TI5 Grand Final from what looked like an unstoppable CDEC.
They just got counterplayed really hard in this game. Usually their smoke ganks work out in the early game and they find the key kills they use to snowball the game, but in this case, EG read the map very well. They take a lot of initiative themselves with the Storm as well as the Clockwork. Very well executed game by them.
Terrific Dota from Evil Geniuses. CDEC will have a moment to think about what has just happened here. And of course, while we have that moment, we'll throw it back to the panel.
Yes, thank you, Toby and Cinnamon down there in the main arena. EG take game 1. Gentlemen, I think there was a common theme throughout that game, and that was that the pressure that we're used to seeing from CDEC being applied time and time again, that speed at which we talked about they play, didn't pay off in that game at all.
No, they got red, and nice counter ganks by EG. Aoi was at the right place. They also backed off nicely on top lane. That was really hard. And all they did was kill Storm a lot, who then made a comeback to have the fastest Orca of the tournament.
Yes, indeed. We're going to take a look at a moment around about 19 minutes in or so. It's just another example. There were many of these, actually, where they tried to pressure EG, and it just didn't work. It almost every time ended up in a three-man death. So talk us through this one.
Well, Fear joins this fight as well, so he plays with the gyrocopter aggressively here, coming in, and this is probably where CDEC found resistance. That EG, they brought everyone for these fights.
Yeah. And this wasn't the only one. There were many other examples of the same thing happening, Winter. You know, that we talked about that speed and pressure that they play. They just weren't allowed to play their game this time round.
I actually feel this is actually the game they have to slow down the pace when the early game didn't go so well for them. And they were just kind of forcing it too much, I felt. They could have just maybe sit back and farm. They have PL. They are so strong late game, but they didn't need to rush it, I felt.
Yeah, one thing that they didn't do, they killed Storm a lot, but they didn't let the Queen CS and casually take over the lane, making it hard for Storm to come back. Instead, they killed him, he comes back full HP, and Queen was low. Her last hits were actually like half of the Storms.
Yeah, has PPD cracked the Q genius, do you think?
I think it's more so CDEC does not show any signs of flexibility, and they haven't had to adapt until this game. So they probably came into the grand finals looking like, hey, we can just run the same thing, we haven't lost with it, why change? They went through the draft thinking the same thing. It hasn't worked, but they still have a couple games to bounce back.
Okay.
And the way EG approached it, like they were ready for. They were never outnumbered. They always had TPs. They were always ready for any sort of fight. And more than that, they all bought. You know, it's very little things, but they all bought magic wands early on. For example, they had a casual Brasser on PPD. They went to Mech first on Skyras, Orchid first on Storm. They were ready to fight. They were like, we're going to be a force to fight. Let's be ready. And they were. So, I mean, CDEC could have won those fights, but it was EG winning them.
Yeah, with Crystal Maiden and Tranquil, they always had full HP and mana, and they were always in position. They were just always ready to fight. I can't stress that enough.
Okay, Game 1 goes the way of Evil Geniuses. We'll get more thoughts from you in just a moment, and we'll also talk about the Game 2 draft. But Casey is down in the bowl with a number of fans. How you doing, Casey?
We're doing great, and obviously that was a fun game to watch, but I want to know how it felt down here. Pretty good? Gonna sit here. Okay. What did you think of the draft?
I thought the draft was great. EG baited out the Lesh, and then they turned it all around. And that last pick, Sky, was really impactful.
Did you predict that it was going to end like this by the way it started? Just say yes, you look super smart.
Yes. I always believed in EG.
Well done. What about you? What did you think of that game? That was pretty intense.
My thoughts were die, Lesh, die. But it was really great. I hope CDEC puts up a better fight in Game 2, because I'm looking for a good 5-game final. So, yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's going to be good. This is just the beginning, people. We could see 5 games of this. You think we're going to go to 5?
I hope so. It'll be great.
You guys want to see 5 games? Bring it on! Yeah! All right. Now, we're going to send it back to the desk, but we have to have some energy to do it. Will you help me? That's terrible. Okay, ready? Yeah! Yeah!
Okay, all right, save your energy down there. Don't spend too much of it. This could be a long day, and it could be 5 maps, so keep some back as well. Thank you, Casey. That sign down there was upside down, up the wrong way.
Oh, yeah, PPD's top farmer. For sure.
Yeah, brilliant. It's great to see the crowd having a good time, and we're going to move into Game 2 now, and the draft is almost upon us. So, Merlini, I want to start with you first and give you guys a chance to kind of, come back at us with some positive vibes for CDEC.
Well, they're not first pick. That's
going to be a problem.
That's a big problem.
Okay,
that's not positive at all.
This is supposed to be positive, guys. These guys are the other team.
See what PPD did to those CDEC
It's got in their heads as well.
No,
they're so depressed now.
They're going to give, I feel they're going to give Naga this time. They have to give Naga. And they're going to probably do the same thing. Maybe pick Visage to counter the song.
Do you think they will take Naga? Because Seb made a great point before the game, and he said, they've lost all the games that they've given that away. They won't want to give that away. They won't want to give techies, we know. So
among the 3, I would.
Okay.
If I'm in their shoes and I'm playing the way they are playing, I would rather play against Naga instead of playing against Sumel's Leshrac.
Really? Okay.
Definitely.
All right. Well, what about you guys? Would you prefer to?
I actually believe Naga is a real trouble for them. I think it ruins the style that they want to play. Counter initiates and counter ganks is the strongest point that they run into.
I actually disagree, because Naga has a very long cooldown and they're always fighting. So that could actually play that into their favor, that they're fighting so much that the cooldown becomes a factor.
But EG showed that they could be disciplined and that they didn't have to get called every time. So they can just wait for that cooldown.
Okay. Players are on their way out into the arena. And back for Game 2. Evil Geniuses on their way in alongside their opponents, CDEC. The Cinderella wildcard story all the way from the wildcard to the grand final stage. The scene is set for Game 2. It is a best of 5. Neither team starts with a map. I did have one question. Someone asked me, actually, do CDEC start with a map advantage because they came from the upper bracket? The answer is no. It is dead level best of 5.
Their advantage is, of course, that they got to watch EG before this series.
Yep.
So
and they only play the once on the day.
Yeah,
I know there's some arguments about that as well, so I'll leave that one just hanging out there. As the players make their way back to the pods and get ready for Game 2, we'll discuss the draft in a little bit more detail. We've already started. You guys are fighting nicely. I'll just stoke the fire a little bit and let you go.
And I want to come back to what we said before. Like with those 3 first pick, Techies, Naga, Leshrac, CDEC, they don't play Leshrac. It was a Leshrac support. I was like, maybe it might be a Leshrac support, and it was at the end of the day. So I really feel like EG, they have a huge draft advantage. I can't stress it enough. It's really huge.
Yeah, I think Garder played a good support Leshrac, but Lina just fits better for it, because when you have level 6, the ulti is much better than the ulti on Leshrac as a support.
That Leshrac on support is just, it's a good
it's
hero,
not
but
scary.
it's not as close as Leshrac on total.
Yeah, and I think it's a huge sign of weakness when you pick Leshrac and the opponent doesn't draft to counter the Leshrac, and you still put the Leshrac on support. That for me is a big sign of weakness in the draft.
Okay, so what do you suggest for CDEC then?
First thing first, no lash ups for EG.
Okay, that's the first thing. What's the second thing?
First pick techies. I would like to see that. That would not be a sign of weakness, and I think it would actually, like, you know, throw EG for a loop, because EG's just like, they know exactly what's coming from CDEC for the most part. They're going to fight early. They're, you know, going to be constantly aggressive even if they're behind, and, you know, PPD knows what's coming.
I think they can refine what they did in this game. They just executed their gank strat a little bit sloppy, I'm going to say, because they got counter-ganked really hard. Sure, they got some early kills on Storm, but they don't matter much. So I think they should stick with the same playstyle, just change up their execution.
Okay, change of execution, you agree?
I think EG is gonna... I think I don't want a 3-0, but I think EG is way better.
Really? Why? Why the difference? Because they've both played each other twice and they've won each.
To me, that was the game CDEC could have won.
Right.
If it was one game, it was that one. The next one...
Do you think they should have won that?
I don't know, but I feel like they had the best chances at winning that one. If they adapted and changed their playstyle, as you said, like because they did have a PL, then maybe.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are about to head back into the arena for Game 2 of the draft.
And that was a techie ban.
CDEC Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. Grand Finals, Game 2.
They're so fast with the draft, they're actually beating voiceover man every time. Look at this.
They're like halfway
already. Leshrac first picked again, Gyro Clockwork back on the board. And as you rightly pointed out, we do have a Techies ban and a Naga Siren ban as well. So it pretty much was what we thought, but not quite the way you thought.
Because what we actually forgot to think about, and that's probably why we're not drafting White's PPD, is that he's picking Dire over first pick, and it makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because indeed the Leshrac, they can't really use it. So he's just picking Dire over first pick.
Yeah, and we saw CDEC picking Dire all the way through the group stages, so they favoured that all the time.
Yeah, and all the way until very late in the main event as well, where they did pick Radiant once, but that could be to try and say, hey, we can play Radiant too, whereas they must be more comfortable on Dire. There's no way that they're not. So I think this is smart from PPD.
Dusk.
If you were PPD, though, wouldn't you rather get first pick?
I don't think so.
I thought...
Because you get Leshrac, Naga, or Techies.
Yeah, you're going to get one if you're first pick.
But you just played against the Leshrac and you were not scared of that.
That doesn't mean that they can't switch it up to mid. That's what we were scared of.
That has to be the way that they're going to play, isn't it?
I mean, I would have. If I were CDEC, I'd be like, okay, we got to put this thing mid. He's too weak as a support.
I think this is risky from him. I kind of agree. I think getting first pick sounded safer. But if he thinks, like it is true that their Leshrac was not so impressive, but they can maybe play it mid. But why would they run it on support last game if they actually can destroy Leshrac mid? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Like I say, it's a big sign of weakness, though. That's why PPD is reading it.
He's just
like taunting him.
Exactly, yeah.
It all depends how high EG think that CDEC are rating Dire. They played very many games on Dire before they actually tried to play one game on Radiant. Sure, they won the Radiant game.
And the Skywrath pick was really good because Aggressive almost always builds his PL drums into BOTs without a heavy farming style, and his silence just owns him until he gets Diffusal.
To me, Dire is not really why CDEC is so strong. Dire's like, they have a backup plan when they are Dire, because last game, for example, if they're Dire, they can, get Roche, then they can keep on being aggressive, and suddenly they're even with the team, although they fed a lot of kills. That's why Dire is so good for CDEC. But if they're not Dire and they're Radiant and they actually stomp people like they used to do on Dire, we've seen it. It's 20 minutes game, so it doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, I agree. It's more of a taunt than an actual... Like, again, you would prefer first pick in this.
I think so.
I think CDEC are going for a similar style, actually. They already have the Leshrac, of course, but I think they should run it mid. Tusk being picked up is just a CDEC hero. And banning out Ember feels like they want to get the PL again.
The EG heroes, why do they counter CDEC? Gyro is a very strong hero to fight with very early on. We've seen Fear counter initiating with the Gyro, and then suddenly we're like, oh, they killed the Storm, but then they get triple kill because of the cooldown and the barrage. Clockwork, same, very nice counter initiation. Also the scouting, if they're just farming their jungle or if they're up to something with a smoke gang, for example.
I think it's more important for CDEC to counter the offlane of Universe than it is to try and repeatedly gank Sumail mid. Sumail has made awesome comebacks mid at DAC. He did it in last game as well. And if you get a 15-minute blade mail on the Clockwork offlane, that is a real issue, and you can definitely stop that.
I think you can actually gank him, but don't overdo it. I felt the last game they just overdid it, and it wasn't worth it at the end of the day for putting so much effort. One gang is fine, maybe two, but not more than that.
And after one gang, you get pretty scared as a mid player as well. You know there's going to be a second gang coming around, or at least that's in your head.
It's a classic also mechanism where you actually keep on shutting down a lane, then the two other lanes are doing quite fine, and they just create space for the guy that's shut down. He was able to farm jungle for like 10 minutes, you know, that's even worse than dying mid.
Yeah, I mean, at 10 minutes, he had 85 last hits or something because of jungle. That's
yeah, you'd rather completely shut him down later than kill him one more time. Man.
Exactly, because it's only after a certain amount of levels that kills actually matter that much. Give a lot of gold, a lot of death time. Early on, you're dead for like 10 seconds, and you're like, okay, I got ganked, but that's fine.
Definitely.
I like them picking up the Tusk, though. It was banned out in the second phase by Evil Geniuses, and it's just a much better fighter, I feel like. And you can also, you know, save people from Clockwork Hookshot and into the cogs. You can also, you know, run away and make big plays with maybe dodging the call down from Gyrocopter. It seems like there's a much higher skill cap to that hero than Spear Breaker.
Yeah, I would agree, definitely. It's kind of also the snowball. Like, we've seen that they can use that spell very efficiently. And versus those heroes, especially versus Gyro, for example, it's a great spell to have. And EG going for the same exact draft, which is quite interesting. I mean, it worked out really well for them. I think it was more of the way they played than the draft. Obviously, the draft allowed it, but I think it's more of the discipline they had for that first game. That's what probably caught CDEC off guard.
To me, this is just PPD saying, okay, I have something that worked really well against you. What are you going to do to counter it? So far, he wants to see a mix-up in the draft from CDEC, else he's going to go for the same style again.
So someone just tweeted at me a stat that Shiki has 16 pub games with Leshrac over 4 years.
Okay.
That guy he does not play Leshrac mid,
yeah,
apparently.
That's actually interesting in this patch, because almost every mid player has spammed the strongest mid heroes.
And he has 4,000 games, so
I certainly hope he has a Smurf account for Leshrac.
Well, he could also be playing in CDEC games. It's not. It might only pull stats from ranked MM.
That's true.
But I certainly hope he's played it more, or else they're probably in trouble again.
Let's say it's not a lot. For even for anyone that would play Leshrac, it's not a lot. And that's probably why, I mean, everything speaks for that. That's why they had Leshrac on support last game, so it's not a coincidence.
And even if you play Leshrac support really well, it's so hard to have a massive impact with it. Garter got some beautiful double stunts, but it's just not the same as Lina.
I have this feeling we might see it safe lane. I don't know why. After listening to that stat. Yeah, I mean safe lane Leshrac.
Yeah.
After hearing about that stat.
Better in support.
Slightly better.
Off lane Leshrac?
No, safe lane Leshrac.
No, I know, but I mean, what are the options? Off lane, safe lane?
I mean, safe lane, probably. That's a step up at least.
On the safe lane, it would fit aggressive style quite a lot, I'd say. It's a hero that's really good at, turning ganks or just, some skirmish starts, and then suddenly there's Leshrac that comes, he just clears everything.
It's also very good. You can get super early Bloodstone, and he's laning pretty well against Clockwork. I don't know. I just don't want to see a support Lesh again, because it's so hard to execute against a Clockwork. You get punished.
So what are we looking at for Sumail mid heroes now that Storm's gone? I guess Lina and Wind Ranger, maybe?
Wind.
Just your TA, they're on Dire. Possible pickup there.
It's not a great TA game. I think Windrunner suits really well, though. But I don't know if they want to pick the mid hero already, because they don't really know what CDEC are doing.
I feel like Lina could really be an
that's still Lina.
CDEC.
Yeah.
Right.
For the EG, sorry, not CDEC.
Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, they're hiding. They will hide their last pick, or their mid for last pick.
Why would you pick Winter Wyvern right now? Is it a counter to Visage in a sense? Because it's a really bad hero to have versus Leshrac. Like, really, it really is. It sets up so well for the Leshrac.
But maybe they just expect the same out of CDEC again with the Lesh. And if it's a support, you don't really care, because he can't run in the same way a mid Lesh does.
Yeah, I always think it is a Leshrac core. So
same.
Leshrac support, it's very different, I guess. Not the same burst damage.
It does counter the birds really hard, though. The Cold Embrace is very nice. You can just protect yourself. And it's a nice way to try and keep the Clockwork alive after he initiates, actually.
I mean, they still have a lot of team fight with the Wyvern plus CM plus Gyro, so there's still a lot of synergy within their own lineup.
I don't even think they had to ban the PL, to be honest. Looking at EG's lineup, they have a great lineup to deal with PL.
Queen of Pain.
And co-op yet again.
What is going on?
I Now I kind of hope that it's not a core Leshrac, because core Leshrac and Queen together really don't mesh well.
We saw that from VP, and we felt that it didn't work very well together.
Yeah, if you don't win super early, I think the only way you can play Queen of Pain and Leshrac core together, you have to build Necro Book and push, like Necro Queen. But else it just doesn't work.
I mean, unless you go completely, I'd say YOLO, you just keep on diving and keep on, like, if you're so much ahead, then I could see Quap and Leshrac, you know, being able to actually carry you and end the game. But it's indeed not the best core duo to have, because as we said earlier, those heroes, they do the same pretty much.
That is indeed very true.
I mean, the first rotation has to be very successful. They're going to do the same thing. Queen, if they do Queen safe lane, they're going to move the Queen into a smoke once she hits 6. Visage will take the lane, and they have to work much better this time, the timing of the gank.
They could try and contest as well. Queen Tusk lane is not super weak if they want to, but I think they should utilize the Visage and Tusk together.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Oh, there we go. The Sumail Ranger. That is dangerous for a Queen. If he gets Blink Dagger on Windrunner, he can definitely kill the Queen off.
They also used it solo versus Lesh. I think it was Vici's Lesh. So, I mean, now they even have the strength of the Crystal Maiden. So I actually think it's, you know, 45-55 in Wind Ranger's favor, maybe.
Against the Leshrac?
Against either of them.
Oh. Yeah, I think Wind Ranger actually wins against Queen. But yeah, the game that I'm thinking about where we saw Sumail's Windrunner against the Storm, that's just the perfect matchup, of course. Oh god.
They did not see that coming.
The spiders are here. That's a mix-up.
Okay, thank you very much, gents. Let's go down to the commentary team for game number 2.
Yes, let's get underway for game number 2 of our TI5 Grand Final, where CDEC Gaming is going up against Evil Geniuses. CDEC, they looked unstoppable coming into this Grand Final, but currently 1 game down against Evil Geniuses. Synderen, Brood, last pickup. Something new.
This is a very good Brood pick. I think it's funny because LD just tweeted out a moment ago, no Brood ban. I was like, yeah, that's actually true. This has generally been banned in the second phase a lot, and then they snap it. They grab it here. I think this is a really good last pick. This is not the kind of game plan that EG, this is not what they were planning for, right? They get the picks they want, and this can just completely ruin their laning stage. They don't have a very good support duo against the Broodmother. I do think, however, this is the first time we see CDEC play it in this tournament. Maybe they've played it like once or twice before, but not at, I don't recall seeing a single one at the main event, at least. So definitely bringing something new to the table once again. And this time it's going to be Shiki's Leshrac in the mid lane, so it is not a support Lesh. I gotta say, this time around, I do feel like CDEC have got a much more solid draft against what EG grabbed than in game 1.
Yeah, it really does look a lot better, but it's something outside of the box for CDEC. It's not this we group up as 5 kind of thing anymore, even though there is still a little bit of potential for that. We need to watch the presence of this 4-1 split, which comes with the effect of picking up a Broodmother. CDEC will need to get this down pat. So XZ will be the Broodmother for this offlane. Looks like he's going to have himself a most of EG moving up there later on, because it will be Fierce lane. Universe already blocked out the pull point with both Observer and Sentry for the Radiant side, while actually put down a little bit more of a, I don't know if we can actually class this as a defensive ward, more of just a rune ward watching the jungle movements of Evil Geniuses, Observer ward for CDEC. And they will ensure they get top rune, so there will be no battle. Both teams are looking to opposite runes.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be secured top lane, and Shiki's going to get over top river. EG, both teams actually have really good level 1 fight, but they just decide to play it safe and just do a trade-off here. No, they're giving it to XZ.
To the Broodmother. Are they switching this up? Okay, so we're running off-lane Quap, a mid-lane Brood, and a safe lane Lesh.
Okay, they're not only surprising EG with the pick, they're also surprising them with the laning. This is definitely not what they were expecting.
But there's already a sentry ward here for PPD, so Sumail has to go up against the Broodmother. And where are the counter sentries? There's one on the Brood. We have to watch this closely to see who's able to tango down the ward before it actually happens. Because Sumail's going to keep high ground vision with this Observer ward here, but he needs to have the true sight. PPD's just preparing well. He's just preparing his own farm right now. But Samal's getting a real rough time. XC's getting up in his face and just chipping away at him.
And he has a poor man's shield starter, so the exchange is going to favor him every single time they hit each other. He's going to start making his first spiraling here.
But EG also switched up their lane, so there's a Queen of Pain versus a Clockwork. There's very little a Clockwork can do about this, unless he can force the Queen of Pain to get caught out of position with no blink. But in trade-off, EG now run and I don't want to say an aggressive dual lane, but there's still a lot of aggression that can come from it with both Fear and Aoi, with this Jaro and Wyvern combining together for this off lane.
They're not going to win this lane either if CDEC play it right. This 3-on-2 favors them, not by just a little bit, but actually by a lot. They can just initiate with the Tusk with a follow-up stun from Lesh when Lesh is level 2, and then the Soul Assumption. Gyrocopter is not tanky in the start. He has 7 armor right now, but he does not have much health. And just this extreme magic damage burst that this lane can provide. Fear will just... he's done. He's going away. Like, he doesn't want to play this lane. He's going to go top instead. This is also not a good matchup, though. He's a level 1 Gyro against a level 3 Queen of Pain. I don't think this could have gone any better for CDEC in the first 2 minutes with the lanes they've got, apart from the fact that Sumail is apparently destroying XC in mid, but we're used to seeing Sumail just doing extremely well in the first few minutes in the mid matchup.
It's the Broodmother trying to find last hits and just being incapable of doing so, but also Sumail with a level 2 power shot, able to burn through a couple of Spirelings. So the CS looks a little bit lopsided where it's 14-3 against 7-2, and that's because half of that is actually Spirelings for Sumail. So it's not as much money as you'd expect, but it's still keeping him in front of the Broodmother.
Okay, so they have picked it 3 times at this event. They are 2-1 with it at DAC. Or at DAC. At TI. Yeah, that's right.
Living in the now, Sind.
Yeah, let's focus on this event. Did these guys actually even play at DAC? I can't remember if CDEC were present in that tournament. I don't.
Universe, gotta be careful. The Cogs, he's actually locked in here. The Shards blocked his path out, and Universe will be the first blood going the way of CDEC.
Okay, so here's the problem for EG. They cannot put a lane bottom. There's no one in their lineup who can face up against this tri lane. They have absolutely no solution.
There's no one who could move into the jungle. Like, you can't just have like someone like a Storm Spirit or a Darkseer move into the jungle and take that farm instead.
It's a very difficult situation for them. They'll have to find a solution for it. For now, they've just been jungling the CM of PPD, and they might be looking to maybe rotate on this mid lane, although as similar to the last game, Sumail should have a pretty good idea that he is winning the lane right now. But he's still being pressured while winning on farm, and AUI is going to come in.
Now the snowball, this could be opening right now, especially with the Shards locking Sumail in underneath the tower. Still a lot of damage being taken here by the Visage, and they're looking for a revenge pickoff, and with the Shards, Wyvern will take it. It's going to be Aoi. It's a lot of damage onto that Broodmother as well. He might consider dropping that sentry when he's getting
he knows there's the sentry now. He got hit by 2 tower shots under his web. Sumail placed it just a moment ago as well, so if he places that right now and eats the ops and this, he only has 1 tango, so he has to pick which one he eats and then he can just attack the other one. That would be give him a better grip on the mid lane. Now with Sumail dead, XZ is level 5.5, same as Sumail. So now this lane is pretty much dead even on gold.
Snowball top lane, Fear's in trouble, and this is the rotation we're expecting from CDEC during game number 1, and what we've seen from them this entire tournament. The lanes, yes, they've gone horribly wrong for EG, but CDEC, their movement, they don't leave any lane unpressured.
EG have to start getting somewhat active, or at least they need to get out their amazing counter ganks that they had in game number 1. But it's way less predictable in this game how the movements are going to be because of the pressure CDEC are putting on the lanes in general. Last game they didn't have the strongest laning phase, but this time around they're the ones kind of deciding the tempo of the game. This could be an interesting play for EG if they could manage to get the setup in the bottom lane. Shiki is pretty far up the lane. They can move in the Clockwork with Battery Assault, and of course AUI can fly over here with the Arctic Burn. They're thinking about it, but they don't feel like they have enough information to really go for this kill right now.
They don't know who else is behind it. They know they've at least blocked up the camp, but that doesn't mean anything. They're not seeing any other heroes. In fact, Tusker is the man that's just sitting in middle lane wondering what's going on. And if Universe aggressively moves down the lane, Shiki will just back up. He's got Arcane Boost, he's quite happy just to bail out. And in fact, yeah, now he's going to realize this is not going to work. Throws out an observer ward, but this might have actually, it didn't get pinged out by CDEC, but they have an observer ward of their own watching the movements of the Wyvern. Another reason why Shippen's being a little bit more on his toes. Shards and Snowball going on Samal, but he's well behind the tower, and Garda is throwing up the sigil to ensure his safety as he retreats back from the tier 1.
If they don't get him locked in with the shards, this kill is just not happening unless they have a third hero in the gank. So it is going to fail. And EG are once again, they're looking good in the mid lane as far as farm goes, but this time around, Fear is not having a free lane. He has been ganked. He is also tied on farm with the Leshrac, whereas in the last game, I feel like he was having a little bit of a... No, was he even having an early lead on CS? I think in the beginning, Aggressive might have had the same, but...
Aggressive was ahead of him.
Yeah.
He had a lot more denies as well.
But Fear very quickly caught up. I don't think that's going to be the case in this game. I think Shiki is going to be able to stay toe-to-toe with him at the very least. Also, Core Leshrac farms very quickly when he gets a couple items. So, how long has AUI been here?
The last 2 to 3 minutes. And now PPD being slowed up. PPD turns for just one Frost Nova. He can't do anything about it. EG lose one. The rocket damage actually quite heavy into Leshrac. But meanwhile, you're snowballing up to Samel. He's wind running up. And now the call down from Fear with a rocket barrage and flag cannon. They get a Shackle on Garda. He can't ensure the last hit of damage to try and bring down Samel, and the extra support, the Sonic Wave comes in from Aggressive. Perfect time to move in, so it'll be a 1-for-1 trade-off.
I love the fact for EG that Fear is getting involved here and goes for the counter gank mid. They have to kind of bait CDC into these positions where the cooldown can turn on them, and they get one kill here only, unfortunately for them. As was that what happened to the bottom? Okay. Oh, it's okay.
Everything's fine, apart from Samel's life. That's not as fine.
Yeah, he's not looking too good right now, but CDEC once again with a better trade, and AUI wasted so much time in that bottom lane. He was hanging around, hoping for the gank, and the moment they finally rotate over PPD, he just gets killed. Nice Shackle in the mid lane.
They need more control of him. They do have the Sentry Ward down, so they're watching where the Broodmother's going, and a hook shot in from Universe, combining with the power shot from the Wind Ranger. Before this was going to happen, I was kind of like, hey man, Broodmother, great land at mid, able to come back nicely. Scouted out the stacks of the Dire jungle, so wanted to move in and try and take these out to keep her net worth up high. But now with this kill, the Broodmother really starting to lose her grip on the mid lane. Maybe we also start to look at the side lanes now. Rotations for CDEC.
Queen of Pain of Aggressive is gonna find AUI here. I don't think he can kill him because he doesn't have Sonic. And as a matter of fact, there could be a line for a Shackle if Samel doesn't have the vision just then. Landed. Aggressive will just blink into the lane and farm up a bit. So dodging a bullet there. Okay, taking another one. They're still gonna survive.
Very difficult to escape the splinters.
CDEC have a smoke on guard. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Whenever they pick up smokes, so I think this is the team that holds onto their smokes for the shortest time. Like it feels like they buy it and they go. They just have a plan. They want to keep the aggression up, get the ganks in. They now know Samel is in the bottom lane, so they could have a really good opening here on Universe in mid. And if they do manage to catch him out, they should be able to claim the tower for Brood as well, which is a huge impact on the game. It's going to allow him to...
Fear's already here. They're going to go on Universe, but the cooldown's going to come in. Universe with a rocket barrage. He's going to stay alive here. Support was above, even hook-shotting himself back over to AUI to ensure everything is safe. And EG brought their entire team as well. And CDEC saw this since they backed up. That Observer Ward in between the towers, seeing everything.
Gyro is such an incredible counter ganker when you're in the right place at the right time. When you don't have to TP in and then drop your call down, which takes way too long, but you can just drop it from the fog. CDEC, I think, making the right call there, just getting out instead of trying to dive for the kill and maybe losing 2 or even 3 heroes. So Fear with another heads-up play. But as a result, he's still farming pretty well. He's being very, very effective in his movement. It's not like he's just hanging out in the mid lane, waiting there for 2 minutes for a gank to happen, similar to what the Wyvern did bot. He is just reading CDC very well, and now he's going to have to read them extremely. Okay, he is very dead here.
There's Rocket Barrage damage. He's still got 11-1 charges, but it's not going to be enough.
Immediate Caster's Curse. He's reading them very well, gets ganked.
Well, CDEC also reading the game nicely. They understand Fear and his Gyrocopter, just how many issues they'll create for CDEC. While this tier 1 tower, Samel's going to try and keep it alive. You can only go for the denial. In fact, is able to claim it, and then power shots down all the Spiderlings too. So much extra money while on top lane. Visage caught out by Universe, and they're able to find that kill with the help of PPD. Universe not having to even expend his hook shot to do this kill. And PBD's going to find another one. Strike's coming in, and as Clockwork want to try and help him out, the hook shot down into the cogs. Where's your battery assault? It's there as well. They got extra health coming in from Samael. Just looking for the damage with the power shot. They want him dead, and they've got him dead.
He was so close to landing a Lightning Storm on PPD, but he finds the fog just in the last second there on the Crystal Maiden. And Shiki, of course, missing the first stun. He did have a chance, but did get dodged by PPD in that situation. Now I want to talk a little bit about the supports on both teams, because it's very important with these level 6s, actually aggressive.
Yeah, he's going up to Aoi, but with that cold embrace, Aoi, yeah, he's not going to survive. The damage from the tower is not going to be enough either. The Clockwork rocket was flying down from Universe. He might have been expecting his Wyvern to survive a little bit longer. But yeah, about the supports.
Yeah, so both the supports on both teams are actually finding decent levels. PPD is level 7.5 and 11, which is very high for CM. Wyvern 5.5, Visage almost 6, and Tusk 5.5. I think it favors CDEC a bit more when their heroes get level 6. The Tusk and the Visage are extremely potent for ganks. It gives them a lot more information as well with the familiars together with Broodlings. They can really start taking control of the map and look for the ganks. Similar to what EG did in the last game with their Clockwork and Storm, they will be doing it by finding the information with just their summons and then taking it from there. Oh, that was really close here.
That was just an inch off, both in length and direction.
And at the same time for EG, the Winter's Curse from Wyvern. When you snowball in 2 heroes, the immediate counterplay from Wyvern can really destroy your combination. And they have to give Wyvern level 6 now. It looks like they will as well. AUI will take 2 waves.
Samael, locked to the trees, trying to cut through it with the power shot. But Carter, they're going to body block him up right now. That Sigil's making life difficult, not to mention the rest of CDEC coming in with the stuns. They'll find themselves the pick. At the same time, EG, they're searching for this Broodmother. The Spirelings, they're chasing down PPD. The battery assault from Universe trying to keep him back, and now she cold embrace into the Splinter. That's a really good farm for Aoi.
And the Ice Shard's positioning for that gank on Samael was just absolute. Oh, Fear almost getting the
homing missile, actually.
Level 1.
Okay, yeah, that's not enough damage. And it also probably won't get back past the towers.
But what was I? The Ice Shards that Tusk got off down here, this is like the Cliff of Doom for EG. That one right there. That's where they lost their game 1 to CDEC as well against Tusk. He cut them off with Ice Shards and split the fight in 2. And they actually got a really good fight that looked like EG could have gained even more momentum. It was the first of many fights that CDEC managed to grab in that game. And Ice Shards are so good on choke spots like that. You really just... They lock you down for so long. It's like Fissure, but in a way more controllable as far as angle goes.
They see him. They see the Broodmother cursing directly away, and the Spirelings turn on their mother as the Clockwork jumps in, but there's so many spiders in. The battery assault's not doing the work up against the Broodmother. The hunger is just insatiable from XZ. Universe being cold and braced up. Broodmother still running away, but they've lost the vision now. And in comes Shiki with the lightning bouncing around Universe as well as AUI, but with a shackle. Well, Shrug is controlled. There's nowhere near enough damage to find any kind of revenge kill on EG as Fear with a Sonic Wave. A little bit of trouble. The familiar stuns as well as the Spiders. They find the kill, but PPD letting it go right now until the snowball comes in from CDEC. They need more. Universe is on the run. The Cogs going to push back the rest of CDEC, buying space for Samael until Aggressive comes in with a scream. The familiars will do the work in Q. We'll find a pickup on Universe. A 3-for-1 trade-off.
And it looked like Shiki was getting over-aggressive there. Great shackle from Samael, but the backup from CDEC, once again, they're so quick at gathering up. It's something the panel has talked about a lot as far as their playstyle goes. This is probably the fastest team at rotating and at backing each other up. And in this case, you can't really say they outnumbered EG, but the key point about this fight is that the calldown missed. It's been the winning point in every single skirmish EG has had. This time around, Fear doesn't land it. And with that on cooldown, they're able to chase them down with the Grave Chill, as well as the spiders in the web.
Let's start to talk about like our late game. How does CDEC end this game against Evil Geniuses? You're running a Brood, you're running a Lesh. So how do you actually take out EG and still ensure you can take the ranks without losing your entire team? Is this when you look towards Broodmother with Necro units? Because you went for a Vlans to start with. What's the build?
You could look to split push. You could also just look to control the map. Like the ultimate goal. Call down.
Yeah, PPD got the vision with the Sentry Ward, but now Broodmother just runs away from Fear. Even triggered drum charges for this, but couldn't find it.
I think CDEC, the main point the main thing they need to accomplish is to get more towers right now. Looking at the base push is of course something they're going to have to do eventually, but if they manage to get far enough ahead on towers and have Brute just control the entire jungle, they could be really flexible in what items they need to buy.
Universe, nice hook shot down. He's going to trigger off the dust. They see the Brute Mother perfectly. And PPD, there we go again. All over the Brute Mother, and he will go down this time. And as real Crystal Maidens do, you wait the full 10 seconds.
He's like, I keep getting money in on my bank account because he runs Broodlings into me. Okay, I mean, that's cool. Just give me a little bit of more gold.
That's a rich CM then.
I think the Brood Mother was like, okay, why is he still channeling his ultimate? He's got to stop now. Okay, he's got to stop now.
Shackle bottom lane. Samal catching out Garda. Our AUI is here as well, going to curse him up. And that means Tuskar can go nowhere. Aggressive tried to come in, but he doesn't really have mana ready to fight. Staring down Sumail. The Lightning will start it off, and that's where he can do a little bit more work. It's coming in from the Shrike, looking for any kind of block. In fact, Sumail turns onto the Shackle. You'll have the Splinter coming in from AUI, making it a little bit more nerve-wracking if Shrike was going to force the issue. But without the Sonic Wave from the Queen of Pain, there wasn't enough damage to counter the gank from EG.
They've got a couple of good kills in the last few minutes, EG. And this has to happen for them because else the map is going to fall apart. If they can keep on finding the picks, it disallows CDC from grouping up as 4 and having Brood split pushing, or even as they have done so far. They are really fighting with their Brood. It's often the Brood initiating the ganks with the Spiderlings, forcing out Cold Embrace, getting into a position where she can attack with Insatiable Hunger, and then, of course, there's been a couple of counterplays from EG, but overall XZ has actually had really good success in this game with an alternative playstyle for this Brood that we see very rarely these days.
Instead, that's where we were looking for at the very, very start of the draft. It's like this 4-in-1, which is just so uncharacteristic of CDEC. Now a whole bunch of Spiderlings actually chasing in the universe. They don't actually find him until the creep wave connects. But you're right. It's this different style of Brood, almost going back to. I don't want to. I'm going to quote it anyway. The 0-4-4 build. When you get the insatiable bite up, and then you just start fighting. You just try and find kills and run yourself in. In this case, it's a lot more of a balanced kind of build, where he's controlling so many different areas of the jungle, making it hard for EG to stack and just flash farm. Everything's being watched. I'm also liking how EG's getting a little bit more inventive with their sentry walls, putting them deeper inside the tree line. A lot more difficult to counter ward for CDEC, even if they do have sentries down.
And it just goes to show how much the Brood is doing. They're really worried about the amount of control CDC are getting on the map. And yes, they're gathered up top and they're not getting killed right now, and they're putting down these sentries. But at the same time, Aggressive is just split pushing the bottom lane, finding his Orchid, and this bottom tier 1 tower is probably not long for life. I don't think EG will be in a position to hold this. So the Brood, even though she is unsuccessful in finding the towers herself, space created.
EG's already prepared to try and force in the top lane, so it's going to be the tier 1 tower there, which took up a little bit of damage. Well, Shrike's already going to defend the mid lane, which is where another place where EG decided to push. And CDEC, the choice is there. Do you want to try and fight? You're going to shard up to start with. Fear will dodge it. The catapult's still alive, so there's still some decent damage coming into this tower. But at the same time, a gank is also being prepared on bottom lane. That one's looking for Aggressive. He'll be successful with the TP out, however.
Oh, he canceled it.
But he did. Wait, if they see him, the Rocket Flare, they're going to see him. The Blink down universe. Oh,
he almost ran into it. I wonder why Aggressive canceled. So I think what they wanted to happen there is Aggressive had to wait for the courier to deliver his Orchid, and then he wanted to TP and actually fight for the top tier 1. But they had already used the Glyph. Fear put a really good call down, just zoning CDC out and securing the tower. And when Aggressive saw that he was porting on the tier 2 and he couldn't reach, he just chose the greedy option, which was to not port in because, well, we're not catching them anyway, I'll stay bottom. Then EG go for the gank. If that hookshot lands, I think he's toast. So very important for Aggressive to not get caught out.
Would have been really important for EG to take it as well, because CDEC's about to fight even more. Q has finished a full mech in under 20 minutes over on this Visage. So Evil Geniuses have to be prepared for CDEC to group up and try and force the issue against EG. No need to wait. CDEC will be looking for these early fights.
This seems to be Q's build on Visage. He did this in game 1 against EG as well of the winners bracket when they picked Visage. Most Visage players these days just go brown boots into the solo crest and maybe an Ag somewhere down the road. But in CDEC's drafts, they don't really have any other mech carrier, and he He makes very good use of it. Of course, Visage is an innately very tanky hero once you get points up in Gravekeeper's Cloak, so you're very likely to be able to get the mech off.
Samael got to get himself away from this. He just broke the 5-man smoke that was there from CDEC. Observable is watching Universe pretty closely, but as PPD is the man who's in trouble until Universe hook shots himself in, going up the guard of a PPD, already down for the count, dying to Leshrac while Universe, the shards will block him in. The snowball art from Familiars are coming in. They do have their stuns available. Might need a little bit more damage as now there's Samael. Can't get the shackle. He was just went for the ulti over on the Tusker. Because now EG trying to back out this one. Samael, as well as AUI, the only ones alive, and now he's going to get Orchid stomped up. That's a very, very dead Samael, but the curse, it actually holds Queen of Pain back with a blink cannon. Only stalled up, not controlled completely, and EG losing 4 heroes very, very quickly for the price of a Tusker. Not to mention, now Broodmother with a tier 1 tower down on top lane. There's a lot more map control coming the way of CDEC.
It's very difficult for EG to take fights when they get assaulted on 2 or 3 fronts at the same time. We had like 2 split fights going on. There was the Brood and the Queen of Pain going for the gyro first, and at the same time they get an initiation at the bottom side with the Tusk here. And EG's lineup is just, it's built to take these really strong 5-on-5 fights, but in these 2-on-3s or 3-on-2s or whatever right now,
They're going to come out. Universe, hook shot, he misses it. He'll still get in range for the battery assault, turning on the blade mail as well. Leshrac does not want to try and fight this one, but he has no choice. Denial with the Bloodstone. Visage was still able to get that last hit in the tier 2 tower underneath the noses of EG.
He's going to be summoning his Familiars here. This is a big cooldown forced by EG. This is a 3-minute cooldown on level 1 on the Familiars for the Visage. And perhaps EG can do something with this, but they lost so much. They lost multiple heroes, they lost a tier 2 mid, they lost a third of their top tier 2. And they have so many problems to solve first. I'm sure they would love to go for these aggressive plays, but they feel like they constantly have somewhere they need to take care of. They have to defend the top lane. Now again, Leshrac is pushing out mid. It's very hard to gather up, get a smoke, and get into the enemy jungle and be aggressive when you constantly just have to struggle to control just your own side of the map. Even half of your own side of the map.
Maybe it's that time then where EG should just look to just find their timing for farm. I know they really want to be taking out this Ancient stack. There's like a quad stack of Ancients there. But EG, the Familiars, they're scouting out the fact, like they're looking over towards the stack right now. So we'll see the quad stack and we'll see Fear farming it up. But EG, they prepare the bait by putting Aoi as well as Samael in. Actually, no, that is not the real Leshrac. All the... Okay, yeah, this is not going right for EG.
They're losing a tier 2.
Yep. This is so much time being wasted by one illusion and a couple of Familiars, while then CDEC, they know they can just force an issue. You get a Tesselator Broodmother, still gonna fly out, but...
If they get the Roche, this is a pretty good trade for EG, actually. Considering this tier 2, there was no way they were gonna hold it. They're gonna get the Ancients afterwards, perhaps.
CDEC don't see it, though.
They are not expecting this play to come out, and it's gonna be successful.
It's like they're waiting for EG to come out and try and wrap around into the dire jungle. Now the ping comes in from the Tusker, but EG have already gotten away with murder on Roshan.
That's a very confident play as well. If EG get caught there while they're rushing, the game's almost over. Like, they were already pretty far behind on gold and experience in this game. So going for a desperation play like that is definitely the right call in the situation here from PPD. Getting the Ancients too is going to bring Fear. It's actually going to get him his BKB. It's pretty much just enough.
If he can get all 3, it will be, yeah. So
there we go.
CDEC don't contest Roshan. They do scout out the Ancient stack, but are incapable of stopping it or unwilling to stop it. And then you can have Samael finding more and more money over on this Wind Ranger. So she's able to combine up something else with the Aghanim Scepter, some level of damage dealing item. Even AUI was able to afford up a full Glimmer Cape on this Winter Wyvern. So there's more and more ways appearing for EG where they can fight CDEC if CDEC try and force the issue. And maybe that's another reason why they're not, until they're in a nice comfortable zone. That's something the T1 tower, PPD taking a very long time to TP out. Fear's going to join it as well, but yep, all of CDEC. They head down bottom, including the Broodmother.
Another one of those classic CDC rotations where they just go immediately all heroes to one place. EG read it this time around, they don't get caught. Question is if they can hold their tier 2. They do have the Aegis, of course, on Samael, who will most likely be acting as an aggressive kind of bait here, as I think EG want to try and fight this. But they do have call down on cooldown for another 10, as Fear used it as a defensive measure, and actually they will be too late. It is gone. No glyph. They also haven't got a smoke, I think, so no real... I'm not feeling confident initiating into that.
And rightly so. Like, there's 2 observer walls just watching their movement around. So CDEC knew exactly what they could get away with there, and EG had no way to just slip under the radar. As we now get a Blink Dagger is the next item up for Sumail. I was wondering if he's actually going to go for damage, or if it all just turned into, you know what, we need Sumail for initiation. Even though the clockwork is fantastic, getting that double shackle shot is just so critical for EG during fights.
This build is, in my opinion, the best in most cases. If you're playing a core Windranger mid, it's just, it allows you to find solo pickoffs. It allows you to engage and disengage. You can go in with the Blink, where in a lot of situations you would maybe have to wind run to catch up first for the shackle, and then what's your defensive, what's your getaway item? You don't really have anything. So this catches enemies by surprise. It gives you single pickoff potential. It allows you to land these 2-man shackles, and all in all, just makes you way more powerful for the price of 2250.
But now, he's powerful, but nowhere to really use it. As CDEC, they're backing out, so it's Leshrac farming up on top. Trying to wait another 13 seconds so that Bloodstone comes back off cooldown, and there's your Blink to shackle. Leshrac, well, no denial for you. Brought down with a double damage Windranger.
And she actually used both the Wind Run and the Blink. She was really far away, but saw the opening.
Yeah, they could push for a tier 2 tower. Like, you still got the double damage rune, and in fact, yep, there goes your Wind Run. They can try and burn through the tower, while on bottom lane, you got the push coming in, and in fact, the hook shot down from Universe, catching an XZ, reveals him off with the dust. AUI still has the curse, so Broodmother's not going to go anywhere, and with a cooldown as well, EG will find the kill. Meanwhile, on top, Sumail, orchid up and in real trouble, but the Aegis the Immortal PPD waiting in the wings, but what really can he do, apart from watch him die? Is there a blink away? And yes! Sumail gets away, aggressive, shackled up, he was going for more PPD. He can't actually lend any more help. Sumail will die, the blink forward, PPD will be able to escape. But almost a miraculous escape from the Windranger.
Nice attempt there from Sumail, but ultimately, again, in a way, this was another fight where CDEC are determining the tempo of the game, right? EG go for an aggressive play, they find the pick off on Lesh with the Windranger, they start being aggressive. The moment there's any sort of rotation needed to deal with the Brute bottom, CDEC immediately gather top with the remaining 4 heroes, and they just run down whatever EG didn't TP away from up there. So EG are kind of forced into a position where they either have to full back with all their heroes there, or they have to go for a trade. And I don't think that trade really favored them. They lost Aegis and a hero only to kill the Brute.
Well, they did, but at the same time, they need something, because every time they don't do it, CDEC holds an advantage. They're coming down now. A smoke movement with a hook shot. They catch out the Broodmother once again. Again, that Blade Mail as well, not helping out the Broodmother. More TP supports coming in from CDEC, and the cooldown already used from Fear. The Familiars flying right over the top, not getting the stuns. But aggressive, a blink in 2 seconds. He'll be chasing up after Universe. Cogs might be able to keep them out for now. And in fact, both Familiars don't stun anything. And AUI, where's the shackle? BKB from aggressive. He'll dodge it, and Universe dying so quickly with the power shot. But Fear on the front lines with the Rocket Barrage with the help from Sumail. They find the kill. The Gem's also over on the deck, and they'll try and hold him here aggressive. Frostbite and PPD. We're going in right now. The freezing field drops, but he will be stunned up and controlled. But Shiki, no, he'll have to deny himself. They're not having a great fight here, see the EG, again the upper hand, they're chasing up after Garda, he'll drop as well, Queen of Pain able to escape, running away with that Gem of Truth side of CDEC. So and it's a 4-1 trade-off.
This is what EG are able to accomplish with their BKB on Gyro with the 10-second charge, and the fact that they finally got a fight that was on one front. They got the opener on the Brood. No immediate counterplay from CDEC makes the fight 5-on-4. And when they tried to go in for a counterplay, it's Sumail. Oh, nice deny here by Q. It's Sumail they have to try to catch, because he is outputting so much damage, but Fear takes all the attention in the fight with all the damage he is outputting. And of course, PPD there with a very good freezing field as well. And the Winner's Curse. They got everything off the way they wanted there, EG. Honestly, for EG, it's probably the dream scenario that Universe finds a kill on the Brood, and then that CDEC drop everything on him, because he already used his hook shot and his Blade Mill. After that, he's not that valuable of a kill compared to a hero like the Gyrocopter or the Windranger.
Windranger is going to become more valuable shortly. We're looking at a Desolator build coming in from Sumail. So he's walking around with a Deso recipe. Didn't actually buy the Mithril Hammer. So probably one of those buys where he's not 100% certain that he'll be able to survive the fight. And this is going to help him greatly going up against that Broodmother, who's already walking around with 22 armor. And they're establishing control again inside the dire jungle. PPD is trying to farm just on the edge of town.
I'm surprised with how CDC are playing this game that the Brood is not going for a BKB. I think it will actually be a really good item this game. You can pretty much ignore most of the Clockwork, you can ignore the Crystal Maiden, lots of Gyro's damage is still magical. So the only hero who's really a threat is the Wind Ranger and her physical damage, but you could probably just disengage and find a different initiation angle or a different target.
They have to disengage now. Like they're trying to force out the top lane. In fact, EG, they don't have any vision behind the tower, so they're not assertive about it. With the double damage rune in the hands of Wind Ranger, they could at least force the fortification out from CDEC. And that will allow her to slip into the mid lane at one point and take out that tier 1-2. Sumail's going to run.
He's going to be fine. He has a good defensive ward down around the river area. CDC once again find nothing. They group up for it. But they do have decent lane positions. The bottom lane, EG didn't manage to push as much as they would have liked, I think. AY did whatever he could there with the Cold Embrace, but obviously couldn't get in too close with the risk of getting caught out. There's a lot of spiders are being cleaned up here.
So much money for EG.
And this is the objective. This is where the fight's going to be.
They're going to be really happy with the spawn timing of this. It's 10 seconds away from spawn, so it's a quick Roshan. And the reason why it's even better is Sumail still is holding on to this double damage rune. So he's got this during the next fight. In fact, EG, they're moving forward at the moment. The hook shot in from Universe. He's caught two inside the cogs and forces himself back out again. The chance, though, is a real lock-in position. Universe, he just gets exploded, but at the same time, Sumail trying to bring down Garda. There's a little bit of help. PPD, the freezing field's not doing enough work. In fact, he's dying to Familiars, and he will, in fact, go down. They're going in deeper, but Sumail locked in and controlled EG. They're going to lose 4. Fear trying to change it around as much as he can, but now they're going to lose 5. EG went in too deep. AUI blinking himself away to safety, but not far enough. He'll Glimmer Cape into the pit, but they lose everything. Aggressive with a triple kill. CDEC will also grab Roshan and cement their control of this game. It was starting to swing away from them. It was a 5k advantage in net worth going the way of CDEC, but look at the curve. When we go to the experience, it kicks straight back up again for CDEC. EG, they are in real trouble now.
Sumail just doesn't have enough damage just yet. It's 33 minutes in. He's not having his best game on that Wind Ranger compared to what we saw earlier on in the tournament. If he would have had the Deso, this fight would have been completely different. But they don't kill fast enough with the focus fire. I think they also layer their abilities a little bit too much. There was a little bit of stun layering there. The Shackle Shot was not expired when the Winter's Curse from AUI came in. And it also looked like they weren't focusing on the same target entirely. So they spread it like they did a lot of damage to 2 targets instead of killing 1 off. And then the snowball from Garter saves the Leshrac after his self-fuels. And they just get to dodge the freezing field and find all the kills at the end. Beautiful play from CDEC, not losing a single player there. It looked like it was going to be a great fight for EG, but they just lacked that little bit extra that could have turned it their way.
You're right. It also comes down to a huge snowball coming in from Garda. He was able to protect 2 of the CDEC players throughout the fight. So the layering from CDEC was perfect. But for now, CDEC back to that farming kind of game unless they can find an opening. The Observer was watching all of EG moving into their own jungle. Next wave of items is starting to arrive, so a full BKB Leshrac is now up and running. You've still got that Blink Dagger over on the Tusker. And we've got 2 plate mails, one for the Quap and one for the Broodmother. So we're looking at both Shivas and Assault Cuirass being built up here for CDEC. And in fact, the Assault Cuirass is already done. And that's over on Aggressive.
He is 7-0-9. Super farmed this game, 235 CS. He's 3rd highest. CDEC have got full map control now. That one fight just gave them the entire map on a platter, and they even have a gem, so the final parts of EG's defensive lines outside of their base is now gone. And with Shiki with this BKB and the Aegis, the next fight EG take, they don't kill Shiki during BKB with anything else than a Focus Fire Wind Ranger. But her Deso is still not ready, so I'm not even sure that's gonna cut it. And then they still have the problem of dealing with the second life. This next fight CDC are going into with a very, very high odds of winning unless EG get a miracle combo off.
And they even have to babysit Sumail as he tries to complete up this Desolator. Wind Range not the healthiest of heroes as far as life goes. Now it's even harder for him. It's just...
It's a good item.
You have to venture so deep into the Radiant jungle for this farm.
Fear just upped his damage quite a bit with this butterfly. And of course his defense as well. 35% evasion. There's no MKB on the Radiant. It's a really good item against Visage. The Broodmother will also lose quite a bit of damage. But judging from how the fights have gone so far, CDEC haven't really targeted Fear super early in the fights. I think he died last in that last fight. They just went for the easy targets first, and then they took out Sumail. And then on to Fear in the end. If they can tank the Gyro's damage, with this Kiras giving them all 5 armor, with the Brood giving them all 5 armor with Vlad's, they have 10 AoE armor. The Lesh looks pretty fragile in isolation right now, but he technically has 18 armor during team fights. EG, they don't have enough oomph right now. They have to just wait, try to wait out the Aegis, get the Deso on Sumail, and then go for the fight of their lives to come back into this game. And CDEC can just keep map control. They're doing the right thing. They're farming the enemy jungle. They're pushing out both top and mid lane. EG are taking the only lane that's kind of safe for them here in the bottom. And they're not even showing a carry down here. It's PPD who's split pushing. They might be concerned with losing a more key hero at this point.
Well, right now, CDEC's looking for that key hero. They've smoked up with 4 players as well as a couple of familiars. Shiki is the only one showing himself in the mid lane. In fact, yes, they are going to wrap around the bottom. As you said, is AUI and PPD is the 2 supports who are down here. So Mel's just trying to farm the jungle. He's 50 gold away from having that Desolator. And right now he's going to walk almost into EG. The blink into the tree line as well as TP out. Sumail, he does it in time. And AUI looks like he'll also be successful. So an unsuccessful smoke gang from CDEC and a lot of time wasted for them.
And they lose a tower. They will deny it though, so not the biggest loss, but EG doing a good job reading map movements with 0 vision. If you look at the dire vision, they see absolutely nothing right now. And on the quite the contrary, CDEC, they have 4 observer wards out.
When these familiars are done. Well, then again, hook shot. Universe, he's found the Broodmother. The BKB's been done. Universe just 4-stars himself away. It's Shiki. He's moved up even further, looking for Sumail. Sumail going to get perfectly stunned and brought down by the pass Nova. Fear with the call down. He might have enough damage. No, he does not. EG lose 3. This is spiraling completely out of control for Evil Geniuses and perfectly in the position for CDEC. AUI locked on the other side of the trees. He's dead to the world. The only one left up is Universe. But this is the time when CDEC could just push and try and take a Rax. Shiki already TP'd himself up to the top lane. They're looking for more than just one.
I think Universe in that situation didn't realize Ixi picked up the BKB. As I mentioned earlier, I think it's the right choice to go for, and he did it after the plate mail. The moment that BKB was popped, the EG were in a lot of trouble. They didn't have the counterplay to the Brood. They just put the Clockwork into a horrible position, and it looks very likely right now that the series will be tied up.
Jump in by aggressive. At the same time, they're going to snowball after AUI. He's down for the count. Universe having this one-on-one battle with a Broodmother. A battle which he will lose. A 4-star away. He had to bail out of this one. Live to fight another day. He has already expended his call down to try and stop this push on the top lane. But he'll have to come in with Flat Cannon as well. PPD. That Greave's already been triggered by CDEC. They're happy to fight this, in Universe so low when he jumps in the blade mail, not protecting him, almost a 50 life, but Sumail's the main man who's in trouble. They've lost everything. EG, good game. We will have a guaranteed 4th game as CDEC level the series 1-1.
That Broodmother last pick really caught them off guard. I think both teams played a really, really good game here. I actually expected EG to lose harder than they did. I think the Brood could have just completely ruined their game, but they did what they could defensively. Now, this is something that sometimes happens, you know, in like best of 3 or best of 5. You get caught off guard by a hero you used to be focused on banning, and then suddenly your focus goes elsewhere because now this series is like starting to develop its own focus. They forgot the Brood. I think I would be pretty surprised if they wanted CDEC to go for the Brood pick there. But more than likely not be happening again, as the players will be leaving their booths right now.
All right, for now, let's take ourselves a break as we can throw it over to the analysts to find out their thoughts on Game 2.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, back on the panel once more with our 4 expert opinions. And what do we make of Game 2, Seb?
I think the Brood pick caught them off guard completely. I mean, we didn't get so much time to comment on it because it was the last picks, but we were like, they did not see that coming, and it felt like it, and especially because it was a Brood mid. The Leshrac was on safe lane, so it was indeed a good call, in the sense that they do not play Lesh mid. They confirmed it. It's a best of 5 for EG, so they shouldn't be too worried, but I mean, that brood pick was really problematic for them.
Yeah. What did you make of it, Merlini?
I like how they switch all the roles around. We saw the Leshrac move to the safe lane played by Shiki. We saw a aggressive play, a Queen of Pain, not a hero that we've seen him that much on this tournament. And then XZ go mid on the Brood, which was, again, a spectacular drafting move by CDEC. We thought it was going to be like almost the exact same draft as game number 1. And they just changed it at the last second and they just threw everything.
Yeah. Yeah, it did seem to throw them all, as well as the mix around. What did you make of it, Warrior?
I think it was lane dominance. Like, that's what they were aiming for really hard. And the off-lane Queen is super strong. That lane, Leshrac safe lane, very strong farmer there, hard to contest. And that also resulted in later timings. It was late Aghanims on the Windrunner compared to his previous game. It was a later Blade Mail on the Clockwork. It just made the game easier.
What did you make of their team fight compositions this time around? I think we've got a clip of the wipe that CDEC completed, but it didn't seem as coordinated as perhaps the first game.
That fight would have been a really good fight for EG. He has a DD on Somail, but the problem is that the timing on the Woodnugger is going to get stunned by the Leshrac before AY used the curse, so he's stunned, and he can't kill the toss, and he gets the snowball off. And then from there on, the whole fight is different. It's just a second. Like 1 second difference, and that fight would have been different. It's just that Leshrac gets the stun off on the Windrunner, and then AUI comes 1 second too late with the Winter's Curse.
And they have a very good lineup for keeping chasing. They have Tusk, they have Queen of Pain. No one gets away if people start dying. If you lose your Gyrocopter in this fight, you know it's going to turn bad.
We did see some weaknesses from CDEC, though. I think the Brood getting the Dezo first instead of a BKB made the game a little bit longer than it should have. Also, the Queen of Pain by Shiki, the Leshrac play by Shiki wasn't like the super badass Leshrac we usually see. And I think that's a problem for CDEC.
Yeah, I was going to go to that point by Ben. If I'm CDEC right now, I'm not happy at all because the way they ran the Lash wasn't like a big part of the reason they were actually having a good lead. It was like the whole team collectively. And if you look at the other teams when they play Lash, we look at the game and like, oh, this Lash is actually wrecking the whole game, but we didn't see it from the Lash this game from CDEC.
Going to get more from you in just a moment, but Casey is downstairs in the arena. I think she's with Toby and Synneren.
That's right. I tracked them down. We thought we would come and interview you guys. Here they are. First, I want to get your reaction to the first couple of games. They seem to be like really evenly matched, but you probably have a different view. What do you think so far?
Yeah, the two teams are really evenly matched, like you said. Game 1, I think perhaps the most even draft. EG really outmaneuvered them there. Game 2, I really favored CDEC's draft. I think we got to see why, especially the Brood pick caught them off guard, but we're in for hopefully 3 more incredible games.
I think what's really interesting is watching how you're casting all of the battles that we're seeing. We've seen some really good ones. How are you able to do it so quickly? Because we're following along. We can see most of it, but you're really able to get in there and describe in detail every little thing that's happening. How are you doing that?
With time and experience, you start to just identify everything. So it's just really quick and easy. Like it's Dota, it's second nature, so it's very simple.
You've been following these teams for a long time. Any surprises for either one of you as far as how either team is playing right now?
I wasn't actually sure EG would be able to perform in game number 1, but when they came in, I was pleasantly surprised they could do so. I was actually worried the CDEC also wouldn't show their A game, but they did in game number 2, which was absolutely superb. And I'm hoping we get a perfectly balanced draft in game 3, and both teams bring their A game.
And what about you, Synneren? Any big, bold predictions? You really do think it's going to go to all 5 games?
I said going into the series, that was not on camera though, so pretty much nobody knows. I said I probably favored CDEC 3-1 in this series. So far, that's still a possible outcome. I think it's more likely actually right now that we go 5 games. As far as surprises for these two teams, I think everyone is surprised how good CDEC has been the whole tournament. As far as EG getting far, I expected them in top 3. It's good to see them there. Now, whether they can go the whole way, CDEC is definitely the strongest opponent for them to overcome.
Well, thanks for talking to us. You're both doing an awesome job, especially with all of these guys behind you. Back to you guys upstairs.
Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Toby and Synneren. Yeah, it seems like all of the people with signs have figured out their meta game is actually right behind the English casters.
Yeah, that's the spot right there.
Yeah, they've definitely got that one. No one wants cheese down there, apparently, either. So what do we think, then, as the players are about to come out into the arena and rejoin us for Game 3? What are you expecting, Wagger?
I'm actually expecting EG to try and target down aggressive a little bit more in the early game, because they saw in first game, when he didn't get the best farm, he did struggle a little bit. Game 2, he took over, because he was the Queen of Pain off lane, contested so hard.
He did have a good game though, game 1. I mean, he was...
It was okay, but his...
PL. It's just the rotations where he didn't get like good rotations, he didn't snowball. But
his lane opponent was free farming though down there. For a Clockwork, he was getting so much on the lane. That's what I mean. I think they want to dominate his lane so that He's unparalleled from that lane.
Teams taking their positions in the pod once more. And we'll wait till they get in there before we talk about anything in detail, just so we don't get absolutely anything away whatsoever. Now they're nice and settled in there. It's not too bad after 2 games, because effectively now what we've got for both of them, they'll be thinking about this as a best of 3 now. So it's back to normality almost. It's like, well, that's all right then. We played a couple of good fun games. Now it's time to get down to business. The next game, I feel, is critical in the way that this could be shaping up. Synderen said he expected a 3-1 to CDEC. So if EG take this one, do they then go on and win 3-1, Malini?
I actually would probably say, CDEC is slightly favored. I don't know about EG though. I'm really surprised they ran the same thing twice in a row. Yes, it worked, but I think were overconfident in the fact that CDEC were too one-dimensional, and then we saw how they picked out the Brood, which is good. I think PVD's like kind of testing them to see how well they draft.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he said Q was a genius yesterday, and
I have to disagree a bit in the sense that I feel like CDEC, they played the same type of it's the same game. To me, it was CDEC over and over again, just that EG couldn't really react to it because it's this Brood that always pressures. It's really hard to move around. They have vision everywhere with Visage, with Brood. They were more mobile with Leshrac Yules, Travels, a lot of movement speed, the co-op. I mean, I just felt like EG, it was a gamble. Like, they went for Dire again instead of using that first pick advantage. I know I'm all about that storyline with the draft, but I really think that it's going to be the key for EG to win those finals. I feel like they need to make use of that first pick over Dire, because I don't think Dire is that big of a deal for CDEC. It could have been for EG, but unfortunately, when they caught Sumail twice, obviously that was the turning point in that game, because the fights at Roche after were almost impossible to take. But I would really like to see EG on first pick and give CDEC Dire. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, I kind of think that CDEC like out-strategized them because they sucked them into their own game again. They used Brood, but not in the typical sense. It's like, oh, you better split push and you have to pick fights. They like actually used Brood to make them fight more.
Yeah, that's like, no offense, but it feels like that's all they do. Just keep on fighting and fighting and fighting. And I don't feel like they showed us that they could play a different game. By a different game, I would mean, I don't know, some split pushy type of Dota, or maybe back to the team fights and play a bit more careful. They just keep on smoking.
Yeah, but why would you play a different game if it's working the best for you?
No, I'm not saying they have to, but I'm saying that if they're forced to do it, I'm not sure they can.
Yeah, I'm actually completely with Winter that this style that they have is extremely effective, to the point that other teams are copying it. So I don't think they want to stray from it at all, and it's hard to force them away from it.
Yeah, I mean, what they did in the first game, EG, was stop them playing that way. They've got to get back to that, surely, in Game 3.
Exactly. If EG win the third game, I believe that's going to be because they have figured out how to draft against them again. And if they win the third game, then I'm pretty positive EG will take the series.
But I feel it's easy for EG to actually force them out of it with those 3 heroes, because you don't want to you can't fight like this against techies. You can't do it versus Naga. It's very tough, because if once you're caught out of position and they execute their combo correctly, you're gonna get team wiped. And versus Leshrac, you just don't want to, because that's all Leshrac wants. He just wants you to run at him and so he can make use of all the great spells he has early on.
So that's why you want EG to have first pick, so they can get one of these 3.
And then we're gonna see if CDEC can actually adapt or not. And if they can't, EG will take it. And if they can,
I'm pretty positive they will force their way no matter what. Even if they give away a Leshrac, they will bring the fight. I don't think they will back down.
Okay, it's getting quite feisty over here. They're supposed to be teammates in the final. What do you?
We are on different predictions, though.
Okay, what do you two think?
I agree that they're going to play the same style, whether or not they give away the Leshrac or the Naga Siren. I don't think they'll give techies under any circumstance, but I still think they're going to try and force their way to fight, though. Like, maybe pick Disruptor and glimpse a Naga back after the song or the Siren so they can't escape. I feel like that's way more their style.
But if you think that's their style, PPD will probably think that's their style as well. So he's got to draft something like he did in Game 1 where it stops them doing that. What would he pick?
I mean, I think it was more a playstyle thing. They, charged in on the Skyras. Skyras not a high-priority target. I feel like CDEC were very ineffective about the way how they chose to go around
I think it was more of their own problem rather than what PPD has.
Yeah. Okay.
They just didn't slow down the tempo when they were not going well.
Okay, all right, that's an interesting point. We've got just a few seconds left to go before the draft, and we'll get your thoughts in just a few moments as we head into Game 3 for the draft.
CDEC Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. Grand Finals, Game 3.
There we go then. Game number 3, 1-1. It's effectively a best of 3 for the grand prize, the champions of the International 2015. We'll get into the draft very shortly.
Game 3 is definitely spoken with more pizzazz from that now.
We've said that all along. I'm waiting to see if we can hear Game 4 and 5, which we're definitely going to hear one of those.
It's going to be terrifying.
The Aegis of Champions is waiting for its new owner, and it will have a new owner, a new name on that trophy this year, as well as all 5 players entering into history. Here we go then, into the draft.
First pick again.
Damn it.
Well, I guess if you're CDEC, you want first pick, right?
Yes.
I wanted EG on first pick.
Okay, so all pretty much to order as we'd expect. So
it might have been CDEC choosing it this time around.
Yeah.
I think CDEC chose the first pick and EG just took the iron.
I was speaking like during the game with another player, but whatever, about that Tusk instead of Darkseer. I felt like giving them Darkseer would be better than giving them Tusk because they're one of those teams, they use Tusk so effectively.
Yeah,
like yet again, they won the game thanks to a snowball. Just give them Darkseer and remove the Tusk.
There were a few moments where I just felt the Tusk just totally changed the course of the gank, and it just has such a big impact when they are using it correctly.
I was also impressed by how Q played that Visage, because we haven't seen them run Visage a lot. And that was just a strong hero in that game.
You know, they always win around that fight, the area southwest of the Roshan pit, and Tusk is really strong there because of the ice shards. So I would also agree.
Yeah, heroes that are strong there as well, though, are Clockwork and Gyro, who get picked up by EG here. The Cog and the Call Down are super good in that area, as there are so many ramps to run up and down.
It's exactly 3 games in a row, same opening.
Yep, it is. And now we're going to see some similar response as well by CDEC here. Obviously, Tuskar is removed.
What are the other options here? Wyvern. There's Wyvern, there's Dazzle.
I guess Wyvern is a pretty good counter for them to go for. But
Queen is decent too.
What did they get in game 1 after the last strike? I'm gonna check.
It was Tusk.
No, game 1.
Oh, game 1.
Tusk. It was PL. The second pick PL in game 1.
Oh, true. It was.
But do you actually want to reveal your carry?
No, I don't. I don't think.
No.
Yeah, I'm not thinking it's good. I'm just trying to see what they would pick because they're not getting the Tusk. I thought that was really good.
I think PL is okay to reveal because it's gonna get banned by EG. Even when they have good heroes against PL, they will ban it. So that's an okay hero to pick and then ban out Ember. You know, you can make it easier. Oh, they're actually going into the Visage here. It did work out really beautifully for them in the previous game. So going back to that, 2 really strong fighters in Lesh and Vis. Storm Spirit being removed as well by CDEC. No Storm for Sumail again.
And this time around, I think it's quite smart for them.
I mean, I think no matter what, CDEC shouldn't risk playing against the Storm. And if it's a first or second pick Storm, then fine, you can counter it with your entire lineup. But they shouldn't risk a late Storm pickup by EG. They played well.
You can feel the frustration. I don't know if it's a frustration, but from EG in Stab and Brood, because it was definitely a big issue for them last game. And it's one of those games where that last pick Brood, it happened to a lot of us. You're like, I actually forgot about Brood, and I can't believe I forgot about Brood, because Brood is one of those heroes where if you're not ready for it, then it feels like you can't even play the game.
It doesn't even matter if it's a pub or if it's TI finals. Brood last pick is always dirty. It's as dirty as it gets.
How do you feel like the Crystal Maiden's been working out for Evil Geniuses?
I think it's been really strong, honestly. I think they have had some good impact with it. But I don't know, it really relies heavily on predicting the enemy movement early on, which they did very well in the first game. Second game, well, they struggled a little bit, but it was harder because of the Brood mid.
I feel like it really helps them keep up in tempo. Like you know, sometimes you have to wait just for that one hero to TP back home, or someone to TP in and give you your bottle or something like that. And CM kind of eliminates all those issues, so they never get caught off guard by CDEC, who play a very fast-paced game.
Yeah. Also allows the Clockwork to really spam his rockets much more, because he's going max rocket build on Universe, and it's working out well. He gets very high CS on his offlane.
I mean, in the last game as well, we've seen like so many coordinations where they went for a gang. Clock was on the other lane, and he had early max out rocket flare, and it actually helped them secure kills.
Exactly.
So there was a lot of coordination there in the last game, how they used the rocket flare to maximum efficiency.
Lina removed as well from CDEC, not giving that one away to Sumail. So really targeting Sumail with the next bans here. Can only expect that EG should pick up his hero soon and not try to hide it like they did previously.
Who have they been picking for AUI in these games?
He played Skywrath, and he got super high farm as well. Mana Boots and Mech so early, and like one of the most farmed Skywraths that I saw.
I wonder if they're going to go for like more AoE team fight. Like Skywrath is good and all, and I think it works well versus CDEC if they're worried about the laning phase. But I think the early team fight, I think, is where CDEC tends to slightly trump EG. Maybe take a page from other people's book and maybe go for AA or Sand King as their 4 instead.
I'd say they're gonna go for the same. I mean, eventually they would change the Sky, but I feel like they're gonna go for the Maiden again because it was really the. Oh, they get a main hero actually. I just feel like they're gonna adopt the same playstyle where they can actually fight CDEC back. Like the Brood, they just couldn't fight it because it was a Brood, but overall, I don't feel like EG were, far behind in like map movement last game.
No, not in map movement, but it's just very tough because of how the Brood can both scout people and also force people to group up more. You can't go alone in your jungle. It just becomes much more cumbersome to move across the map. So I think it's smart by them to secure Sumail's hero already. Now, these bans by CDEC are kind of wasted in the next few picks, the Lina and the Storm.
I actually feel if they didn't secure it here, they will never get it, because the next pick going into CDEC, they would actually just take the hero. It's really good on their lineup. It's really good against the Gyro as well.
And Aggressive likes to play it. They run the safe in Ember a lot.
Well, they're actually running very level-dependent supports, like very greedy supports, Visage plus Lion.
Oh.
You'll see what EG does to it, or they're actually going to go for just some jungle greedy support of their own.
I mean, that's very reactive, right? Picking Lion, you want the Hex, you want the stun so that you can lock down the Spirit. It's the same way you play against Storm or Ember, doesn't matter. But I haven't seen a lot of really good Lion play this tournament at all. Like, it hasn't worked that well.
I think if you can actually get away with it, then you can actually make it work well. The issue is like most of the games where the teams pick Lion, they get punished so hard because they're off lane with pressure and just get kills easily here and there. And Lion has a very hard game from then on.
I mean, he's great in the mid game and he's great when he has his Blink Dagger. The problem with Lion is that he doesn't bring a lot of damage early on. And
the cooldown.
Yeah,
well, the cooldown on his ultimate.
True. Early on, the cooldown ulti is super long. And CDEC, they like to bring the fight often and early, so if you don't have damage.
Yeah, this pick is also a really good reaction towards what CDEC have. They have very greedy supports. You need to do something about it. Like a lot of teams have been reacting towards greedy supports by picking Undying, like a lane pressure right away when you see there's possibilities of punishing a weak support.
Yeah, that should be AoE Undying, I suppose. Be nice. Could also be PPD, I guess. You don't really need a lot of items on Undying. All you need is level 7. If you reach that, you have a lot of impact.
I mean, it's 2 melee though versus potentially 3 ranged heroes on the safe lane. Do you really think that EG can contest it with only 2?
They can do the trick though. They have Dire and they have Clockwork, so they can just pull their creeps into their own tower on the first creep wave. You can probably contest even on that lane.
And they did replace the Tusk by Dogs here. I feel like it fits their playstyle a bit less, but it's still obviously a very good pickup. Darkseer and Leshrac, we haven't seen that combo so much, but it's not even a combo in the sense that Leshrac just runs in and Vacuum is like the best spell to have with him.
We saw some Vacuum Impale combos though, which was really nice. That was a few days ago now, but
I feel like it's a tough Ember game. I don't know, but like Visage, Lion, those supports, very strong supports versus Ember.
Hey, Sumail thrives in the tough games. He likes to be hard countered because then he knows his team, Fierce Gyrocopter, is gonna go ham. So I think he just wants his other lanes to do well. If they get items on Universe and Fear, he'll be happy.
So PL is still available for CDEC. Ember, as you guys said, might have been a counter pick to PL. They're just preventing a PL pick. So do you think they're gonna go for it? Or?
I actually think they will go for something stronger, like the last game, the co-op, because they are having Lion and Visage.
Oh yeah, they're gonna take a midder, right? Or because it wasn't Leshrac mid again, so probably.
Yeah, maybe it will actually happen the same thing.
Yeah, and Queen does have a good time against Ember as well. It would fit nice, because I think Peel was strong here. I don't think it's super good with the Visage early on. It could work, though.
They need a mid that scales, though, right? So you're talking about, what, Queen of Pain, Storm's banned.
And I'm just sorry. I just got the stats of who picked what. So CDEC picked first pick game 1, as we said. EG picked Dire game 2, and now CDEC picked first pick again. So they're getting first pick over Dire, and we explained why it was the case. So in that game, it's CDEC that had the drafted advantage.
Yeah, we see the return of the Skywrath Mage. But that's very curious, as you say, because that means they have different focus. CDC, they know that first pick is important for them, whereas Evil Geniuses are going towards the you play Dire the entire time, we're gonna pick Dire.
It was a gamble for game 2, I felt, and that gamble didn't work, let's be honest. So I'm pretty positive EG is gonna take first pick game 4, or maybe they feel like they could have won game 2 and they should go for the same approach.
Probably yes. Only one pick remaining for CDEC. Taking some time thinking about this, should definitely be Aggressive's hero. And we have seen him run Peel more than almost anything, I think, this tournament.
Slark.
Oh, the Slark? That is ballsy.
It's a Shiki Leshrak.
Iron Shell Slug. Very scary.
Okay, let's go back down to the arena where we'll rejoin our commentary team of Toby1 and Cinderin.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is time to get underway for game number 3. Evil Geniuses up against CDEC Gaming. We have ourselves an element of aggression, plus again a draft which looks very similar to game 1 until we hit the end, of course.
It's just funny for me to see how CDEC go in with a new pick every single game. And people are, a lot of people at least were expecting in the grand finals here that they were figured out, they had a clear-cut playstyle, they always went for like the same kind of picks. And yes, there's not that big variation, but they keep swapping out one every time. This time it's going to be on Aggressive's role. We get to see the Slark. And of course for Evil Geniuses, they're going to the Skywrath Mage again, which won the first game for them, or he didn't single-handedly do it, but did a lot of work. We're going to see PPD on Undying. Now, I just want to quickly mention, as far as this draft goes for CDEC, Slark is incredible with Iron Shell. It is one of the most fearsome heroes you can run into in the mid-game if he has a good laning stage. EG should be aware of this, and he's also a pretty good matchup against Gyro during the duration of Shadow Dance, and when it's over, maybe you can disengage. You have so much burst going into Gyro, which most melee cores actually can't do, because they just get Rocket Barrage to death, but Slark has that that ability in Shadow Dance to actually take the fight to a Gyro in melee range. So I think CDEC have a very well-rounded draft with that last pick, and I think EG were taken completely off guard by it. That said, though, they have their own comfort picks.
Yeah, that they do. It's all about the comfort zone fear. Another game to be played over on Gyro, while Skywrath Mage, you get a 2 for now for AUI 2000. And Samal on the Ember Spirit, we had a wonderful display of his talents on that hero just a couple of days ago here on the main stage in Key Arena. And it was absolutely superb. And with an Undying, you always feel like that early game pressure is going to be strong. And it looks like that's exactly what EG are trying to achieve. They'll move Universe up to the top, Samal to the mid, so they can run an aggressive tri-lane at the start with Fear, PPD, as well as Aoi together. And this means that CDEC, well, it's not really going to change their lanes that much anyway. They're already planning on pushing that Leshrac into the mid and the Darkseer to the offlane.
It's going to be interesting to see. If this is a tri-on-tri lane, it's the lane to watch. That's just how Dota works. When two tri-lanes meet, there's bound to be a lot of action. And even if let's say there's no action, then one team is just flat out farming the other, because else they will be looking to get an advantage via kills.
As you see Aggressive's position, he's already looking for the early attack down here, putting the Observer Ward inside the lane, so you'll understand just how far EG moved down. Garda is the man doing the block on the wave, and then Darkseer is moving over, so Darkseer will remain on the bottom for the start. Sorry, it's the Slark who's now actually TP'd himself up to top, so they've split their lanes up already.
Yeah, they just waited for whatever information they could get. They see the aggressive dual lane that EG were planning, and they just decide it's not worth it. I actually think they might have had a shot at it, but the Slark versus Clock matchup is good for Slark. Now, of course, he's going to get the help of Q's Visage. And looks like PPD will be rotating up with the Undying. And at the same time, Fear in that offlane with Gyro will not be finding as much as he would like. And in the previous Gyro games we've seen, Fear has been getting a lot of farm. This lane is not that easy for him to play the Gyro against. They have decent kill potential at level, especially level 3.
And Aggressive's not having the greatest start to his time. He didn't level up Pounce to start with. He leveled up Essence Shift instead. And that might have been because he realized he'd be going up against a hero like a Clockwork. So the mana's been completely burnt out of him already. And with the creep pull off to the side, he's still going to find his levels coming up shortly. It's just a contest for farm. And Fear, actually, they keep this dual lane off lane with Fear and AUI together. Try and keep XZ. Like, they can't keep him away from the farm, but maybe they can at least force him away from the lane.
You just see how much the teams are adapting. The moment the Skywrath rotates bottom, it's not a winning lane for CDEC anymore. So they just go and stack the jungle instead now with Garter on the line, and maybe he will rotate top. Like, they're constantly, both teams, adjusting to solve the laning problems that they may have. And right now, I think EG are pretty happy with the lanes they've got. So Mel is doing pretty well in mid, as per usual. Again, this is not a matchup that I would give Ember any sort of edge in, but he's still winning the super early exchanges against Shiki. He's just, as far as the first few minutes in lane go, he just seems to be the better mechanical player in this matchup.
He might be having a little bit of help at the moment. AUI was able to pick up an invis room, and he's going to walk his way in towards the mid lane. He'll find Garda here, and well, terrific smoke time from CDEC as AUI's invis rune instantly triggers it, and you're not going to be carrying around dust or anything which can counter what was just done anyway.
That's the shortest duration smoke we've seen at the tournament.
Instantly cancelled.
Actually did absolutely nothing. Well, what it did give them information. So even though he doesn't get the gank, he knows that Skywrath is there, but they can't really use it for anything. So very good rotation from AUI.
In fact, he already just head down the bottom. He cancelled the clarity of the Darkseer, which is actually going to make it a little bit more difficult for Rexy to keep these Iron Shells up on the lane. But he doesn't have his Soul Ring just yet. The bottle has already been ferried out to the mid lane. So he has to wait for the courier to get back. By that point, he should probably have the money for it. And Shiki really needed this too. Like, his creep wave's going to let him catch up to the farm. But he needs to be able to zone out Samal a lot more than what he currently is. Well, EG top lane Universe, Garda, trying to come around the corner. PPD is still waiting in the tree line. CDEC have no vision of this at all. But they have to know he's around.
If they go for an aggressive play, PPD can skill either Soul Rip or Tombstone. He's holding his point for now because he wants to see what solution he needs to go for. If they get the chance to just burst someone down in the cogs, we might see him just kill the Soul Rip. But I think the more defensive of those two abilities in a lot of cases that could arise up here would actually be the Tombstone, just to slow down CDC on their way in, and Universe can just cog and run out. Their gank did not work out. And Lion is going to rotate again.
And this is a lot of time without finding levels. Then again, he can't do the pull on the bot lane anyway, because the Observer is still blocking up the camps. A little bit further to the right, so it's not actually on the magic push, so it's not blocking up both the camps inside the Radiant jungle. But for now, Garda, right underneath the Dire Observer Ward. He thinks he's being stealthy by walking into the tree lines there, but Samal knows exactly what's going on. His Flame Guard will come off cooldown in a moment, and in fact, they've also rotated in AUI 2000. So by knowing this, they can try and go for a counter gank.
Yeah, if he stays there for too long, he's first blood. It's going to be very easy for EG once Samal hits level 6. He's almost there. Garter will decide against it.
He actually saw AUI walk across the lane. That's the reason why he backed up. Universe getting very close on the top lane there. It's a Cog's going to drag in the slug. Now he's looking for that pounce, while PPD removing a lot of his life. He pounces up and away. The rocket's still available here from Universe. He'll get vision back on this Slark again, and you got Decay in just a moment. In fact, it's back off cooldown again, but with the support coming in from Shiki, they have to back up. It's a Mail. It's a Trip Spirit down to the Visage. Evil Genius is finally, they'll be the ones to spill the first blood. And it'll be on the Visage after an interesting initiation from Universe.
Such a great play call from EG to go back there. Instead of diving onto the Slark, they realize there has to be a TP coming out from the Lesh, and then they TP their own in turn, and Ember just the more impactful hero in that engagement the way it turned out. Very, very good map movements here.
And what a great time to also rotate it in. It was still the Undying who got the last hit. So PPD was the man with the extra cash, but there's never a bad time to give money to an Undying. Even if PPD does play that fifth, more sacrificial position. And while all that was going on, like you TP out heroes, you've got Fear finding his level 6 on bot lane. So attacking into this gyro on the bot is very suicidal, because you'll be coming underneath cooldown. And the Slark's not really in a position where, like, aggressive is not finding momentum on this Slark at all, which is something he really needs.
He's not getting as much farm as he would like right now. The farm is favoring EG quite a lot, as a matter of fact. They're 1,500 gold ahead with just 1 kill, and that's just lane farm. There's been no towers pushed at all. It's a very good start for them. And if you're CDEC, you probably look for a timing window that is Lion hitting level 6 and Slark hitting level 6. Then your heroes start really taking off and being able to gank very easily. And Lion will get a lot of experience shared here with Shiki, who, of course, takes the gold. We'll be rotating into mid again, as Q right now is taking experience there. And he has to be careful. Sumail can solo him easily. But Lion is, of course, in the neighborhood to help him out, should Sumail fall for the bait.
And if Sumail does initiate onto that other side, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Very difficult to bring in help for that. Observer Ward's going to finally time out the bot lane, so CDEC, they lose vision of what's happening with EG on their bot lane, for now at least. But these Iron Shells keep pushing the wave back out again. As now Somali does actually jump in. He goes over on Q with the Flame Guard up. It will be Hex, but he's not in range for the burn. Just backfired up, and then the hookshot from Universe. He wants to finish the job. No rocket available. Somali barely able to escape. Universe with a Cox will buy himself a little bit of space here. He'll have a rocket up in a moment. Even Fear TP didn't try and have some part in that. A level 1 rocket is not enough to find that kill, and Universe knows it.
Just look at how fast the teams are reacting to
He's still going to give it a shot.
Made.
That's not enough. No, it's actually short as well. Middle lane, Sumail jumping in again. Can't get the Searing Chains. They're starting the call out from Fear, trying to buy more space. Sumail couldn't do any more extra damage, but it might open up enough for Fear to get this kill on Garder's Universe. Actually, Cold forced himself down, and this will be a kill for Fear, but Universe trapped underneath the tier 1 tower. The kill will come in for Versace with the lightning damage as well from Leshrac. EG severely punished, as again CDEC bring in reinforcements, and again we're going now on top, which is PPD getting just attacked by aggressive a little bit.
This is what does happen sometimes from EG. Sumail is such a hyper-aggressive player, and if the enemy team is ready for it, a play like that is just not going to work. That was really a deep dive. Lion was still in position, and he lost his Flame Guard too fast. It's the price he pays. I think in this game, maybe he should have gone for a 204 build instead of a 303. Yes, you get a lot of damage on the Searing Chains, but hey, the extra 150 tank.
Universe, hookshot coming in with the battery assault. He's going to try and control the Shrek. No option for a split earth, and now in comes Sumail with the extra jump in, but the double stun. Going to keep Universe and Sumail back. He wanted to slide a fist and then just get the Searing Chain, if possible, onto the retreating Visage. But unable to find the combination.
And while all of this is quietly happening, or not quietly happening, while all of this is happening, Darkseer and Skywrath are quietly farming in the bottom lane. EG want to make sure AOI gets a Mystic Flare at a reasonable timing so he can combine with the Clockwork. He also has really good combination with the Ember, of course, with Sleight of Fist into Searing Chains. If that's level 4 for the 3-second duration, it's more than enough to find a kill on most of the Radiant heroes with the Flare. Of course, we haven't talked so much about XC, as he has just mainly been staying in the bottom lane, and he is getting a lot of farm now as a result of all the action that's been going on elsewhere, and that could make for a fast mech for CDEC, whereas the one on EG will be a lot later, if they're getting one at all this game.
And last time we saw it built over on the Skywrath Mage, and AUI, well, they have been giving him a lot of space in that bot lane. The same thing's been happening for the Undying, but PPD went into the Arcane Boots instead. He is a natural mech carrier, but you can't have both your supports taking most of the farm on the map.
And you have to get mana on Undying. This hero has a lot of spam potential with enough of a mana pool, and without Arcane Boots or some sort of other item to compensate for that, you just don't get enough
Universe.
mana out of your hero.
Where's that vision? He doesn't have it on the heroes. Now we'll actually see one, but misses the hook shot. He's actually trying to have a go at the Leshrac.
And Q destroyed the rune, right? So AUI just got the single rune this time around, the bounty rune at bottom. And classic CDEC play. They're going to rotate top. Now Darkseer is getting active. He's level 8. So they're looking to take the first tower of the game very quickly here, as EG planning on maybe finding a trade bottom combined with a gank. If they get both of these, this would be very, very good for them. And I don't think CDEC are going to expect this, although Shiki, maybe he does. He's actually pulling back very defensively.
He's not sure about it. He's moving over towards PPD as well as Universe, actually going through the tree line to try and break the smoke, while in middle lane is Q and Garda coming in. They're looking for the kill on Sumail. The Spirit's up, but Sumail won't have enough life to survive this. Support's coming in from Universe as well as PPD. They throw down the tombstone, and Fear, it needs to be a big call down, and it will be a catch out too. They need flank out damage as well. Universe dropping very, very quickly with the lightnings and the familiar familiar drops. It's a double kill for the Leshrac. They're looking for more. PPD removing a little bit of the life, but support's arrived in here. It's aggressive, going on Fear. It's a triple kill for the Leshrac, and PPD on the run. No stuns for the Familiars, but they got some decent damage. Surging in the slug. He doesn't have pounds available, but there's that Iron Shell combo with the Death Mark Pact. There's a kill for the slug, and CDEC. Momentum is coming their way again. A sharp spike to the Golden Experience graphs.
They just knew what was happening. They got the top tier 1 for free. EG were trying to trade for bottom, but they weren't fast enough, so Fear left it. And then they just know that, of course, they're going to be rotating into mid to gank Shiki, and they're very quick to respond with their own rotation from above.
Universe.
All usage there.
Gonna hook shot bottom lane, aggressive. Thought he was fine, but EG, they at least get the consolation prize.
And now this combo being online, you're going to see more of this in this game. It's 100% certain that Universe and AUI will be grouping up more. Their ultimates, it's another thing about Clockwork Skywrath that isn't talked about so much. Their ultimates combo very well, and you catch them in place and you just blow them up, but they also have very similar cooldown. So they just very naturally will be able to gank at the same time. As this bottom tower might actually fall now as well. So EG, the last fight didn't go well, but if this gank transitions into a tower as well, they ended up getting a fairly even trade at the end of the day.
Darkseer wants to surge in for the denial, and PPD doesn't want to let him have it. And he won't. Skywrath Mage will take the last hit. Meanwhile, in mid lane, it looks like Garda's coming forward. There's your Hex over on Fear with a Sleight of Fist with Chains not doing any work. Fear just explodes to CDEC. And Samel's forced back further.
He's not having a good game on Gyro this time around, which is a really big problem for EG. This hero doesn't play too well from behind compared to some other carries, and I want to say both Ember and Gyro dependent on a good early game. He's died twice on Ember, he's died 3 times on the Gyro. And you compare that to CDEC with 1 dead on the Leshrac and 1 death on the Slark. They're just getting the better exchanges early on.
You're right, CDEC, they've moved around perfectly, the team fights have been going their way more, and this resulted in the Leshrac having almost 6k net worth. A lot of money coming into this, and we know the power of Leshrac when he gets farmed up. This isn't like game 1. This isn't a support Leshrac. It is a core, and a quickly progressing core as well.
Shiki is having a better game than in the last game. And in the last game, he was still very impactful, even though he had a couple of deaths that maybe could have been avoided. He still dealt so much damage and took a lot of focus for EG in the fights. And it's what CDEC are doing right, which the panelists actually talked about. The first Leshrac pick we saw at the main event was LGD giving it to VP, I think. And VP went with Leshrac together with Queen of Pain, and they were like, the way you play a core Lesh is that you pick it together with a strong carry, so that you have a mix of physical and magical damage, and it's very easy to focus.
Hook shots down from Universe. The Tombstone's also going to be in the neighborhood, and there's your Skywrath Mage combo. Samel wants to come in and be careful. This guy's walking around with DD with a familiar drop. Perfect timing coming in from CDEC. The call down will force CDEC to move back behind their tier 2 tower.
I don't think they're done yet. Aggressive, good cogs.
Nice cogs from Universe, keeping that Slark at bay. The Familiars are still moving forward, and, well, no drop down. Actually, it will be over on Fear. But PPD is still standing his ground. No more real initiation there from Evil Geniuses.
EG have the way superior vision here. CDEC are not interested in engaging uphill where their ward isn't. Their ward is here, however, so they will see Universe getting in position.
They need that slow. The Lightning's going to do the job. The Surge not bringing Leshrac in range.
This should actually tell them there is a ward. You see Universe pinging it out. There's no way that Lightning is able to hit him at nighttime. So he's pinging his location where he got hit, and they will probably try to sentry this one out.
It's too far away. AUI threw it down, but the Observe Ward's further up.
There's a Midas for aggressive.
EG. They come back for tier 1 town. They don't want to let it go. Aggressive loves him, I mean, not only Midas, but he's farming up all of EG's jungle right now.
Oh, he's getting those stacks, but it's going to cost them a tower. I think EG would be okay with this, even if they knew it was going on.
Just means that flash farming to catch the gyrocopter up is not really going to be there. You get some money, in fact, yeah, Aggressive gets away with it. He'll move up to the top lane, even farm that lane up, add pressure to the tier 2 tower, and this stops EG from adding more pressure into the tier 2 tower on the bot lane, or even looking to attack in to CDEC, which they want to. They have a dire observer wall that just scared them going up, and in fact, a smoke move coming out here from CDEC.
I'll see Universe farming up, but it looks like that's not their target. They want top, they want to kill into a tower.
EG are taking the right path, though. They're completely escaping this gank. I'm not sure if they did see any of it with their ward. I think they didn't. At least they didn't ping it out.
They saw them move up onto the hillside, and
yeah,
without any hero, with like the only hero you got showing in lane is a Slark. You can put 1-on-1 together and make 2, realizing it's a trap.
1-on-1 makes a trap. Aggressive is just keeping the split push going. So this is the problem, right? You can tell EG are under pressure because they respect CDEC's movements and they let them get more out of the map. Aggressive, farming up very far in the top lane. He's going to once again start damaging this top tower. If not himself, then at least the creeps will. And XZ is also moving in position. They have a good ward here, showing them that EG aren't there. And at the same time, EG are also showing in the dire jungle. So they might flat out just lose this tier 2 for no trade.
Well, CDEC, they're going to back themselves up. PPD's moving up. The trade-off could be from Fear on bot. And he's trying to force the lane in to get CDEC to look down south, while Samel farms up most of the Radiant jungle. He's still a while off having that Battle Fury of his. But if they can secure the tier 2 tower and potentially even a kill over on Garda, that'd be a nice little thing to sweeten the pot for EG. But the familiars are coming out now from CDEC. They're having a look around. They're trying to find an opening. They just see Universe in the mid. And they're about to find Samel as well as AUI. But AUI is very happy with this, if we can get the last hits on them.
This game is slowing down a little bit right now. I think it probably favors CDEC a slight bit because of the Midas advantage they have on the Slark, because the Leshrac is now getting his Bloodstone. They should be able to farm faster than EG. When it comes to pick-off potential, though, the Slark is still a very vulnerable target. If he gets caught by the Clock Skywrath, he will die from full health with no counterplay available, of course, going for the Midas instead of a little bit of tankiness, or maybe building into, say, a Mantis Style or a BKB first, or a Drum, even, that we've seen from Aggressive in quite a few games, especially on his PL. It looks like he's transitioning now into an Ogre Club for now. So this could be SNY, it could be early BKB. Looking at BKB, EG have very few solutions for that until super late game. Both Ember and Gyro are spread damage carries that deal a lot of damage, but not really to that single target in the Slark. And if that's the reasoning behind getting the BKB, then I could definitely agree with going it first in this game with a Midas.
You're right, looks good, but EG, as you said though, like later in the game it's going to look better for them. For now, they're trying to get a little bit more control of the early game by smoking up, looping around, and looking for CDEC, but CDEC are always on the other side of the map when these smoke gangs happen. So Lion's got an invis rune. He's going to have a bit of a look around inside the Dire jungle. Unfortunately for him, he's standing right on top of a Dire sentry ward. As Samal's going to walk up, Garda going to get Syrian chained up. He wasn't really ready for this one. Finger of Death is available, but Samal, Spirit Jump forward. There's already a rocket, and the Spirit Jump will allow him to get this last little tick of damage into Garda. And there she goes. There was a Flame Guard doing the work. But the tier 2 tower still drops in favor of top lane.
Actually got 464 gold for that kill on the Ember. Samel getting a little bit more than I thought he would. Line is
that brings him very close to the Fury.
Yeah, he's making a lot of progress on the Ember here. This is probably going to be one of those games where EG slow play, because their early aggression didn't really work out. They didn't get the lanes they were looking for all the time. They had to shift multiple times. They're losing both of their safe lane towers, which opens up the map a lot for especially the Slark. Now at nighttime, he's even safer because he has the 1800 night vision. No one on the Dire team does. They do have a good ward inside their own jungle, though, and maybe that could give them a pick off. But, well, they're not going to happen. Aggressive is back. Let's see. Imagining this will be a Sanj. Nope, Blink Dagger. Actually, getting the mobility first.
He wants kills. The casual Ogre Club for life. Ring of Aquila for a little bit of regen and stats.
I would agree with this on Slark, though. Actually, getting a mobility item first. We see, I think, like 90-95% of Slark games, you get either Blink or Shadow Blade as your first major item.
Yep.
Aggressive prefers the Blink here, and on second thought, definitely the better choice than getting BKB. But now that he got a Blink first, I don't think he should go SNY. Like now that probably is going to come out too late for its effectiveness, and unless they get a really good fight now, in which case he might still get it.
Well, for now, they're actually looking more over to just get some wards down. It is a full team smoke up here from CDEC. And EG have to be mindful of this. If they know things not right, they're actually pinging out saying defense to the tier 1 tower on bot lane. That's where CDEC are moving over to now. There's the double Blink Dagger combination as well. Like, you've already got Garda walking around with a Blink Dagger on this Lion. Combining it up with the Slark's movement, they can just quickly just jump in and pop any hero they really want to try and find. Now PPD puts his own Observer Ward down, so both teams having good vision over the spot lane, and Universe hook shots in. He's able to lock in aggressive. That Blade Mail not even helping him at all. Universe just evaporates. To the CDEC, damage and Aggressive's coming in more. Blinks forward, gets a leash over on Fear, they need more damage. The Tombstone trying to help out the finger. Not enough to kill off Fear, Garda so low. The mech keeping him up until the sun comes in, actually is undying. Getting the last bit of damage in, concussive shot will slow down the Visage, and Samal going in very deep, a double searing chain, moving around as EG. Samal picking up the double kill. They move in deeper as well. Q's on the run out here, the Sleight of Fist, they're getting rid of at least one of the familiars, and the TP out from the Visage will be successful. There's no more stuns here for EG to use. And
that looked like that looked like it was going to be a really bad fight for EG when they lost the Clockwork for pretty much nothing, but it just seems like whatever team is engaging into the other gets punished really quickly. CDEC with a follow-up engage from the Slark weren't really able to follow through, as Samael with a perfect timing on the Battle Fury. If he didn't have it he had it like 30 seconds before that fight broke out. If he wouldn't have had that, that could have looked really bad for EG, but a lot of spread damage being done.
It flags out what important that kill on Garda was. That extra cash to have the Battle Fury for that one fight. It was a critical kill, and something which Garda really, again, couldn't have foreseen because of the Sentry Ward being there. It's a D-Ward position, but that's all. Now Aggressive looks for his opening with an Invis Rune, but Samal's looking really good right now. He does not want to try and get up in his face. Especially knowing he probably won't be able to pick up the kill anyway. Not if there's a defensive spirit floating around, which there is behind the tier 1.
We should also mention the mech on AUI. I'm not sure if you did.
I have not yet.
I do believe that was in the fight as well. Yeah, it was on cooldown after the fight, so definitely helping out EG as well. We were debating whether they would be able to get a mech in time or not, at least compared to CDC, who definitely got it way earlier in the Darks here, but he's managed to get a decent timing on it from AUI with only 30 CS. Having Arcane's mech at minute around 20 is still pretty damn good. Makes a big difference in these team fights with so much spread damage coming out from both teams. Mech is one of the absolutely most valuable items for its cost.
That was critical for both teams during that last engagement. Looks like they're looking for another one as well now. CDEC, well then again, hook shot. They've gone up to the top, that's Aggressive. Locked in here, that Shadow's not going to help him too much. Actually, it's enough to pounce him away. They cannot keep up Evil Geniuses. That Slark is just way too fast. Really thought EG would be able to dish out a lot more damage to him before he's able to leap away.
And you see Aggressive's approach to this when he gets hookshot. It's entirely possible to pounce out of cogs with Clock in there if you're facing the right direction and not catch him. But he plays it the same way every single time. He destroys the cogs instead. And being only level 1, they only take 2 attacks from him. He runs out a little bit and then he pounces when he's created the gap. So not taking any chances here. Very, very experienced Slark play here coming out from Aggressive. Just consistently, well, I guess you could say apart from that dive at the bottom tier 1 tower when he went in and they got a bad fight out of it, he's consistently been making good decisions this game.
If he can keep it up too, and after having that BKB, be the critical player right now for CDEC.
And speaking of BKB, Fear got it. So they're going to come out at roughly the same time, Aggressive, meaning he is about, what's he ahead? About the Midas in value, a little less ahead. As the other items they have are pretty comparable. Drum is a little less expensive than Blink. They both have Aquila and a 1.
So they can be a lot more even. I'm still seeing Samal topping the net worth board. Now he's got this Battle Fury. He's moving very efficiently through the jungle and building into Ascadi as his next major item. So Darkseer might continue to push out these lanes, but I don't know, for me, man, you look at it, and EG are farming in the comfort of their own tier 2 tower areas. There's no real pressure being applied by CDEC right now, but this will all change as finally their smokers come back off cooldown again. They don't have another one for another 12 minutes, but there's one coming out in the courier now.
And
they've got to make this count.
And you just know they're going to use it right away as well, right?
Yep.
There's no way they're saving this. As I'm saying that, they're saving it. Great, okay.
Caster's Curse kicks in.
Wait, they changed their mind?
No, they see him. The Observer Ward's watching the stack being done with the Tombstone as well. They could try and contest it. But at the same time, Fears work through this very, very quickly.
They're holding on to it for now. It looked like they... they're changing their mind now.
It's on the line. Here we go, here we go.
Like I said, they use it right away.
I believed you the whole way, Synderen, the whole way. And then jump away. The smoke is blowing already. CDEC, this is not what they wanted from this. Samal was close enough. He just jumps back to the Spirit. But they're still ready to force fight. So BKB is now up on Shiki. So if they want to try and come onto this Tier 1 tower, they can do so. The Ember's not in the most terrific fighting condition ever, as he doesn't have the Scully done just yet. Aggressive. There's his movement in. They get the Hex over on Samal with the Finger of Death. Is there enough? Universe hook shots in. Tries to push it back in the defensive Spirit. Samal gets out. Leaves another one. He wants to TP back and then come back to this fight at full life. Aggressive. Needs to pound himself away, but this is BKB. The 10-second one triggered. And then will blink himself away to safety. There is a homing missile in his tail. But CDEC, there's two things in a row not really going their way. First, the initiation on Samal. Well, sorry, the first being the smoke, the second being the initiation on Samal. And with these big abilities down, EG have the confidence to go into the Rosh Pit.
Yeah, that was such a big win for them. Finger's gone. They used 2 BKBs. EG didn't even use their BKB on Fear. I think this one is forfeit. If you try to fight into this as CDC now, at least you need to get a really good vacuum wall. But there's no Blink Dagger on XC. He went 4 staff because of the clockwork. So finding that surprise engage that we have seen from him before, vacuum heroes up onto the cliff, is pretty unlikely to happen here, as they will even lose and have to resummon the familiars from Q. This is a very long cooldown as well. EG finding so many wins out of one fight. And this is an Aegis.
Hook shot down. They actually go even deeper. XZ burns from the Mystic Flare as well as the extra attack. They still lose the T1 tower. And Samal, here's trouble. He already pops the Aegis model at the same time. Aggressive, trying to run himself out of the cooldown. Successful with that Shadow Dance. But again, these familiars, they're going to lose both of them. That's so critical. Over 2 minutes without any familiars on the deck. Visage is basically a Soul Assumption and Grave Chill right now.
And it's a level 1 Grave Chill too, so it's pretty weak. Carter was looking for it, but Samal quick to jump out. So this is 2 minutes with CDC without familiars, which in one way is a really big problem. Or well, it actually is a really big problem because he can't farm his Ags. He would like to farm it and then use it when it's off cooldown, but realistically getting 600 gold in the next 2 minutes is not really going to happen. So if he had the familiars, he could have probably managed to get it around minute 31. No, he has to wait a little bit longer. And this time Q is going for a different build, so let's mention that. Because last game I was talking about his mech visage with Tranquils. This time it's Tranquils into Ags, and it's simply because the Darkseer is a better mech carrier and gets it faster. Else he would have more than likely gone for the same build once again. But those birds, I don't know if Axe is the real or the right item in this game, to be honest. He's playing against Flak Cannon and Sleight of Fist. They could just die really quickly. Whether you have 2 or 3 might not make the biggest of difference compared to having, say, a Solar Crest for your Slark.
I agree with you, man. It's one of these times where you think, okay, are my familiars even going to stay alive during the team fight? If you can have them alive and you got those 3 stunts to combine up with your back into a big wall or Shrek follow-up stunts as well, then sure, it'd be terrific. But for now, EG, they have ways to counter that. As this Ember Spirit gets closer and closer towards Skadi, even if he does get familiar drops, the Ember Spirit might be able to survive the initial attack. Knowing also the fact that Universe has always been there when the initiation has started, those hook shots, really troublesome. Not to then also mention, Undying. Put a tombstone down during the fight. On CDEC, it's difficult to get a lot of space to work with. These BKBs are definitely going to help on the course, but Latrak, they really need a victory on a team fight because he's down to 7 Bloodstone charges on this Lesh.
Now that you mention Undying, now that I think about it, I'm starting to worry a little bit for EG's game plan in super late. Yes, they have really good cores on the Gyro and the Ember, but both Skywrath and Undying really fall off. They're lane dominators, they're early mid-game oriented. AY is trying his best to stay relevant by getting a Medallion into a Crest, probably. So he's going to be, in a way, more about his items, the mech and the Crest, than about his spells that just get flat out countered by BKB. This hero is like one of the absolute worst heroes in the game at playing against BKB carries. You're super fragile, you have absolutely no mobility, you have nothing that goes through BKB at all, and you can just be singled out. So it's very important for EG that both of their cores as well as the Clock, who's doing a great job, keep farming so that they can still manage, even with their supports definitely falling off later.
CDEC are trying to put down some aggressive observer wards, and wow, these guys only just came back to life again. They can't afford to lose these familiars. One of them will drop. The resummon is still just under 2 minutes. So to keep our eyes on top lane, aggressive, pushing in. So someone has to TP back, and it will be Sumail, easiest player to TP back when he can just remnant back to the lane as well. This is just easy movements for Evil Genius at the moment. In fact, in him with a jump from aggressive to hook shot from Universe. They're actually going to isolate the Slug. It's BKB TP out. No way to cancel this one. With hook shot already being used.
Yep.
So smart move out.
But this is still good for EG. They force out another BKB charge. CDC not really finding that much. And that is going to be a really important thing later in the game. That way Skyref can be a lot more important. If these BKBs weren't even being forced out and CDC were reaching, say, minute 40, 45 with 10-second BKBs on their carries, that Skyref could really have a hard time. But 5 seconds is definitely possible for him to survive, especially with all the armor he's managed to build up with this build. He has 12 bonus armor right now. Can maybe stay alive.
Universe aggressive. Trying to go for the pounce on him, but the Force Staff allows him just to get that rune and get out. The rune being an illusion one. Where does Sumail go here? Is this just as that time where you go for the Daedalus?
Yeah, I think so. You rack up the damage. You know your supports aren't going to be doing that much damage, so you and Gyro have to do it. And you have to do damage to single targets too. Like, you can't just spread damage, but with the Daedalus, you hit a single target really hard if you get the right crit, in comparison to, say, a Desolator, where you just spread out stable, solid damage, but don't get off that really big hit. I think that's definitely the way to go.
CDEC again are moving into the dire jungle. You have the Aghanims now completed on the Visage, so we will have Trip Familiars.
And the Crystal is on Sumail, so it is going to be a Daedalus build-up. I like the fact that he stops for the Skadi on the way. Sumail is known to be a very aggressive player, and in this game he's just realized, based on the way the fights are going, he has to tank up. If he goes for the full glass cannon build, he's going to be targeted out and have a really bad game. So he compensates for it by getting a really solid stat item, which is also really annoying for the Radiant to deal with. They're pretty mobility-based in their fights, and just getting slowed down by the Eye of Skadi on every single target when you jump with a Sleight of Fist is problematic to deal with for heroes like Slark and Leshrac who want to keep running you down.
So CDEC now. So how do you even stop this right now? You got CDEC who are holding back. They're chilling inside the dire jungle. They're taking a little bit of farm from here and there, but nothing's really been forced. While the Ember Spirit and the Gyrocopter continue just to free farm up. The Slime's getting slightly bigger, but doesn't appear to be farming anywhere near the rate of Evil Geniuses. In fact, the EG boys are getting more experience off this map than CDEC. In fact, with a hook shot, barely missing Shiki. That would have just put them even further behind. It just feels like CDEC are battling against the clock when EG is just going to be ready to force the issue and push down the lane.
I'm really not so sure that's how it's going to play out, because they also have a Darkseer on the defense. Again, if you look at later on into the game what this lineup can provide, of course their vacuum combos are going to be difficult to land. Like vacuum into Split Earth, or vacuum into Earth Spike, or vacuum into Bird Stuns are all three pretty difficult, but they have 3 of them. So there's plenty of potential where one of their heroes is locked down and they can still get it. And Darkseer in the late game situation, you just know that wall is going to be effective. Like if you get a copy of Gyro and a copy of Ember, those are agility carries, and the illusions will hit hard. And the stronger you get, the stronger they get. So CDEC don't only scale with their own strength, they scale with the strength of their enemy, who are definitely focusing a lot on farming those 2 cores, so those wall illusions will be bigger than, say, if they had spread the farm out on 3 or maybe even 4 heroes.
The only way that could really backfire is if you have that Battle Fury doing work with those illusions.
Absolutely.
That's when you'll have some problems. But Slark can have a little bit of an easier time with those problems. It's now the full Skadi being delivered down to aggressive. So he's becoming tankier and a better hunter. But both these teams are not wanting to fight. They might be forced to in a moment though. Roshan has potential spawn time in roughly 5 seconds. And already CDEC, they're moving around the pit. So we'll have just about a 1 minute spawn time for Roshan. That's not too long into the counter.
And there's a gem on queue. CDEC are preparing for that situation to arise, and EG with pretty much black map. They have one, which is very defensively placed around Universe's position right now. I think, do they have two? No, they have one. And a couple of sentries to go with it, but mainly looking for aggressive CDEC wards that they either countered or just were never placed. Samel is putting some pressure. There's another sentry being placed.
Yeah, he got scouted out by the Visage, though. He pinged it straight away. They can get rid of this, and now the jump in. They find Samel out of position. Tombstone, Soul Rip. Samel needs more time to back into the wall. PPD's going to go down. Fear trying to do as much damage as he can with the hookshot from Universe. There's a little bit more control time here, but CDEC, they're just so tanky. Visage will at least pop inside the cogs, and that's the gem on the ground. They can move forward and grab it for themselves as Samael, in comes Lion again for the stuns, trying to combine it with the familiars. Shiki, real trouble for him. Yulsep, the Zuppers Gala cannot help him out, but he's got more help. Aggressive back the front line for Fear, pushing in after aggressive. They split up the fight. Besides, took out the Ember Spinner over with those spirits aggressive. He'll still go down. They're mopping up the familiars. The last attack in from Aoi will take care of it.
And this is why Samael got a Scotty. If he did not have a tank item there, he would have been blown up and that fight would have gone horribly, but instead he manages to disengage. The burst damage from CDEC is not enough because of a superb Soul Rip coming out from PPD there. And they managed to turn the fight around, which is really incredible for me, considering the vacuum wall from XC was also good, but he just managed to buy enough time for the spread damage of multiple Sleights of Fist and of course the Flat Cannon and Call Down that a lot of them tanked was enough in the end. And big fight for Evil Geniuses, even though they lose Samael there. With how that fight was initiated, I think they're going to be very satisfied with the outcome.
Especially if they can take Roshan. PPD is going to commit his ulti for this, as well as the Tombstone to help him out. Fear's got the damage for it. They don't want to kill this up too early unless they're going to give the Aegis. In fact, they'll have to give the Aegis the Immortal over to Fear, as Samael is still dead for another 13 seconds. CDEC won't get there in time. They don't have enough people anyway if they do arrive there. And it will be the Aegis, the Immortal, and Roshan going the way of Evil Geniuses.
Even though they don't get it on Samael, it's better that they get it not just to have it on Fear, but also so it's not on the Lesh. Like, you really don't want to play against the Lestrak with an Aegis here.
Shiki would really love that too. Like, he's got 5 Bloodstone charges. He can't survive during these engagements. The Yulsep is being used defensively to try and just avoid EG's attacks. But that's not going to be enough. They need to actually have that first EG hero lock down Samael. Moving forward, if he has a bit of a peek, you'll see the Darkseer start a Fist Searing Chain actually on XZ. He tried to surge away the hook shot. He was expecting the surge to just make him run, but the chains lasted a little bit too long. So the hook shot's off target.
Yeah, that's an uncharacteristic and unfortunate miss there from Universe that would have more than likely ended up in a kill.
Aggressive was going to turn it around by walking into the dire jungle. I don't know if it was really going to work, however.
Who got the gem after the fight, by the way? Did the Radiant recover it or did they lose it? They lost it, right? Or did they put it in base?
No,
where is it?
It should have been recovered.
Who has the...
It's on Courier. It's on the Courier of the dire side.
Yep.
And now delivered over to AUI 2000.
So EG managed to steal the gem of XC, which even furthers their victory in that team fight.
Just good times all around for EG. They're still, this game is still so even. The gold, there's not even a difference of 1,000 in it. The experience, however, is a different tale, as Evil Geniuses have about 5K on the experience going their way. And they're going to smoke up and see if they can force the issue a little bit more.
Yeah, they want to take advantage.
They're going to come right to the side of Aggressive Universe, actually hugging the side so he knows there's someone. Well, actually, he doesn't know if he's on the right or the left. And Universe actually not visible at all to CDEC, but they got a glimpse. And so the Darkseer and them farming up that camp, you could hookshot yourself into that. But the rest of EG will have a hard time following him in.
There's multiple key items coming out on CDEC, by the way. They just got a Force Staff on the Lion. They got a BKB on the Darkseer. And they got...
Oh, we got him! Mid-pounce! Aggressive, real trouble! With a rocket also coming in, homing
incoming missile's going to connect. He can't break free of the stun. The cooldown will come with a decay. He's able to at least pounce himself away to safety. But they go for more. The side fist searing chain catching on XE and aggressive. He's still run himself away inside the shadow. It's the back into a 4-man wall. EG will still trigger one of their BKBs, and Shiki actually isolated on the backside. Try and TP out of the cover of a BKB. He'll be successful. In fact, a finger of death ensures the kill on Universe. With the spirit jump up, Samel also wants to find his target. Gata back into the lane, aggressive. Waiting it out, he's regenerating up and ready to come in. Fear this isn't the path to freedom right now. He's going to get locked in, aggressive. Where's your damage? It's all there. He's stealing the essence of fear out of him. The Agassi model will trigger, but Samel's still here, but the Familiar's coming in. The Suns are back off cooldown, so they can keep fear locked. They go back in again. The Mystic Flare try and buy some space with the back in. Gata, he's burning right now the shield of Samel, while the battle's still going on the back line. Fear needs more help. Can't find it though. He's going to pop. They might get these steering chains, but Samel will hit the deck. Started fisting around. They need to bring him down. They're going to. Slowing him down, and it will be enough. The fight goes the way of CDEC. PPD was trying to come back to help, but it was all too late. And what a fight. Huge advantage, and now they can force down the mid lane for the tier 2 tower.
This is the kind of fights that Slark just thrives in, when he can't get focused and locked down, but gets multiple attacks off and just steals what ends up being 60 agility in that fight with his Essence Shift, just laying into fear, forcing out the Aegis. Then whenever he drops to half health, he just disengages and re-engages really quickly, comes back with full health again. And that's the problem EG have with their draft, right? They keep spread damaging, but they don't focus aggressive down fast enough. So the longer the fight extends, the stronger this Slark gets. And if you look at that fight, that was absolutely crazy. There were so many plays in that fight. And of course, what started the whole thing was the patience of aggressive. I cannot believe he was patient enough with his BKB that he didn't
go for more. And he comes with a double damage rune, chasing up the Universe. The mech will be triggered right now from AUI, and aggressive, going in deeper again with a BKB triggered. He's actually attacking into the tier 3 tower. He's got Blink still.
Hookshot.
It's up.
Gonna try. So if Samel was alive, they would have gone for that, I think. But he's the only one who can catch up, so he would have got himself into a horrible position there with Universe. Yeah. The Slark, as I was saying in that previous fight, super patient, uses the BKB very late, which helps a lot in the fight. And in contrast to that EG, they got forced to using their BKBs by the 4-man vacuum wall. And that's what opened up the fight to Slark when he knew Fear didn't have the magic immunity.
As these BKBs start dropping in time, all this money which CDEC are picking up, like I suppose the Abyssal Blade doesn't really care that much once Slark completes that, but you manage to gain yourself almost 7,500 net worth in favor of CDEC. Even the experience kicks up by almost 10,000 as well. It's a huge swing. Evil Geniuses, they may be staring down the barrel of a lost TI5 Grand Final, or at least this game. And CDEC, they can group up again. Are we sitting at a smoke point now? We're not. It's still just a 5-man movement.
I think if you're CDEC right now, you want to slow play. You want to wait for the next Roche, or like there are two ways of looking at it. Either you fight right now, so Roshan, in case you lose the fight, can't respawn yet, or you play it slow and you look for the gank when Roshan is about to have a potential spawn. Now, knowing CDEC, they probably want to fight right now because they want to fight all the time, but they're not the only team looking to do it right now.
Yep, EG, they're going to go for the loop around, so you leave Samel on the front lines, and you bring the other 4 from the rear. While
Could work out very well if they catch Garter first.
That Observer was still down, though. The smoke might break, but you're right, Garter is a long, long way in the back. The smoke's actually going to break here for EG. Universe, hook shots up with the battery assault. It should be out of control. Garter and Samel jumps further down. Universe 4-staffing up, and Garter can't do anything about it. If he turned around to attack, and the Blade Man would have just killed him anyway. It was the Undying minions doing their work. So a good smoke from EG. They do find the lion, and they refuse a very tense situation with CDEC around their bottom tower.
They do, however, not get any collateral. There's no tower they can claim. There's no Roshan yet. And I don't know if that was the timing EG was looking for. I think they just aren't happy with just finding a line. They were looking for a way bigger kill than that one. But CDEC immediately disengaging when they realize that they're kind of being pincered in with Ember from above and the 4 others from below. Get out with 1 casualty. At the very least for EG, though, it opens up the map. Yep. Gets a push bottom. Maybe they do get a collateral after all. Looks like CDC don't want to defend this tower, so smoke for Lion and tower, I think, is okay. Aggressive is coming
if
they're ready for Roche with another smoke, or if they're on cooldown for both teams.
They actually use their fortification. Familiar's coming in close too. If he is in the neighborhood, and Samel doesn't want to risk himself. He's 10 gold away from completing up the Daedalus. So all he wants is just that last hit to survive.
Yeah, they have to get the hell out of there.
They're TPing up.
Pushing.
Universe, where's that hook shot? He already got stunned the first time he arrived. The Rocket will give him the vision on the Lashrak, and there's your hook shot up. He's able to get himself away, pushing the Lashrak back, but where is your stun? You don't have anything to penetrate the magic immunity. And there's definitely not enough damage to kill him before the end of the TP. And now CDEC, it's smoke time again.
Big item alert here for Ember Spirit grabbing the Daedalus. There's also going to be a Force Staff now coming out for AUI, so a couple of big items for them going into this fight that could just give them the little edge they need.
Oh, Clockwork. He actually had his illusion used, and well, no, Samel not caught. The Tombstone will drop in fear, trying to battle it up. He did get actually mashed up for a moment, but Aggressive is not winning this fight. He has to pounce himself away. PB's going to stick with him, and there's your Searing Chain. Another decay. He's going to drop in life at the same time. A quick run out of here. You've got a Yule Scepter up, going to keep Ember Spirit out of the fight for the moment.
Aggressive found a DD.
Oh, that's a nice little rune to have. Can come back into the fight if he can, but EG, they're trying to isolate both Q as well as Garda, who got caught in the bottom river, but these Familiars, they're already attacking into AUI 2000. And Fear's not sure about this either. He did a little bit of chip damage, but EG, they're just not finding that one hero out of position for CDEC.
It was so important that Samel did not mess up the first Fire Remnant. If he didn't activate that properly and get out of there and he got caught by the Lion, that would probably have been gamed. He didn't have buyback, he just caught the Daedalus, and I think at this point CDC might actually have enough burst damage to bring him down. Crucial. And these days calm here under pressure for EG. And CDEC are looking to advance again. They have BKBs on.
Oh, that's a jump from Aggressive. Right on top of Fear, goes for the instant bash as well. The cooldown's coming in. Fear being forced up the way. They're trying to make him run, and actually they forced up on the other side of the cogs. Shiki was trying to come in from the other side of the fight, but now they use the Mystic Flare. Well, actually on absolutely nothing. It just keeps CDEC off the ramp up into the secret shop.
Yeah, Flare is gone. The Tombstone is gone. Actually, spawning zombies that get stuck because of the Familiars. Someone need a tango.
Free the zombies. EG. And so Tombstone's down. It's down for another 30 seconds, but CDEC are in no real hurry to try and push this in just yet. There's still got creep waves to get back under control.
They absolutely have to get back to this pit now. Roshan's respawned. There's no doubt that EG will be looking to scout this out in a moment as Samel claims the Ancients. They know Shiki is top, so they feel pretty confident moving around into this area. The Rocket's going to scout it. This fight is... So I think if CDEC get the Aegis on the Lesh and they don't lose a fight to get it, they easily have the potential to push high ground. For EG, they need to get it just so CDEC don't get it. I'm not sure EG can convert it into racks, but I'm feeling really confident for CDEC that they should be able to with their current state of items on their heroes. Here we go.
This slunks the neighbor. There's still the Observe Ward on the cliff side just behind Roshan. So AUI is very visible, including Universe. His positioning is very well known.
They're taking too long.
Yep, they're not going to get here in time. This is Roshan. Aegis the Moral into the hands of Samelash. It's going to be the cheese into his hands. It's Gyro with the Aegis and Aggressive locked inside the pit. In fact, he's got him on the wall again. But then again, Fear just turns on the damage with a call down. They're trying to escape. They have to get him off the hillside. Where are these 4-stuffs? Samel is down. There's a 4-star from AUI. They're out. The Lion, the only casualty during that fight, but the rest of CDEC are trying to bail out of here.
EG taking a big risk, and it pays off. If CDEC catch them in there with a vacuum combo, they're in a lot of trouble, but EG were fast enough. I don't think CDEC expected it to go that quickly, and they missed their timing there on it. Very, very important for EG to grab this for Fear, and doesn't look like they're scared to try to push for Lane of Rex here, or at least the tier 2, as yeah, they have a lot of unclaimed towers still to get. There are 3 towers behind CDEC.
Universe.
A lot of gold here.
Q. He doesn't really want to try and fight this one.
man, why wouldn't you want to push that? Like, you've got insurance over on the Ember Spirit, having this cheese available.
Absolutely take the tier 2s.
Yeah.
I think they go bottom as well. Or maybe even top and try to get both towers there.
Maybe even look for a fight as Fear's in trouble. He'll let the cooldown go, but there's your Abyssal Blade. It's still not going to stop Fear from pumping out a little bit more of this damage. They need the BKB to wear off so they can force up him down the cliff face, but it's not going to happen. Aggressive just keeps fighting, and Garda, they've actually isolated with a double summon Samel as well as PPD. XC's keeping him out. The agency model is triggered right now, but Samel, side of fence, he needs more units to actually get the bounce off. Fear, dying to Familiars, Aggressive, they need more help. Magic Flash coming in from AUI. Aggressive still alive until the orb is chasing him up. He should be able to survive this with a blink away. He's buying time to regenerate, while PPD battling up against the rest of the Familiars. The stun comes down. The Glimmer Cape will keep him alive. AUI will regather gem now. They can't get rid of these Familiars. And Samael, well, he doesn't really want to fight either. He does have the cheese available, but they burned the Aegis and they lost the gyro.
These fights are so extremely close. It's absolutely incredible how no one gets just a decent lead in the fight and is able to snowball through, but all of the mobility that both teams have, the BKBs, the Force Staffs, the Blink from Slark, they just keep kiting very well, and Aggressive with another great fight there, by the way. He goes in on Fear, makes sure he steals a lot of stats here and just kites around using the BKB at the latest possible moment. And of course, I'm not sure what we actually had on the camera that people were seeing there, because there was like 2 fights going on at once. Saw the jump on Fear in the fight there, but of course the split fight with the Darkseer as well as the Lion, and for EG, the Skywrath Clock and the Ember. And a full duration Tombstone, by the way. Very important in this fight for EG that does not get countered early on.
I believe we actually saw both on the camera.
Oh, okay.
The wonderful ability of Zoom.
Zoom is good.
So EG, you keep having these close fights. Actually, both EG and CDEC, how do you get the upper hand? Like, what's the goal here? Because right now, for me, you look at the cores, and the cores are farming quite equally. Like, Aggressive comes in with his Abyssal Blade and Skadi. It's like, okay, well, I'll go up against the Gyrocopter. It's a fairly even battle, even with, like, Monkey King Bar and Butterfly over on Fear. Everything's just even Stevens. And then you got this Ember going up against Leshrac, who now looks to be very close to completing up his Scythe of Vice, making him even stronger.
I think if you're CDEC, you look for another fight without the Aegis, because you've proven time and time again that you can shut down Fear in the fights with Aggressive on Slark. So if they can do that again, they'll be in a really good position. For EG, I think it's more about pushing out the waves, maybe slow playing a little bit. If they're looking to push this top tier 1, they could be in a really bad position if they get cornered by the Slark here. Should maybe try to slow play and wait for even the next Aegis and playing for the really, really late game.
It's a long time. CDEC, they haven't got that patience in this game.
Big item.
Yep, they're coming. It's the Lincoln Sphere for Samael.
That changes things quite a bit.
That actually means this side device from Shiki is not going to be as fantastic. But CDEC, do you really want to try and defend this? They're going to use a smoke. 4 heroes in it. They have to know most of EG is on this top lane, because they started running towards the mid and then they just all of a sudden did a 180 and turned the other direction. But that tower on the top is almost down. The Rocket's scouting it out for EG. Obviously, they're not going to see anything with these smoked heroes. And Leshrac will just deny the tower, while the Familiars are the ones doing the split push. They're pushing up mid lane at the moment, but EG want these remaining towers.
We're going to get a resummon of the Familiars as well from Q, so they're actually ready to fight. I think he had one of them dead, so 1 and 2. They're actually going to give... Nah, are they giving this away?
It looks like it. Oh, and again, a hook shot down. They're going to find Shiki. He'll BKB, but is there enough damage to get the kill? Samel can't reach him. He tried to slide a fist in, but the Cogs actually kept him out. So CDEC, they know that hook shot's going to be on cooldown for another 23 seconds. Familiars preparing to come in from the side. Fear, remember, he's got that BKB. And Samel's got that Lincoln Sphere up and running, so the initial attack won't be as easy. And in fact, Silent Fist trying to keep him back. In comes Aggressive, triggers the BKB. PPD already with the Tombstone down. They may not have enough of an opening. In fact, maybe they will. They found Aggressive locked inside the cogs, while over on the side, Fear is keeping the Visage out, and in the back, trying to go over the wall. They get it perfectly with Shiki pulsing over. They need more damage. Samael gets a Silent Fist off. He's so low on life, but now a little bit more. They can't even get him out. There's more damage coming in with Leshrac. So low on life. Aggressive turns on the fight, going on Fear. The stuns are there. PPD back to front line, trying to remove that life away from the slug, and they keep going. The seal is on him. He can't pounce away. They lock him inside the cogs. Aggressive is down. Huge kill. Shiki no longer hiding in the trees. It's not safe there. The line is back to base, and so is XC. A huge fight for EG.
Force buybacks here from CDEC if they can push into the tier 3s.
That cheese on Fear. Perfect timing using that. And CDEC will have to buy back one, if not even two heroes if they want to hold this lane. They're buying Shiki back for now.
They don't want to have the Slark though. And Shiki already getting concussive shotted. XZ, the back will come. They look for the Sudden Only connects over on Fear while Universe pushing aggressive back. The Cogs are keeping him out while the Sleight of Fist goes again from Samel. Defensive Spirit Jump, and they're all trying to TP out. They got their double buybacks. That's what they're looking for. And aggressive. Abyssal Blade is still available. Blink Dagger off cooldown. And in fact, Samel up in the air with the also Blinkers Fear will trigger, but Samel, he's going to go down. CDEC, they get something back for their buybacks. In the meantime, the middle lane, there's no tier 3 tower here. The Creeway pushed in, and it's already assaulting onto the melee racks. And also on bottom lane, look at that farm down there. It's heaven for a Visage. So many range creeps, you'll just soak up a lot of that.
That was still a very expensive hold for CDEC, having to buy back their two biggest cores here.
But then they forced it from EG as well.
They forced one out from EG in turn, so it's not that bad. But Fear not having to buy back here in order to hold, it's going to give EG a pretty big bump in the relative strength between these two teams. And now we're down to the next Roshan. EG got so much out of the last one. The Aegis helped them win a fight. The Cheese, same story, also helped them win a fight and even force out those buybacks. If they can get the next one. CDEC, this time they simply can't let it happen. Like, they have to be there earlier. Aggressive was pinging it out last time, but the reaction from his team wasn't fast enough. I'm positive they will be fighting for this one.
This game, just when you think someone's gaining an advantage, the graphs just swing almost back to zero. The gold graph actually was a very steep dive to 2,500, but the experience practically on the zero mark. Not a lot in this game at all. It's still anyone's. It actually went down for the first time, but then it instantly spikes back up.
Actually, this game is completely dead even. Then the question is who utilizes the golden experience better.
But that just comes down to teamfight execution. Like you can talk about buybacks and everything else, but you're kind of looking at everything both teams want. That side device, once Leshrac takes out this camp here, he'll have the money to purchase it. That means there obviously is no buyback because he already spent his money on this. But the Gyro spent his cash. Actually, it's a smoke move from EG. They're coming up to the Radiant Ancients, and they're gonna find CDEC, but not where they really want to. They need to get up.
Aggressive is starting to run away from his team.
Oh, he can lose the side. The Courier's coming in with the rest of the side. It's so close to the strike. They missed the hook shot in. They need that Courier dead right now. It's on the run out. And actually, he doesn't even want to turn to pick up the side. Now he'll turn around. Okay, that's just free gold that they're not taking. But they move up. There's your searing chains over on the track. BKBs from both as Aggressive also jumps in, looking for the beacon. The Abyssal Blade trigger in Universe. Hook shots up. Pushes the Slark back. There's no BKB, but Shadow Dance is available. The Tombstone will split this fight up. If CDEC want to come in through the rear, but now they're running over to the dire side of the jungle. Chasing in, Samel right behind him, has a Blink Dagger off cooldown. Another hook shot gonna go to work. They find their opening. It's a Lion down. Q also being slowed down by that concussive shot. Locked inside the cogs in the middle of the river. He needs a path to freedom. It just doesn't exist. It's Samel. He even goes in deeper. On the back of Shiki, the sun will be available. They back him back in. There's still the defensive spirits available. Side of Fist, and maybe there is enough damage. Aggressive. Searing chain down. They need the damage. Forced up away. Aggressive. No space to live. XC's in huge trouble. Trying to run himself out of the cogs. Forced up down the lane. And this is real trouble right now for CDEC. Shiki down in the tree line as well. There are no buybacks available. Lion, the sole survivor. The only thing that is stopping this game right now is a Creeway pushing the tier 4 tower up the tier 3 tower in the bottom lane. But that's no real problem. They'll Spirit jump back out. And EG, they are coming for the mid lane.
They should be able to at least mega right now. They have a full minute on 3 cores on the enemy team. And what's really important about that fight for EG is the way they initiate and the way they flank. They move in from 2 different directions. Darkseer is never able to really find the vacuum wall. As a matter of fact, he probably holds the wall too long there and ends up getting a pretty mediocre one when the fight is over. Lion never gets a spell off, gets killed
They're going
too
for the
early.
GG push. They're actually just going straight for the GG push. They want to see that to a mid-defeat, and they get it. EG will go 1 game up in the TI5 Grand Final. CDEC might have had a very convincing performance in Game 2, but EG hit back in a terrific display from both CDEC as well as EG. Wonderful Dota all round.
This is probably one of the best games of the tournament so far. It closes in on almost an hour. So many small plays, so many combinations, the movement patterns, the decision making.
It's just wonderful.
This is why these two teams are in the grand finals. Like this is grand finals worthy stuff. Like very evenly matched. Every single fight is a complete nail biter. And EG, they get the one that matters the most, the one without buybacks. And they flat out just utilized Roshan better. I think that for me was the deciding factor of the game. EG getting, I think they got 2, maybe 3 Roshans. They got at least 2, and they got the one with cheese.
They got the big ones. That's what counts. So let's throw it back over to the analysts to get their thoughts.
Thank you very much, Toby and Cinder. Breathless game yet again. Game 3 of the grand final. Probably one of the best games we've seen at the main event so far, Malini.
Yeah, I think it was huge. CDEC, they're showing their weakness is playing on Radiant, though. They have a really difficult time dealing with the Roshan, and I think if they got even one of those 3 Roshans, they could have ended up taking the game if they had gotten the Aegis on aggressive. His itemization, I think, was decent. There was one fight where they all jumped Sumail on mid, and this is right after he picked up his Scotty. If he had a Abyssal instead, they might have been able to kill him, but at the same time, his Scotty saved him in the really long, drawn-out fight on the left side. So it was overall amazing display by CDEC. I didn't think they were going to win like half those fights that they won.
Yeah, that was almost, I mean, when you looked at the graphs, it's like a heart rate monitor. It was literally backwards and forwards through the whole game. And it was kind of epitomized by all the fights, because one minute you have a great fight in the mid, EG destroy CDEC, and then they go back to base, they come back again, and then they win the next fight. And it just seemed to ebb and flow all the way through. You never quite knew where it was going. But there was a sense, Seb, that EG kind of had this one at some point.
Yeah, I think overall, like EG, they were doing better and better, and those Roshans, as you said, rightly so, like it did a lot for EG, and the fight that mattered, and that's what the caster said, when they had no buyback, then Universe, like that last fight, I think he was so impressive with that Clockwork. You know, again, when you play Clockwork, you never shine. You're the guy that goes in, blade mail, you die, but he played so well. Yeah. Like really, I think he was, to me, easily the MVP of that match.
Universe, what he did was he forced the Slark to use his skills defensively. He had to pop the BKB and his ulti to run away at one point, the last fight, and then they got kind of caught out, but the Slark didn't have any of his defensive skills, the ulti and BKB cooldown. He's like, I can't fight, but his team is caught, so that was the game decider. And Universe chased him all game long.
He did. He harassed him, literally, for the whole game. Winter, what do they do differently in Game 4?
I think this game was really good in the sense that both teams played really well, and there was no glaring mistakes here and there. It's just the Roshan playing a deciding factor. And this game, CDEC was actually slowing down the pace for a large majority of the game, just controlling the map and just not trying to be too aggressive like what they did in the first game. But it just came down to the fact that they just didn't win the Roshan fights.
Yeah, it's a great point, actually, because we all said the passive play probably needed to come in, and they did play that way, and it still didn't win. So what do they need to do now in Game 4?
They probably need to, if they get into a game like this, they need to be slower in the pace, and hopefully they'll be on the dire side. Then you'll be playing to the strength of the Roshan on their side.
I think they didn't even check it, though. Like, they had the birds, and they were, like, never even wary of the Rosh.
Yeah, I think EG were just stepping it up, though, in execution, because they had different heroes to counter each other, and they made the Slark chase after the Ember, while Sumail just jumped away from him. Fear was going in with the Gyro, and he was the one the Slark needed to go on, I think.
I want to say that I'm still not convinced by CDEC's Leshrac, and I still think that even though they run it mid, and it did okay at some point, it was not... This is not why Leshrac has been first banned the whole tournament. That's my point.
And we were like even looking at the CS and the early, I think it was 6 minutes, and Waga was telling me,
36.
Look at the Ember's CS, it's the same, more or less the same as the Lash. We were like, what?
Yeah, you can tell he's not used to play Leshrac. You can tell from the way he plays.
Yeah, exactly, that identical farm. I just want to get one special mention as well to Aoi, who played amazing in that game. He died once on a Skywrath. When he picked that, I said, like, okay, that's brave, you know, going into this game. But man, oh man, he played so well.
Also, the Darkseer plays, we were
the same cliff.
He put them on the cliff like he did versus LGD. You know, we're like, this is actually a play. You know, he practiced it or something. And they all end up fighting on the cliff when they fight.
Yeah, well, actually, we've got a bit of a clip actually towards the end of the match. 54 minutes in. This was pretty much when EG decided, okay, enough is enough now of all this back and forth. We're going to finish this off.
That fight is insane because that's pretty much the best initiation CDEC can get. I think it's that one where they get a triple Leshrac stun, which is very unusual. So they're going to Darkseer vacuum into a Leshrac stun, right? Triple stun on Leshrac, and pretty much when you get that, you're like, the fight is won.
Yeah, but they also have a hard counter in that Gyrocopter killed all the birds from Visage, and he didn't have resummon. Because of a flat cannon instantly killing all the birds, Visage doesn't do much in this fight.
Yeah. And Fear did a lot of damage and he ate the cheese, which did a lot in that fight. He would have been dead by that time. And Amber, that's the showing of Amber, right? He just, you know, repositioned himself, earned himself back to the midlife, and then he can just go back in again and kill them. Great plays by Sumail overall and by the supports of EG to keep the Amber alive when he tries to disengage and kite a bit before he can jump back into the fight.
Yeah, even during the game you were talking, Wagga was like talking about if you drop every spell and you don't kill the Slug and the Slug comes back, you lose the fight. But it's the same as Amber.
Yeah.
You drop all your spells, you don't kill him, he just TPs and comes back and you just lose the fight.
Just to, you know, this may be nothing, but just saw aggressive at the end of the match in the booth, just scratching his head as he got up as if to say, what do we do now? That's weird.
Yeah.
I felt like they played really well. I think you've all agreed they played really well, but they've still lost that game. So does that leave him in a difficult position now, Winter, especially with the lack of experience of playing in these big finals? PPD now potentially holds an ace card there, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult situation right now. They have to decide, because the last game I felt the biggest thing was the Roshan, definitely. So this game, they are going to be like thinking, if the game goes even again, and we are not on the dire side, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
And they might even change their mind to just go, if they win the toss or something, they just pick dire over first pick.
I mean, Aggress is probably scratching his head because he's like, there's almost nothing I could have done better in that game. He played amazingly. He was very, you know, he uses cooldowns very well. And I think Shiki has the matchup play of Sumail, honestly.
Okay, so Shiki maybe have the measure of Sumail, but the players are on their way back into the arena. Evil Geniuses leading by 2-1 against China's CDEC in the Grand Final of the International 2015. Attempting to win their first international, third last year, of course. Both sets of teams on their way to the pods. Plenty of support for both teams in the Grand Final. I'm very, very happy to hear the cheers regarding CDEC as well as EG. It's obviously difficult playing at home.
Yeah, props to the crowd. Like, they're making that match even more entertaining, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's amazing.
It's been fantastic out there. It's a great atmosphere as well. Have you had a chance to step
in
and enjoy it?
It's like every year, you know, it's completely unreal.
Yeah.
It's hard to realize I'm actually watching Dota, you know. It feels like I'm in the middle of like a football match or something. I'm so glad we got there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very enjoyable. Let's talk about game number 4. I'm interested to see what voiceover man comes up with game 4, that's for sure. But I'm also interested to see whether EG can close this one out. Merlini, can they?
I think so. CDEC has shown us in 3 games they pretty much play the exact same play style, just a couple heroes here and there interchanged. And, you know, sometimes they slow down the pace a little bit, but overall it's the same thing. We're going to take fights to you. We're going to group around as 5. We're going to use our superb teamwork, synergy, and chemistry to try and outplay you in the mid-game. Once we win a team fight, we take Roche, take down all map control. That has been what they have played in like the last 10, 11, 12 games.
Yep.
And the draft, only the Broodmother, I think, has been unusual for them in any of the drafts that we've seen. So, again, it's up to them. Can they actually outplay EG, and does EG have a solution for that?
Do you agree with that, Wagga? Stick to the script. CDEC have got all the way through the upper bracket final on the same script every time. It doesn't matter whether EG have got a copy of the script and they know what the movie looks like. They're literally just going to play it out every time. Or at this very moment, do they bust out something crazy?
I mean, they have the chance to switch it up, but it's so hard. I think they're less experienced as well when it comes to just going up against PPD here in the finals as a drafter. It's very tough. He has understood them very well, I think, now. And they're in for the hardest game of their lives here.
Absolutely. Seb, can they tie it up 2-2?
I feel like EG did the hardest. They won the game that was the toughest game to win. That's how but I had the same feeling after game 1. And then they did this in game 2, because now EG gets to choose. And I feel like if they choose first pick, then it's going to be a 3-1. That's what I saw. Sort of, I thought they would go 3-0 or 3-1 if they do that gamble, which they did. If they don't do it, if they go for the approach they had game 2, I'm afraid CDEC could tie it, and then it's going to come down to the coin toss. It's not that simple, but I think it's a huge factor in that series, like a bigger factor than people might think. And so it's just going to depend on what EG does.
From the neutrals' point of view, Wagga, quite like a game 5, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I mean, these games, this game, probably the best game of the tournament.
Yeah.
There wasn't a massive abundance of kills, but there was so much action going on non-stop. And they kept prodding, like the Slark went in to see what reaction he got. Nice BKB TP outs as well after forcing reactions. Just beautiful play.
CDEC Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. Grand Finals, Game 4.
Game 4 indeed. CDEC versus Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses on the verge need one game to be crowned champions of the International 2015, and we're already underway in the draft. Nothing crazy so far.
They didn't take Naga. They
take
took
Naga?
first pick as I predicted, but I'm very surprised by this. Maybe CDEC, they don't play Naga. I'm not sure. I didn't check that. It has to be checked. If they don't, that is so smart. They're going to get Gyro and Naga. So that's like the best move he could have went for.
Or do they pick it?
Then I'm going to tweet
take
that
it
that
away?
guy's a genius. I don't know. We're going to see now. They have to get it. But maybe they don't play it again. I'm going to check that.
I actually don't recall CDC playing Naga at all.
Me neither. That's why.
This is actually...
this is so smart.
Lena.
All right.
Oh, okay, Clockwork and Lena.
He has
going
to
to get
it
Naga
now.
and
Has
Gyro.
to be the Naga.
Naga plus Gyro. Oh no.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
But the fact that he hesitates, though, maybe he feels, what about Clockwork? They got it, so...
Yeah, Clock and Lena are picked. There's only really, you know, there's not many high-tier picks over Naga, so...
What you also do in those games is that you just use the time that you have
Naga,
before the extra time. So that's why he wasn't probably hesitating. He knew, but he's just using extra time to think about the next ban or the next picks. So I have to say, that is right here the demonstration of how good PPD is as a drafter. This is so smart. And they did their homework about CDEC as well.
Yeah, we can just go through that again to mention it. Like, they took the first pick this time when they got the choice instead of taking Dyer, and they knew that Leshrac and Teki were going to get banned out. So that guarantees them to pick Naga, and he also studied his opponents.
And I have the confirmation by Nox that, shout out to him by the way with the stats, that CDEC haven't picked Naga at all this batch.
Yeah.
And I think every time they've lost, other than the Techies games, they've lost to a team with Nagasara in it.
Exactly. They've lost plenty of games against Naga.
The Virtus Pro in the group stages as well.
And we can probably explain why they
I think
lose.
one to eHome as well.
They even lost to Vega in the qualifier.
Yeah.
So we can, in the wildcard, I mean, we can probably explain to people why is Naga so good versus CDEC. Because that non-stop aggression, that tempo, you can break it. If they actually, at some point, they dive too far or they go for that aggression and they get team wiped, then the whole game is going to be different for them. If they can't actually take the fights because they fed too many kills, then their whole game plan falls apart. And Naga is one of those heroes where you can actually get a 4-man sweep. It happened in the series versus EG, and everyone was like, all right, this is game. CDC is going to lose that game. And then there was this turnaround in the fights, of course. If that doesn't happen, I feel like Naga is one of the best heroes against CDEC.
Yeah, the point is not even just that you manage to sleep a lot of opponents. It's like when they dive you under tower, which they will at some point, you can sleep them and get plenty of time to set up so that you have 5 people there. Because that's really the biggest game right here, having the numbers and being ready for the rotations.
But at the same time, now they have Lena for Shiki, which, I mean, in the first 3 games, Shiki didn't really deliver. And I think his Lena is a completely different story. He is super comfortable with the hero. He played it before Lena was super popular in 6.84C, and he should probably crush the mid lane, or at least break even.
Just a small stat of note, Lena is now confirmed as the most played hero at TI5 in 2015. 2 clear of Gyro, which obviously has been picked in this game, but we only have 1 more, so that's Lena confirmed.
Yeah, and Shiki has played plenty of Lena even here at the main event. He played it against Cloud9 when they snapped his courier, and still he managed to win his lane despite not having the salve delivered. So he's a very solid mid laner, and Lena is so strong.
But at the same time, it does leave Sumail's TA open, and that's really dangerous for CDEC, especially if they're on Dire. If they're Dire and they can't control Roche, I think they just straight lose to EG.
And Storm. They didn't ban Storm this time. They removed the Darkseer, removed the Shadow Fiend, but they left a Storm who I feel is one of the few really good heroes against Lena, because you can jump her and Vortex her before you land so that you can kill Lena.
Yeah, but they are actually banning towards the lineup that EG have. Darkseer and Shadow Fiend work better with what they have compared to Storm, so...
That's true.
I think it's fair that they actually took that route instead of taking out the Storm.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That does leave EG with that option though, and CDC still taking their time about this 3rd pickup here.
I think we could even see an Enigma from EG later on in the game. If they feel like they can get away with it, it could be one of those heroes. But then CDC can't be aggressive versus such a lineup.
Yeah, of course, the sleep into Black Hole is terrifying. It's so hard to push high ground against as well. You have to have someone who can kind of solo go up there, and that's not really what CDC draft. It's not their style of draft.
The contrast in the pods right now is very interesting. They're smiling, laughing, talking inside the EG pod. In the CDEC, it's It's a little bit more tense, I have to say. Probably for the first time I've seen them in the tournament.
It makes a lot of sense.
They felt a lot of pressure, like Morga and Sebastian mentioned before. They are getting cornered by mostly the draft and picking sides order. Like PPD is just doing a much better job than them.
Yeah, I mean, playing Dota, you can play as well as you want, but you need to have a solid draft, especially at this level. It's super important. Cannot be stressed enough.
As the Storm you predicted.
Booyah! Well, the Storm always going to be a strong hero for EG. I don't even think it matters that much if their lineup fully synergizes with the Storm. Samil is just that good at playing it, and he has Radiant as well. It's much easier to play Radiant Storm than Dire Storm because of the mid lane and the terrain. Harder to get ganked.
But he's up against Alina though, and Wyvern maybe with the early gank can actually help the Alina a lot in the lane. But then again, we saw him getting shut down in the previous games, and he still gets back on top.
Makes me think of Dazzle for EG. Oh, PL coming out again for these CDEC. I think they might want Dazzle so they can secure the early game here. They also have Naga Siren in their team, so if they want to, they have the heal combination. And they can also make sure that Storm doesn't get completely harassed by Lina. Question is, though, if they want to draft more into their combo, because Dazzle wouldn't do much for the...
Yeah, you can't deal with PL as Dazzle, and you need to rely on the other heroes, so that might be something that PPD is considering, and you might want to go for a support. Yeah, Earthshaker deals with PL much better than the Dazzle. You have some AoE lockdown, and overall works very well with the Naga song as well.
I think it's safe to say that it's going to be an offlane Shaker, and most likely a Naga, since I don't think like Shaker and Naga.
Oh, it's AoE Naga for sure.
On support.
No,
I know, but I mean
he's talking
Shaker
about
Naga support. I don't think it's
Shaker offlane.
I mean, we could, because indeed PPD plays Shaker and AoE plays Naga, but I think this support duo is actually quite bad.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't work in this meta, at least, this patch. No, I believe it's offlane Shaker for sure. That way you also get more levels and experience than you would if you were a support. You could get more as support, but you don't have time to pull all the time. You need to roam, you need to be present on the map. So, Dazzle gets banned out actually by EG here, scared of the Phantom Lancer combo.
The CM was a really good ban, honestly. I think EG
would have been the perfect pick.
Yeah, would have been the perfect pick for them with the Storm.
Oh yeah, and against the PL would have been so good. Even against the Winter Wyvern, you can't save people with Cold Embrace against that lineup. Any draft you favor more right now, Merlini, or are you kind of neutral to it?
Depends on what PPD's pick is. We've seen some...
Brood is still in the pool, by the way. I don't know if it's a danger for one of those teams, but it's still in.
For CDEC?
I guess EG could pick it, technically. Yeah. I think I like EG's draft a little bit more, especially if they go for, like, I don't know, an Omni Knight or something less pick, something that just, like, completely counters the Wyvern. But I don't know. I think the Naga Siren in the hands of Evil Genius is really, really strong.
Oh, still the possibility of CDEC grabbing another hero for Shiki. Garter plays a very good Lina, so we should not forget that. They could just grab, like, even a TA mid this game. I think CDEC are putting a lot of thought into this.
Wouldn't you think if it's a TA mid that they actually have a harder time in the early game? Like Lina is much stronger, like at controlling and dealing damage. If it's a TA, they don't have that much burst until PL or TA gets more items.
I think it becomes a better solution for a lot of their hard parts right now, though. It's better against Roshan. It's better at running in against the Shaker in the team fights, and it just deals. Well, it depends what they would last pick if they go for Lina mid, right?
My only issue with TA is, like, I feel like they lack a frontliner. Okay.
So it is a support Lina, and it's gonna be a frontliner as he called for.
Yeah, I think it's important for them to have something that tank to that, because EG, they have a lot of burst damage early on. Like you can't just show under the, or just go on them. You're just gonna get bursted down by just a Fisher, cooldown, or whatever they decide to use against you.
We missed calling that as well. They needed one more good stun against Storm, because they have Winter's Freeze, but that was the only thing. Now they have Dragon Tail.
I think DK is a very solid pickup for them. It's just scary to lane DK versus Storm, but
it is.
I think it's also a really good pick because they can force Naga out of her comfort zone. Ideally with Naga, you want to sleep, reset, and then take a fight a few minutes later where you have Song up again. But Dragon Knight, you can't do that. The DK ultimate lasts so long that if you try and sleep and ignore the fight, you're just wasting your own ultimate, and they can just keep taking towers and towers and towers without utilizing Naga to her full potential.
I think this is a very beautiful draft by Q, actually. I think it synergizes well in the early game, good team fight, and the late game is really strong as well. And they countered the Storm, so this is quality drafting by both teams.
But it's a tough lane for it.
I kind of like Cuddle for EG. I don't know if it's something they didn't pick it so much this tournament. AUI knows how to play it. Obviously, he played it a lot, but I think it could be a good pickup for them.
Last time the DK came out on Shiki was against EG.
Oh, that's interesting.
And he lost on it, of course.
The Techies game.
I'm actually still considering...
I remember that game.
It was the Techies game as well, yeah.
I'm still considering the possibilities of the ES as a support right now. It doesn't feel like they have a very good pick here. So it'll be...
It's a scary pick to have versus PL, but could really work versus DK.
2 quality drafts by both captains of both teams. It's time for game number 4 as we head back to the arena with your commentary team, Toby1 and Synderen.
Game 4 is correct. The International 5 Grand Final. Not only money at stake, but also the pride of taking home the Aegis and the title of the best team for 2015. That's what the International's all about. And CDEC, they're now one step behind EG in achieving that title.
Yeah, they've got a lot of their comfort picks this time around, though. They did manage to grab their Phantom Lancer. They got Shiki's Dragon Knight. But I'm with the panel. I'm surprised they let the Storm Spirit through and that they're letting EG have it in this game. It seems like a really good Storm Spirit game. I think Sumail is going to have a very easy lane. I think he has a lot of easy targets he can just jump on. Lina is going to be fragile. She's a support. Same goes for Q on the Wyvern. I have a feeling EG are feeling pretty confident going into this game, feeling pretty good. They're up 1 game. I personally favor their draft, unless if CDEC get off to a really good start and start taking towers with Dragon Knight. And,
CDEC actually have a lot of things they can work with in the early phases. Because if they do get a good start, if you look for maybe the more aggressive DK we've been seeing throughout the TI5, which is with the Blink Dagger for the Dragon Knight, so you're able to jump in, you get that initiation, maybe Gata in combination with the Wyvern, where you have Curse as well as that Laguna Blade. Storm Spirit jumps in, you instantly control, you instantly nuke him down, and then the rest of the work has to be done by EG. Like, there's a lot of things that CDEC can work with, and then you've still got Aggressive's PL. Never underestimate his Phantom Lancer.
They have beaten it today, though.
They have.
Keep in mind, Aggressive did lose his first PL game.
I will not deny that one. At the same time, with so much on the line, you can succumb to pressure every now and then. So our early laning phase is going to be pretty passive again, primarily just because we're just waiting for the runes right now. But Sumail, you say you should be having a very easy lane up against the DK. How does CDEC now try and counter this? Do you rotate more supports in?
They could look to gank him early on, but they can't focus on him too much, because then we get a situation similar to game 1 where they're emphasizing the mid lane so much that EG just stack the jungle a lot and Sumail comes back that way. In a way, the most important thing for them is to secure the PL his farm and make sure Clockwork gets level 6 so that they have some sort of counter initiation when Storm just jumps on his target. A Blink Dagger on DK and a Clock Hook are decent tools at dealing with Sumail in the mid game. It's not going to be easy for Dragon Knight. He's not even going to get a 1-on-1 lane. It's going to be a 2-on-2.
AUI is going to add a little bit more pressure up against Shiki in the early stages. And what's Gata really going to do against this as well? Like, he wants to come in close, but then he's going to be the one to get Riptided up and just forced out of the lane. But we've got the bottle already arriving for the Dragon Knight, so this is fine. The DK is just able to farm with most, like, Breathe Fire, harassing the Sumail. It's not like it's a Templar Assassin who's going to have defensive refraction charges that can avoid the damage as well. So that's fine, and both teams are looking to now do their pulls. The Observe Ward's already up for EG, which is also blocking up the pull point. This Sentry Ward is only millimeters away from actually getting the D Ward out. And on top of that, CDEC can't even pull the side camp because that's also blocked up by another Sentry Ward. There's just no way for CDEC to throttle this lane out and stop Universe from finding experience. And now you should actually probably, like, what even do? You've committed one of your Sentry Wards. How do you even stop this now?
I think they might need to smoke and look to rotate and gank the mid lane first. And then if that gank is successful, they can buy sentries and maybe go back up and pull. This is definitely not a good start for them.
Oh. While PPD is able to do his pull on the bot lane.
They actually gave the other sentry to XZ. That's why they can't counter the Observer Ward. With one sentry, there is a risk you don't find it. And the one he has placed for the Rune Ward isn't doing anything.
Battery Assault with PPD. Does he have enough life to survive this? He went Chilling Touch to start with, and Fear is making his way over, and this Rocket Barrage will be forcing Clockwork out if he kept pushing it out. But at the same time, he realized now there's a Regeneration Rune in bottom. Pick that one up and be good to go.
And Dragon Knight got the top rune. This means no rune for Sumail this time. He's just going to Bottle Crow.
At the same time, Sumail has completely crushed this lane. He's 14-8 up against 5-0 on the CS. This Dragon Knight has found no space whatsoever.
It is a very difficult lane for Dragon Knight. This is nothing out of the ordinary. Although Shiki, in other matchups, he's played like Dragon Knight versus Shadow Fiend, I think, where he did exceptionally well. But Sumail Storm is very difficult to play a melee hero against here in the lane. So he's going to be getting 9 CS here if he gets both of them, which it looks like he will. There we go. So he's 9 against 17. That is definitely not that good, but it's to be expected. Also with AUI putting a little bit of pressure in there with the Naga. It's also denied him a bit of CS.
Should also flag the fact that CDEC is starting to stack up inside their camps. So we've got a triple stack inside the Dire jungle, which will be flash farmed up later. And DK is able to do that. One Lina would obviously help out with Light Strike Array, and that'll give her burst in levels. And you can see that Laguna Blade coming on a little bit earlier. And also the Dragon Knight progression of items coming a lot faster too. That's something the Storm Spirit can do, but currently there's actually one stack in the lane, in the jungle, so that's fine. Actually, there's 2 of them. So there's 2 double stacks available for Evil Geniuses. I'm going to keep my eyes on that one, considering what happened last time we had our Storm Sumail. And Universe has also managed to find a lot of levels. Both the Clockwork as well as the Earthshaker. Well, we've got 3 on the Clockwork, 4 over on the Earthshaker. And in fact, Universe completes his Soul Ring as well. This will stop practically any push in the lane. And he's actually using the Fissure as well to block up his creep wave for the moment. It's actually not going to stop the balance of the lane, because the Catapult's still in there.
This early game laning stage definitely favoring EG. It's what they want. If they can get a slow laning stage where both their AA and their Naga Siren can pull and get experience, and the enemy team can't, and they have a favorable matchup mid, and they have free farm on Fear, and they're getting a lot of experience on Universe, this is exactly as planned for Evil Geniuses. Well, they still need to be careful, of course, as heroes start to go missing, and they don't really know exactly what the supports of the Dire are doing, so Universe is going to stand far back, and now they do. Again, they actually still have that ward, which is giving them so much information. If they smoke now, that would be a pretty big mistake. They obviously realize that is not the play to make right now, as their camp is still blocked. It has to be an Observer ward. They just pick it up on Garter, who's probably going to stack, and then maybe they will look to make their play. And it's not like they're falling very far behind on gold. The experience is 1,000, which is decent. It's just the implications in the game. Like it's playing into EG's hand, I feel.
But it's what all that burst gold's going to do for them. And we talk about it being 1,000 gold. In fact, the net worth is 100% less on 0, and the experience is just up for EG. But it's once you take out the quad as well as the trip stack, it's very simple for the DK then. Well, he's already got level 6. He can add pressure in towards the tower. There's things which CDEC can do. They don't just have to sit in the back lines and wait it out until EG make a play before Sumail with his level 6 tries to make a bit of a jump, which is also possible. But another reason too why CDEC cannot fight. You don't have level 6 over on XE, so there's no Clockwork hookshot up just yet. The Lina is in no position to get in and start any kind of engagement. She's still waiting for the DK to come up and flash farm. Then they can give the space to the Winter Wyvern so he can get up to his curse, his level 6. Alright, so we got the double quad stack straight to be farmed. This should be really quick and fast levels for Garda and really good money for CDEC.
We're going to need to wait for another Breathe Fire to do this one. And at the same time, for Evil Geniuses, they do their quad stack. They give it to Fear, actually. I thought they were going to give it to Sumail, but he takes the other big camp, which I do believe was just a double. It's going to push them both forward very nicely for some good experience here. And gold, of course. And what did Garter accomplish? He got level 3 from that stack. Okay, there's still a little bit. He's going to get 3.5.
And this was only one of the stacks that CDEC prepared. So they can do the other one. The issue is Shiki doesn't have any more mana for it.
And it's double golems. That's going to take them forever. They actually got pretty unlucky there on the RNG. Aggressive's finding good farm though. So this is the standard start that CDEC have been aiming for whenever they have their PL. They just want Aggressive to have a one-on-one in the safe lane, their supports to move. Now because they couldn't pull, the supports came online later than they wanted, and that's why the first blood is being delayed here. The question is if they're happy with the situation. Like once again, it's pretty much dead even. No one's making big progress. You've just got that feeling that EG are more happy and more comfortable with a slow play game. We're used to see so much aggression out from CDEC, but it seems like throughout the series, the further we got into the series, the later they found kills, the less effective their smokes were. And we've reached a point now where we don't even have a first blood 7.5 minutes in.
Which is really uncommon for this tournament.
Yes.
Almost every single first blood has happened before the 10-minute mark. For TI5, everyone's been looking for that early aggression, that early movement.
Most of the time, we've even had 3 kills before.
That's true.
At least, like sometimes even like 7 or 8 kills, which is a little unusual.
But the only way it's going to happen this time around is if Sumail gets this combo. He just bottled up a haste rune, goes up to full, and also gets himself a regeneration rune. So he's able to run both of them at the same time. And a hero like a Winter Wyvern is practically free gold when you have something like this. He just needs to CQ moving around, which he doesn't. Actually, now he gets a quick glimpse of the wings. But diving underneath the tier 1 tower is always dangerous when you go up against multiple stuns. And the clockwork's rotated, so he has his level 6 up and running. Hook shots available, and it looks like CDEC are looking to do something, but this Naga illusion could spoil the fun.
Yeah, they're going to run into a safe position before they use their first smoke. Still not using it, though.
They're back a very long way. It's like they want to have they want to have Wyvern as well. So the perfect timing to have that Winter's Curse. And they're going to loop themselves into the mid at the same time. EG had exactly the same thought. It's going to be smoke on smoke. The smoke will break, and Fear's going to have that call down. The finisher going to keep dragging on out with the Rocket Mirage. The hook shots come in, but Sumail will take the first blood. Isolated XC inside of his own cogs, and Sumail jumps over him again. They manage to hold Clockwork in position of Fear. The Rocket Mirage doing some work with the instead. Garden wants a TP out. They don't have enough damage to kill both of them. Earthshaker commits the Echo Slam to ensure the kill. Meanwhile, Aggressive almost finishing up this tier 1 tower, but EG just moved themselves up. Sumail got another jump up his sleeve, but they can just be happy with denying up the tower and having the first blood go out before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, that was really good timing. EG outnumbering them there, 5-4, with PL just being busy in the top lane. He's going to have very early boots of travel, though, if he wants to buy them now. This is 9:30. At the same time, I'm a little bit surprised Q didn't try to get off the Winter's Curse at least and see where if they could make anything out of it. Like just keeping it on cooldown here. Sure, it's 110 seconds to level 1, but the chance that he'll be able to use it within the next minute and a half is probably not that high. And when the smoke broke, I guess they didn't have uphill vision, because then he could have caught a 3-hero curse.
Correct.
EG just taking advantage of their superior positioning with that smoke rotation.
The one observer ward they did have was sitting over the top rune. That's the reason why they couldn't see far enough over. So EG, it was the perfect time. The two smoked armies meeting up against each other. If CDEC were only... Do you dare say if they didn't wait for the Wyvern, they would have been there 10 seconds earlier and they probably would have been able to get into a better position. But we can judge everything from an armchair later on. Now hook shot from XC, gonna miss on Owie. Well, now just back it up. Very, very simple escape. And Aggressive moves down to the bottom lane. There's more fun to be had here, and he doesn't want to let Fear feel comfortable. And he did buy those very early BTs with the classic Mango. And even EG, like stacks are always wonderful. But Fear's got 3 points up in flat cannon, rapidly approaching his 4th point now. And the Ancients actually failing on this stack. But there's already a lot of Granite Golems as well as Lizards and Black Dragons inside that. Fear's going to get a big injection of money.
And if you look at the dire side, you have a completely free-farming PL who has not contributed to fights yet. He's still 1,000 gold behind the enemy mid laner. That's just the first 2 kills. I think Sumail got the first blood. He got an assist. They got all the stacks in the jungle, and this means that this investment from CDEC isn't really yielding anything just yet. It's basically playing a tie game where I think EG have some decent counters appeal, but here we go. This is the CDEC we know.
Yep.
They're gonna gather up and push this.
They just moved from tower to tower. The EG saw this coming, so they just backed up. They didn't want to have a bar of it. They leave AUI to farm up the top lane so we can try and get up to his level 6. Samel adds a little bit of pressure to mid, but CDEC are just so quick at doing this that there is no reaction that can come from EG, which will result in a tier 1 tower dropping. And this is their power. Like, it's not even like the chip play you play with the Dragon Knight, where you attack at the tower, you slowly let it just tick out, while the other 4 create a little bit of troubles. Love that pop sound. Gyrocopter. When you got that many ancients, the more creeps that are off for the Black Cat, the louder the sound goes.
Just in case you didn't know what was going on, you could definitely hear what's going on.
EG are going to walk around the top of an observer ward. CDEC, though, are not in any real position where they can fight, but I am looking at that Dragon Knight with 1,700 gold. And it does look like he's saving up for that Blink Dagger.
It's got to be Blink, and then they'll be looking for fights and pickoffs. Now the question is, with that coming out, say, around minute 14 to 15, do they have enough fighting power? There is now a drum on aggressive.
Wyvern, you didn't really want to do that. He threw down an observer ward, but it's in range of the sentry ward. So this observer ward's going to get de-warded out very quickly.
Yeah, AUI is going to find it.
Yep. Well, they're going to give the money over to PPD. Wants to buy himself something nice. And Fear will mop up the rest of the camp, while CDEC is actually becoming really troublesome. When they start losing observer wards like this, they just don't have vision across the map. Right now, there's only one dire observer ward which is in existence, and it's sitting watching that top rune. That's the only one they've got. While EG have their wards a little bit more sporadically placed. There's one that's watching the top rune, and there's one that's watching the mid lane. Both are able to see the rotations.
This has got to be one of the fastest Bloodstones of the tournament, or at least the main event. Sumail gets it at, I think it was 13:35 or something like that. And of course, the reason he gets it so early is that he skipped the treads. And it just, that really shows you how EG are thinking in this game, right? If they wanted to fight, he would have gone for his treads build-up. But they're just playing a slow farming game. They're just looking at efficiency. Of course, Bloodstone is so good for Storm Spirit to just ramp up his farm. Even though you don't have that attack speed from the treads, it's still, you can just use Static Remnant instead and clear camps faster.
EG's coming to fight. Clockwork gonna luckily walk himself up onto the high ground, but unfortunately for the Wyvern, there's a fissure, there's a Samel jump in, as well as the Ice Blast from PPD. Very heavy commitment just for a kill over on a Wyvern. Now, CDEC might be happy to try and counter-initiate. You've got Hookshot also available. Dragon forms up, Laguna Blades are also available for the Lina. And the side lanes are pushing, and AUI is still hovering around on that top lane. He can just TP his Song of the Siren in if things get rough, though. And maybe that's why CDEC should be a little bit more cautious. Because that Song of the Siren will allow EG just to reset.
But they can't just sit back, I think. Like, they have their key items now. They have the Blink on Dragon Knight, they have the Drum, as well as the Boots of Travel on PL. This is when they want to fight, usually.
Yep, and they're going to. They throw down the Sentry Ward, they checked up on the hill to see if there was an Observer Ward. And now we'll move into the Radiant Jungle. The only hero they saw was Fear on the bot lane, as well as, again, this Naga Siren, who's been giving all this free space in the world on the top, just to continue to farm up the Naga. So CDEC need a different option. They can try and have another play at mid, because they know there's no one inside the EG jungle. Gutter's just going to break his smoke, and they'll just start pushing the lane now. Smoke gank failed. Back to the farm. And Aggressive's still got so much of that. He's starting up on his Diffuser Blade right now. And AUI can't... He's not going to contest the Phantom Lancer. And PL can just keep moving everywhere. He's got these BTs, so he pushes aggressively as he wants to. And
he's actually
the rest of his teammates.
He's managed to catch up to Samel. He was 1,000 behind, if you remember.
He's now ahead.
He's actually ahead. So they are finding the farm that they want on the PL, but he's the only one.
Storm Spirit, long jump on bottom. They're going in for the Clockwork, but then you've also got that Embrace. It's the Storm Spirit that's being locked up by the Curse and Laguna Blade. And this is the peril you have as a Storm Spirit, where CDEC, they've got the control and the burst damage to kill him off very quickly. And that's also Bloodstone charges lost. He's down to 6 now.
after the initial gain.
Who ate a mango?
It was the gyro.
All right.
I think he's freeing up a spot. Yeah, we've got a Sal coming in and also the Sanj.
Oh, he still has a slot. Oh well. Guess he was hungry. So this Ancient stack is probably going to be... I don't know if Fear wants to go for it again while it's a single, or if they're looking for any sort of play in mid. But right now, EG are being a little bit scared here with CDEC inside their jungle, and they're, as a result, just going to pressure out this bottom tier 2 a little bit with the remainder of their Dragon Form on Shiki. And just that one kill on Storm Spirit is actually really important. It's their first kill on the board, which is something for a little bit of momentum and just to keep the morale high. But more than anything, he is the hero they want to shut down. Even if Fear gets really good farm on the Gyrocopter, I think with this amount of single target burst that they have, especially looking at Alina, who will probably transition into an Aghanim somewhere down the line, they might be able to take the fight to him.
Oh, mid lane, Winter Wyvern embracing himself for now, but there's no regeneration. That Ice Blast, is it going to be enough to kill him off? No, it will not. So the Winter Wyvern will not shatter.
What an aggressive play, though, for Sumail to just jump into the tower like that with an Ice Blast. If there was a counterplay available there from, say, a Dragon Knight or a Clockwork, that could have gone very well. I don't know what heroes they had seen on the map. If they know the positioning, they can, of course, just go for it just to put some pressure.
Have we even seen that Blink Dagger from the Dragon Knight have any effect? Because normally we look for that, like that Blink to Dragon Form into Dragon Tail stun, and you catch out most heroes a long, long way out.
He's using it to farm right now. It's increasing his movement by a bit, of course. But yeah, it hasn't been that effective just yet.
Ice Blast on bottom. He actually managed to hit aggressive with this. He already doppelganged away aggressive. And now Dragon Knight. There's that move. Sumail, not a hell of a lot of mana, but he's got himself a haste rune. The Light Strike Array not going to connect either. If it did, they may have had enough time to attack into him. But Laguna Blade to finish the job.
And this is when Aggressive has to start leveling up Doppelganger, which it looks like he is doing. Probably put the second skill point in it on level 12. And with the way these fights are going, he needs the lower cooldown. It is really, really important.
He's almost got that Diffuser Blade done. At the same time, the Tier 1 tower was taken on top lane. PPD's just soaking up the experience there now. Loves being on the opposite side of the map when you play the Ancient Apparition. Gives you that bigger radius for the ultimate. Considering CDEC can be pretty spaced out with their lineup, they need to be able to have that big range. But man, it really feels like though, CDEC, like there's no real advantage here. The experience is a little bit going the way of EG. There's nothing in the gold. But it's only like 4K. Oh, that's real trouble right now for Garda. The Sun's going to miss. He could turn around and try to nuke on Sumail, but it's not going to be any good. Sumail will bottle back up again. So they find a pick off this over on the support Lina. But EG still are not addressing the major issue, which is this Phantom Lancer. An under 20-minute BT Drum Diffuser Blade up for Aggressive. Okay, that happened. Blink, Echo Slam, and Call Down. And the Winter Wyvern just explodes. And that's also going to mean a Tier 1 tower in the mid.
Yeah. They probably have the confidence to go for it. If Fear gets jumped here, they can just song. They scout with the ults, they know it's clear.
Easy
We'll go
Tier
for
1.
Fear.
Very easy Tier 1. And we talk about all the farm over on Aggressive, but when you've got also this Gyrocopter walking around with SMY, Helm of the Dom, full treads and Aquila, he's definitely ready to fight. Sumail's actually had enough of CDEC to sitting back. Takes up a little bit of the farm with the Tide Jungle and then just jumps down to bottom lane. The Clockwork's around here, but CDEC are just trying to avoid all fights until probably this moment when they smoke up as 3. Dragon Form is up. So is Laguna Blade. They could attempt to go in for Roshan, but without the Medallion of Courage, it's going to be a very, very long time. So instead, they try and kill up Sumail. The Observer Ward's watching him closely. They'll see him put down a Remnant, and they're already gone into the DK Dragon Form. So we got to instantly blink, stun, guard it, needs this Light Strike Array to connect, and they'll use the curse with Laguna Blade. Sumail! Almost able to jump. The animation will stop the universe right in the back of Garda. You've got the cooldown as well. This will instantly kill off the Lina. But now the hawk shot as well. XC's looking for a good line, and he completely wafts it off to the side. Universe will get the stun, but the DK's doing a lot more work, especially when the Splinter arrives in from Q. 2 heroes down for EG in this tier 2 tower, starting to get chipped away. Aggressive also BT'd himself down here, so they got more pressure.
There was no TP on AUI. I think he might have used it to go top to farm, but this is the hero for EG. In case he didn't have one, you absolutely want to have a TP on the Naga to go and save a situation like that. They might have figured when Sumail gets jumped that they couldn't have saved him, but I think with a TP instant song there, they probably keep him alive.
There's a couple of things which are falling apart. Sumail just tried to TP to the tier 1 tower and accidentally cancel his TP. So he's ball lightning out, running up the Wyvern. I suppose this might make up for it, killing off the Winter Wyvern on the hillside. But Wyvern did get the Observer Ward down as he was dying. This would be very difficult for EG to know about. But more and more runes now. A haste rune in for Sumail. And the Observer Ward was watching Shiki moving around inside the Dire jungle. They're actually throwing up the ulti. That's only going to hit the creep wave though. Both Garda as well as Shiki have fallen back behind their tier 2 tower.
He's just using it to scout with as well. Gets a lot of vision. Doesn't really find anyone, but not finding anyone is also information, of course. Then they know there's no one in the neighborhood right there. And the farming just continues, and Fear. You know, this is kind of starting to remind me of, you know, Thor Open back in the day. With
No, not the Sven era. We do not want to go back to the Sven era.
Teams were just stacking their Ancients and just farming the Ancients for 30 minutes, and then whoever had Sven won, so...
No Tide Hunter era. That was... It's good times, man. Good times. Great Dota.
Things have changed a little bit since then.
They have.
That was...
EG, they've at least changed the tempo. We've got a haste rune already triggered over on Storm Spirit, but it's the smoke movement coming out with the rest of EG. CDEC is not in a bad position for this. They're just around the corner, including Hookshot. So Garda, as well as Shiki, they're not liking where they are, and actually Shiki just leaves Garda for dead. He blinks himself away to safety. He's thinking about turning his Garda with a hookshot in. He gets Laguna Blade over on Sumail, and Sumail, he's practically out of mana. The Ice Blast, however, coming in on the top of the Dragon Knight with the Echo Slam control. It should be enough. Sumail, the curse is on him. Universe actually turn around to try and kill off his own teammate, as Universe actually going to get a double kill. He's going to kill his teammate for Clockwork. The Embrace is there, the Fissure Control, a triple kill for Universe. But now we see Aggressive coming online. The Phantom Lancer, insanely difficult to deal with. He's going to doppelganger himself in to find PPD. He'll pick up the kill, and it'll be a 2-for-3 trade-off, and the big one for EG, losing the Storm Spirit, now down to 4 Bloodstone charges on Sumail.
This is still a very even game, but we do manage to come out of that 1 kill ahead. Still, with Sumail on the sidelines, Aggressive should be able to increase his gap down to him, but of course Fear is still finding his own. These fights closing in on a BKB. He's actually very, very close to it, just a few hundred away on the gyro.
So at least he won't have his mana burnt out.
He won't have his mana burnt, and the only real counter CDEC has is the Winter's Curse. Yes, they also have Hookshot, but someone has to kill Fear during the BKB. And a lot of PL's damage right now is coming from the feedback from the Fusel Blade. Oh, what a great
doppelganger
there. What a great.
Unfortunately for Universe, when he jumps in, he doesn't have the Echo Slam, and that's the instant stun required. So there was time for Aggressive to not only see it, respond to it. Doppelganger's away, BT's up to the top lane, instantly starts split push, while the rest of CDEC, they start attacking into the tier 1 tower. And while that BKB might be nice over on Fear, a concern which should be there for Evil Geniuses is the fact they don't really have enough damage to kill off this Phantom Lancer quick enough that their supports will survive. And maybe that's a different place we should be looking at it. The Storm Spirit's going to get an Orchid, that's going to be terrific, but this mana style is getting very close to completion for Aggressive. So there's no control from the Storm on that front. A lot of it relies on basically Universe hitting the mark.
Yeah. They only really have one carry who's good against the PL when he has the Manta. So that is definitely true. It's not the worst matchup we've seen PL in. We've seen it winning against Gyro a couple of times in this tournament. And the time it gets scary is when you're playing against Emperor and Gyro or something like that. Then it can be really, really tricky, but it's definitely possible.
DK, Dragon Form, he's coming after PPD. Blink, stun, breathe, fire. A quick glance, but the Fidge is going to buy a little bit of space here for PPD to at least get the ulti off. Universe wants to walk in. He's
actually got Blink and Echo Slam available. With the BKB up from Dragon Knight, there's very little reason to use it. But with Storm Spirit having this fresh Orchid, you catch CDEC by surprise. Throw out more Lancers, just keeping vision on Fear. They jump in. There's your curse. Samel going in deep over on Wyvern. He's already used his ability, but here comes your call down. Dragon Knight going for the extra stun. They're keeping Universe out. No Echo Slam form. In fact, it's actually going to push him back out with the comp. Universe will drop, and maybe even one after. It's going to get double kill for Samel. The Song of the Siren allowing EG to reset Samel, not with a great amount of mana, but it bought time for the Orca to come back off cooldown. They can control the clockwork. He will take a fall, but Aggressive is on the run. The PL will still survive, and will probably TP bottom to take up all the money there.
Samel is causing them so much trouble. He jumps in on the Wyvern, it forces out a cape, and then they just go on to the Lina as well. Never got her Laguna Blade off. Just gets completely shut down in that fight. And you just know the whole time that if things aren't going the way EG are planning, they can just Song of the Siren like they did toward the end of that fight, just set up and finish it off. So they read the fight very well, that they were ahead the whole time. And they do get the clearly better exchange there as Fear once again survives a fight, gets even more. He still hasn't died this game.
So big for him, being 5-0-5 on the KDA. But I'm also looking down towards a PL. He's 2-0-2. And continues to add this split push pressure, which EG, they've got some mail to help deal with that. But again, we go back over what we talked about. There's no control and aggressive that Samel can use. He definitely causes havoc with the rest of CDEC. But this PL will continue just to BT split push this game out, get more and more money. And that, for me, is still the biggest problem for Evil Geniuses. Where do you go with this? Fear needs to have that damage-dealing item. But in order to do so, he's got to drop either his TP scroll or sell the Ring of Aquila. And Samel, Blink, Dragon Tail stun. Garda's going to be here with the hookshot as well. Laguna Blade, Samel, the Colt's Burn. The Colt's Burn bought them a little bit of extra time. And with Samel down and no buyback, Roshan is a very, very juicy target here for CDEC.
Yeah, EG are going to know they're going for it, though. First of all, it would be pretty obvious from the lane situation, but they also have a good ward around the river area to see that CDEC are moving in there now. I don't think EG are interested in contesting this 4-on-5, but maybe they can delay it long enough for it to be a 5-on-5 if they Ice Blast and Fissure properly. There is no hook shot.
They're all together. PPD, here comes the Ice Blast, ready for the dog! In from Universe! It's a disaster! CDEC! They're gonna get wiped from the face of the earth, apart from Aggressive. He'll jump out, but the wombo combo perfectly hits from Evil Geniuses, and now they will take Roshan. Samel is back, they'll get the egg into the Immortal.
Yeah, they don't even need to buy time. When they have superior vision and CDEC have no idea it's coming, Universe was so convinced, that they're so sure they're in there because of the vision showing them moving down in that direction, that he just blindly blink Echo Slams, knowing that he should, oh, actually not blindly, they already put down an Ice Vortex first, actually, so they did know for sure they were there. But even without the Ice Vortex, I think he still would have gone for it, because the only alternative is that CDEC move toward the Roast Pit and they actually don't go for it, baiting, expecting that EG want to check it 4-on-5, which would be very unlikely. And then just going for it instead, they just get being clumped up, get completely obliterated by the Echo Slam Ice Blast.
It's at this point I would also ask the question, where were your ops? Where was CDEC's vision coming into that fight?
Going into Roshan blindly like that against a Shaker, Naga, and AA lineup is very, very risky indeed. They might just be feeling the pressure that they have to get something done with every single major kill they find, but that was not the play. Roshan without vision is not good.
The only upside for him was the fact that Aggressive was able to survive. So once again, he's not giving up much of this farm, but we're still looking at the Gyrocopter now being just under 900 gold away from completing up the full butterfly. So he's looking fantastic. That's Fear. AUI was able to not only complete up the mech, but he's also got the Medallion of Courage, so that Solar Crest could be coming up a lot sooner as well. The Earthshaker was able to afford up an entire Glimmer Cape, and it looks like a Lincoln Sphere build coming in for Samel, who's already got the Perseverance. Even PPD has his own Glimmer Cape to get in and out of trouble. EG have every item that they really need at this point of the game. And CDEC, they need one hell of a fight to repair this damage of golden experience and keep themselves in TI5. They're the ones who are playing from a game down. They're the ones with all the pressure on them.
And once Samel gets this Lincoln Sphere, the Dragon Knight Blink Dragon Tail is not going to have any effect. He's either going to block that or, say, a Winter's Curse. Pretty likely. Of course, there are other single target spells that can break the Linken's, but I think it's really good for him in this game. It's mainly just the Dragon Knight he's getting it against too. Feels safer around the map. Pretty good chance he can use it twice in the fight as well. Oh. Man, that rush.
It's going to be one of those moments. EG could have actually won TI5 with just that moment. That's how important that dunk was. And Evil Geniuses, all they gotta do is just roll through the motions and like still be very mindful about the split push, because CDEC, if they want to, they can still keep dodging. Like Roshan was one of those special moments where EG knew where CDEC was going to, so you're able to fight them there. But this push coming into the tier 1 tower, there's no reason to take a 5v5 fight. You could just TP aggressive to the top lane, keep the pressure in, and you'll take the tier 1 tower, yes, EG, but either you take the tier 2 tower and lose your own tier 2 tower, and you find these trade-off games.
For now, they're just getting one for free here.
Yep.
This is the easy tier 1. And with Fear with the Butterfly and Samel with the Aegis, they're definitely not scared of a team fight. They have all their abilities off cooldown again, apart from Ice Blast coming up in 20.
CDEC might be happy to fight this.
I don't think they want to at all.
It's just because the double damage rune that's over on the Dragon Knight. So if EG force it further into the tier 3 tower, then CDEC would be happy to take the engagement.
On the other hand, they would love to wait until Sheik is level 16. He's 100 XP away. He has to use Dragon Form now. That's pretty annoying for him.
So you really want to have that Frost Dragon. He's got no creep waves though. And Samel's already moved up to the top lane. There's a lot of PLs down here, but he'll use as much burst damage as he can with the Remnants to get rid of it. There's that full Solar Crest now up for AUI. And Lina is working on the Aghanim Scepter, but she had to go for the 4-staff to start with. So
I can't help but feel like AUI is playing techies, you know? It's like, he has 1 assist in 34 minutes in an 18-minute game. He's just been like, he's been playing on his own, like pushing out lanes, just casually farming, getting toward the key items with both the mech and the Solar Crest, while the others have just been running around finding these kills. And he's had a really big impact, because it's been difficult for CDEC to push the towers when the Naga has always been in place to defend. So it looks like he hasn't done anything when you look at the kill death assist, but it's not true. It's just, it's funny to observe how little kill participation he has had in this game.
If only the Song of the Siren did some level of damage.
Yeah.
Then you'd have yourself some assists.
Then you would have Naga picked in the first phase every game. Oh wait.
Snap. Tier 2 tower is going to be dropping on the top lane for CDEC. This is their last out of tower. Now going down. And Evil Genius is inching closer to victory if they can make it. But the TPs are coming back, and CDEC are ready to fight this one. Hookshot's up and running. He's got that Dragon Knight triggering the double damage rune now. I'm also watching PL with a large amount of money. In fact, he's just spending a little bit more of it. He just put a heart recipe. It's over on the courier. If you can find another 800 gold on the map, that's the full heart in for the Phantom Lancer. But at the same time as this is happening, I'm watching Fear moving to the secret shop, and he'll pick up, actually, he's going a defensive item. He's building into the Satanic straight away before he builds into the Monkey King bar.
It's pretty sustainable in fights. I think EG feel like they don't need damage right now, and even if they see the heart on PL, they still have a lot of ways to deal with it. They have Echo Slam, Ice Blast is pretty good. The spell damage of Flat Cannon and Call Down and everything, well, the physical damage of Flat Down and spell Flat Down, whatever. They have a lot, okay? They have a lot of AoE damage to still kill the illusions off, so I don't think an MKB or something like that is necessary yet for Fear. I think he wants to wait with it until, when he sees the heart, he probably knows, okay, Aggressive's next item is going to be a Butter, and that's when he wants to counter-itemize with the MKB, and they should be done at around the same time, MKB being the slightly cheaper item.
Here we go again. 5-man smoke by CDEC. Now look for the opening on EG. Now Samel's not in the perfect position for this. He is going to see an Invis rune and potentially going to jump down and grab it, and now they can curse him up. Lincoln Spear though, it triggers. That wasn't the curse from Q, however. But the PL just runs himself down to EG, taking out a lot of fierce mana. Now remember, Aggressive does have the full heart for this fight. Last Record Ray's going to force it out. Universe! Big jumper to get the curse off. There's a control by the Universe and Sumail, and the hook shot in as well from XC. He's going to split the fight up of Fear, finding the damage. Sumail, aggressive, being put under in the cold embrace. We back up in a moment. Doppelganger, 1 second, but Song of the Siren. They need aggressive to die instantly before he's able to doppelganger. Shiki as well. There's your doppelganger. Shiki has one chance to survive a little bit longer. We're splitting up the fight, but there goes your PL. Dragon Knight, the cold feet, and the urn charge. They're both taking him out, and the cogs will push back. He's got enough life to survive. They actually repair it with another urn charge. And AUI, yeah, he's not going to keep up with the Dragon. There's Clockwork. Oh, the canceling of TP. Vortexing XC back in. A 3-for-1 trade-off. Dragon Knight lucky to survive, and he can't even get back. His TP's on cooldown. There's 32 seconds before the DK can TP back to base. He could lose his entire racks in that time.
Yeah, he tried to TP out earlier. This should actually be a link. I don't know if EG are aware of this, so they might start moving back if they feel any bit of pressure, but Fear doesn't care right now. He is definitely up front.
Now, Sumail going in deep, chasing after Q. They just need a couple of kills to be TI5 champions. Winter Wyvern, he down for the count. Fear, fully wicked sick. They're going to bring in the Satanic as well for Fear while this push continues. As the tier 3 tower drops DK, only now is he TPing back, and he's still going to regenerate. The melee racks will drop. EG, how much respect do you give? The PL is up in 7 seconds. They're going to rotate themselves over to the tier 3 tower. They do not want to overstay their welcome here, but they may just have the confidence to keep on going with that fresh Satanic. Shiki Dragon form up, gets us on over on Fear. They're moving forward with a hook shot in the eyes. Blast! Perfect on CDEC! They keep the battle going. Sumail might be low on mana. They need to keep controlling Fear CDC if they want to try and win this game. But Fear finds more. He's actually being trapped up the curse, holding him here for now. DK will bite back and they're dragging back the Clockwork with a Fissure Starter. CDEC are running out of heroes. Aggressive wants to come out and find some kind of collateral kills. But EG are turning tail and running for now. Universe is ready to turn. He's got Echo Slam up. He just needs his blink. They're going to come back on cooldown. Aggressive. The cooldown. The perfect position. There's your Echo Slam. Aggressive. Locked in position right now. He got embraced up by the Winter Wyvern, but Fear moving forward as well. The DK about to drop. Aggressive on Soul Survivor. CDEC. It looks troublesome. It looks really, really bad for them. Aggressive on the run. Universe right behind him. They keep running out, but GG well played. EG are your TI5 champions. Here in Key Arena, they've managed to do it. Third place in 2014. It looked rough dropping down the lower bracket. They had to play the best of 3 and the best of 5 today. But they have persevered. And they will claim the Aegis of the Immortal. They are the champions here in front of their home crowd. CDEC though, fantastic Dota from them. They played all the way through the winners bracket. Huge props to them. But Evil Geniuses, they are the team that claim the glory, claim the huge prize pool, the largest one in the history of Dota 2. And what a team to deserve it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champions of the International Evil Geniuses.
Congratulations! You're grand champions of TI5! I'm going to step up just a little bit. This has been an amazing week for you guys. How are you feeling right now in this moment?
I think we're all just super pumped right now. That's about it.
PPD, what about you?
I just can't believe we did it. It's real.
I'm gonna get down here too. How are you feeling? Get a hold of this agent. What? They're gonna let you hold it or what?
I guess I'm holding it. Like,
there you go. That's how you do it. What do you think was the key to how strong you've been able to be all week?
We just kept a positive attitude, and we just kept grinding, and we took the lows with the highs, and I don't know, we just kept with it.
Sumail, I know this has been a great experience for you too. What does this mean to you, and what does it mean to bring this victory home to your family?
I mean, it just meant everything for me, so we got it now. Feeling pretty excited. And yeah, it's pretty good to get some money from our family.
What do you guys want to say to all of your fans who have been with you this whole time?
Bleed blue!
One more time, let's give a big round of applause to all 16 teams who have participated in TI5. It has been an amazing year. We also want to thank all of the fans, to all of you who are here in Key Arena today, to all of you who are watching at home, who have been following along on the stream. Thank you so much. This community is outstanding. And one more time, give it up for your TI5 champions, Evil Geniuses.
Okay, thank you very much to deadmau5 for the concert. Ladies and gentlemen, Evil Geniuses are on the analysis desk. Well done, guys. Well done. How you doing? You all right? Yeah. Okay. Clint's got the mic.
Yes, I do have the mic. Hello.
Yes. How you doing?
Very good. What do you think?
I think it's very good. Don't ask me. I want to know, what are you going to buy now? Because it can't be a desk, surely.
Why not?
You can afford something a bit better than a desk now.
$1 million desk?
$1 million desk, I like it. Yeah, that's good. Anyone else got any suggestions?
Bugattis, possibly.
I think I might get rid of the 98 Chevy Blazer.
Could be an upgrade. I like that, yeah. Sumail, where's Sumail? Give Sumail the mic.
Me?
I just want to, me? Yeah, you. How was that for you?
What did you say?
How's it feel?
How was it for you?
Great.
Come on, it's got to be better than great. Has it sunk in for any of you yet? Has it sunk in? I mean, you've just become the international champions. $6.6 million between you.
No, it hasn't really sunk in yet.
No, I can
at
tell.
At the same time, it's like, we're really exhausted too. Like,
really?
Those games take a lot out of you. I had to play best of 3, then best of 5 in a row. So we're done.
All right.
We just want to go home.
Yeah. No. After party.
After party.
After
Go home,
party.
then after party, of course.
Everyone be my witness. Fear promised some moves tonight, okay?
Did I? All right, whatever.
All right, guys, have you got any questions? Brilliant. Have you noticed as well, even the cameraman has a flag on top of the camera for you. Cameraman, we're rooting for you as well. So talk to me. What do you do next then?
I think we take vacation, relax, probably don't play Dota for hopefully a month. And
are you gonna play some RPGs?
No. Maybe no video games. Maybe like go outside, try and get rid of this pasty monitor tan I got going on.
Right.
But yeah, we'll get ready for majors. That's exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Universe. Pass the mic back. The community are calling that the $6 million Echo Slam. What do you think?
I didn't hear it all what you said.
I said the community are calling it the $6 million slam.
Oh yeah? Yeah, it was an amazing feeling to go in there and I just had to like yell. It was incredible. Yeah.
Okay. What did Clint pass the mic back? What did you say at the end? to all the team? When you'd won, what did you say to everyone?
I mean, I just want to thank my team for this amazing experience. We all empowered each other to play better and reach the goal that we all had in mind.
All right. I mean, it's a fantastic achievement. I'm particularly pleased for you. I know the trouble and hardship that you've gone through over the last 5 years, all the pain and suffering that you had, the injuries last year as well. So to come back and win the international with your team is fantastic.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Evil Geniuses. I also want to say a very quick thank you to Pirian, to Shiva, to Nahaz, Mad, Wagger, Malini, Winter, all of the guys that have been up here on the panel as well with us. Also to Casey. Thank you very much, Casey, wherever you are right now. I don't know where she is, but thank you very much to Casey. All the commentary team, the production, the people behind the scenes, everyone that's been involved in creating the international and bringing you all the coverage as well and making such an amazing event. I'd also like to thank all the teams and the players and Valve, but most of all, to all of you that have tuned in and all of you that came down here, you have been fantastic. Thank you very much. And that, as they say, is a wrap. We'll see you next year for the International.